together. As we initiate chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All above the Petty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Petty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Welcome, everybody, as your conductress of this hot mess, the Petty Express, where we watch trials and speed through the stuff that, honestly, we just don't need. Now, in this case, we've decided that is continued, listening to the defense and breaks and such. I have my hillbilly Kleenex, so I might sneeze, I might sniffle, but we are going to attempt to catch up as much as we can today because the kids are in school. We do have just a little bit more of, I think, his direct testimony. I will say he seems very much like he knows what he's talking about, but I do think there are aspects of fire investigation that do seem a little iffy. But I also think he has a lot of experience that he knows what he's talking about, if maybe not the most. But he does kind of have this sort of drill instructor, not a mean drill instructor, but kind of like a high school teacher vibe.
566. You don't do that. You can undo those. Now, just to be clear, how was this picture taken?
I was looking out the window and I photographed down.
Okay.
You can see the window well here. And then here's the gas piping to the gas meter.
66.1.
Now, you testified earlier that you had identified areas where the fire penetrated the rear of the home into the interior, correct?
Yes.
Now, based upon observations that you make in that living room, are you confirming what you saw outside as far as that goes?
Yes, I'm confirming the fire pattern. It comes into the window. You see, these are vinyl windows. So vinyl windows burn, right? So the fire patterns continue in here. You can see the window sash is burned, and it continues through this window that's glass and into the home. Primarily at a higher level because, again, fire's still rising.
Now,
66.2.
Now, do you at some point continue your investigation to the upstairs of the home?
I do.
What do you find, generally speaking, upstairs?
I photographed all of the rooms upstairs, the bedrooms. As I accessed the second floor, I was told through interviews that Mr. Caneiro's bedroom was the first bedroom center of the house on the left, and directly in front of the hallway is one of the daughter's bedrooms, and to the right is another daughter's bedroom.
Did you inspect and photograph each one of the bedrooms that are on the second floor?
I did.
So the first one, you come up the stairs, you make a left. First door is, you were told, Mr. Caneiro's bedroom.
Yes.
And then one of his daughters was the next.
Straight ahead.
Okay. And then across the hall.
Interesting that they delineate that it's Paul's bedroom. Did he and Miss Caneiro not sleep in the same bed? I mean, hey, Mr. Mo and I are sleep divorced. He snores. I'm an insomniac, and we both like each other, but we're not good, with actually sleeping next to each other.
Going east, was there another bedroom?
There's to the right, there was a bedroom on the northeast corner, and then you came back the other way. There was the fourth bedroom, I think, was the master bedroom.
Now, as far as Mr. Caneiro's bedroom, can you tell us about any observations of fire damage you saw there?
No fire damage.
How about the next, and just to be clear, let me just go slide 73. Is that, whose bedroom is that?
I believe that's Mr. Caneiro's.
And the next bedroom, we're going to go to slide 78.
Oh my Bob Ross, I think they do have two separate beds. There are Lucy and Desi Arnezing it, which I have always thought was the smartest idea because then no one can steal your sheets. And if you need more than a twin size to get some fun time, let's get creative. But I mean, you have your own sheets, no one's weird feet touch you. Desi, I Love Lucy was incredibly smart. I always thought that was when I learned that people really like slept in the same bed when they got married. I was like, that's dumb.
Slide 78. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what's that show?
It's the bedroom, one of the daughters on the west corner of the home.
Okay. And did you make any observations of significant smoke or fire damage?
There's no smoke or fire damage, and I contribute that to I believe the bedroom door is closed at the time as well.
I'm going to go to next bedroom, slide 84.
Okay, now I am a deeply, deeply disorganized person in some aspects of my life, but this is ridiculous, okay? As a somewhat disorganized person who really works hard, this would make me so unproductive. I can't work in chaos. I would basically get a trash bag and all of it would go in the trash bag.
You recognize what that is?
Yes, another one of the daughter's bedrooms. This is on the northeast corner.
It's a pile of clutter. It's not a pile of trash, but it's a pile of clutter, and I don't do clutter. Oh, it's the daughter's bedroom. Well, I expect kids' bedrooms to be chaotic and messy.
Home, second floor.
That. And then it's fair to say, once you examine that third bedroom, you go out to the hallway again?
I do. I turn back around and face the south.
Okay. Can I have slide 91? What do we see in that photo?
So basically, I'm standing at that same doorway facing south, and here is a bathroom, and this is the master bedroom, where Mrs. Caneiro stayed.
Paul did have his own room. Interesting. That explains his friend with condo benefits.
Now, can you talk about your examination of the master bedroom?
Yes.
Was that the area that you had determined had the most fire damage on the second floor?
Yes.
Was there specific parts of it that had more damage than others?
Was Paul trying to get the hat trick of, I don't have a brother, I don't have an embezzlement charge, and I also don't have a wife who's bitching about my friend with condo benefits? This is looking a whole lot more sus. Good Lord. Paul, you...
The master bathroom, where the fire penetrated through the window we spoke about earlier, as well as there is fire damage in the attic and the master bedroom closet, where the fire penetrated into the soffit and then burned in that area against the soffit.
Can I have slide 98?
91.1.
What are we looking at here?
This is a view of I believe it's the master bathroom.
Okay. And can you see evidence of?
I actually like this vanity setup. Mr. Moe is thinking of gutting our master bathroom, so is it wrong to take a crime scene photograph and screenshot it because I like the bathroom fixtures? Asking for a me.
Of fire smoke damage there?
Yes, in the ceiling, and soot damage within the bathroom.
Can I have slide 99, please? What are we looking at there?
That's the master bathroom window. You can see where the fire came in this area and caused damage to this. Remember what we said, most extensive damage moving away or intact. So the fires, as you face that from the outside, this is facing down this way is the window well. So that fire from the inside is burning from right to left. As we face it from outside, it's burning from the window well right, causing this damage.
99.1.
Thank you. Can I have slide 30, just very quickly? When we look at the windows on the exterior, the rear of the home, the window you were just discussing there's 3 windows up top. Which window are we talking about?
This window here. That's the master bathroom window. And you can see the fire pattern coming this way and getting into that window, and it continues on.
It does seem like a giant coincidence that Paul's room, which is over here, is as far away from the fire as possible, but the room where Paul's wife sleeps is coincidentally just underneath where he started the fire, really next to the gas line. Odd, isn't it?
Soffit. And the fire department stopped it from communicating laterally at that point.
And again, we talked about earlier, but that leads ultimately out over the garage, correct?
This does?
The progression goes
Yes.
up through the attic and out that vent, correct?
Yes, heat and smoke.
Now,
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the
I just want to show
exterior.
the slide 103.
Not that I can brag. My house looks like a mix between the Brady house and a dental office from the 1970s. So, as I say, I don't have a stone to throw, if you will.
What are we looking at here?
It's a view into the master bedroom closet from the doorway. Up in here, you can see the trim and fire damage in the corner. Obviously, right outside on the other side of that wall is the soffit where the fire penetrated.
Now, did you confirm anything you had learned previously from the fire patterns in the master bedroom, closet, and bathroom?
I was confirming that the fire did penetrate into that area, and I confirmed that those areas of fire damage are caused by the fire within the window well in the exterior of the house.
Now, at some point, do you go down and do an examination in the basement?
I do.
Okay. And where specifically did you go in the basement?
So I documented the entire basement. And, prior to doing all this, we also document all the utilities, so that was done as well. Documenting the entire basement through photographs, and most of the fire damage in the basement was directly in line with the window well, and it communicated left and right within the basement. And when we see photographs later, I'll explain how it was in the cavity, the joist cavity, which allowed it to communicate to the north.
Now, the basement, was it partially finished? What did you encounter?
It was a partially finished basement, yes.
Now, your examination of the finished part, what did that reveal as far as the extensiveness of the fire smoke damage?
There's moderate smoke damage there. There was not a whole lot of fire. There was no fire damage, but there was smoke damage throughout, very lightly.
And did your systematic examination lead you to a specific area of the basement?
Yes.
Where was that?
It would have been on the southeast corner of the basement.
Okay. And now, you pointed out your observations on the outside of the house, but are you drawn to that location based upon what you see when you actually go into the unfinished side of the basement?
I'm drawn to that location because of the fire damage. You'll see later there's a double set of doors. This basement had a nice wall that separated the finished portion and what appeared to be storage and maybe a little shop area. Once you go through those doors, there's extensive fire damage right in front of me because I'm in line with that basement window.
Can I have slide 111, please?
103.1 on the previous picture.
Now, do you recognize that photo, sir?
I do.
What's that show?
I'm standing in the finished portion of the basement. These double doors are here. You can see that, the opening. I photograph, and this is, again, I'm documenting, I'm headed toward the utilities, but you can see the plywood is still intact, and there's extensive fire damage. Here's the window, and all of this fire damage is located in here. Now, you can see there's storage and rack storage, metal rack storage that contain combustible materials, ordinary combustibles, wood, cloth, papers, stuff like that.
Now, you drew sort of what's somewhere between a U and a V, and why'd you do that?
Just to show the amount of damage and how it's spread left and right. There's a more predominant V pattern here as you look at it, and it goes behind that shelf in line with this window.
Now, sir, you talk about how fire burns up and out.
Okay, yeah, but you said up and out, and you have it coming from the bottom. So did it go up to the ceiling and then come back down? I'm not trying to be a jerk face. Look, I'm not a fireologist. but this kind of directly contradicts what you just said. So are there certain cases where...
And you talk about, V or U patterns when you were making your observations outside. Why would there be a V or U pattern inside the basement?
There's two potential reasons for that. One, the fire penetrates that basement window and ignites all the materials that are on these shelves, and it drops down and burns back up. Remember, things can burn, drop down, and burn back up. As an example, if the fire
Okay, that does make sense. Thank you. I wasn't thinking about that.
were here, across there, and burn this screen is going to fail at the top because that's where all the heat is. It'll fall back down. If it continues burning, it's going to burn back up. That'll give me another V pattern. So that could be the case here, or if this is later was determined to be intentionally set fire with the use of ignitable liquid, it could have been poured inside the basement as well.
111.1.
I have slide 115, please. What do we see here?
This is a close-up of the photo we just observed. A lot of debris on the floor, which is later cleared by myself and one of my partners, the engineer. And we removed the shelf to expose the backside of the wall system. Now, what you'll notice, ladies and gentlemen, is styrofoam panels. It's insulation, it's glued to the block, okay? So you have styrofoam panel intact here. I later learned a piece of furniture was there during the fire, which provides that protected area. And then on the other side, once we remove this, you'll see that all of the styrofoam insulation that was behind there is consumed. And then as you move to the north, it becomes intact and identifiable again.
Now, we're focusing on this area of the basement, but did you conduct a systematic assessment of all the fire damage in the unfinished area of the basement?
I did.
And I think you may have said earlier, but oftentimes you look to go to areas of least amount of damage to most amount of damage. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And is that something that you undertook in this home?
Yes, we're looking at photos before I even started to examine this area. I did this later.
Okay, we can proceed.
I know that my husband, when we were redoing the walls, we put insulation in, but most of it was this pink fluffy stuff. Now there's a soundboard that he put in my room that I have no idea what it's made of, but it's supposed to kind of make it more quiet.
$15.1.
Can I have slide 116, please? And you talked about a V pattern earlier, a better V pattern earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now that's a photo you took and a slide or an image that you created, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that showing there?
It shows the same shelving unit, but what I identified as a V pattern in that area. You'll see that you have extensive fire damage to all of the contents from the first, second, and third shelf all the way across. But as we move to the north, although it's fire damaged extensively, you'll see later that the materials in the tubs themselves become intact and identifiable. So my fire is isolated in this area and displays what I identified as a V pattern, a potential point of origin, or again, if there's ignitable liquid poured through the window, used to facilitate the spread of intentionally set fire, that could also be a reason for that.
Now, when you talk about potentially ignitable liquids, do you do anything in that regard?
I did. I delayered this whole area. What that means is I shoveled it, I picked through it with a hoe and a shovel, hands and knees, looking for any other heat sources and or other materials. And we removed this shelf, and then I took samples of the debris at the base of these shelves behind it.
And what ultimately happens when you do those samples?
I took two samples. I was looking for the potential to have ignitable liquid introduced to this area and identified in the debris by Fast Labs, who's located in Georgia. I sent those materials to them, and they sent it back to me.
Now, was there any positive results for the presence of ignitable liquids?
Not in those containers.
Does that end your investigation?
No.
Now, I wanted to ask you about, I think you talked about it earlier, but ruling out other potential causes. Is that something that you did throughout the home, but also specifically in this area?
Yes.
And what were you doing in that regard?
I was looking for electrical outlets or devices in this area on the floor, or any type of materials that are heat sources within the shelving units. I combed through all that debris on my hands and knees and shoveled it out of the way and continued. There were no electrical or mechanical devices that could have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire or this damage here, with the exception of spread. Above this window to the right is the gas lines that enter through the natural gas meter, through the foundation wall.
Could I have slide 120?
116.
What I believe is that another investigator took, I think, 5 soil samples and samples from the window well. I think that he had 2 hypotheses. One, that Paul might have poured gasoline in the window well, but also in the basement itself. I think the fire in the basement might link more with, burning items falling on the ground and then burning upwards. So I do believe we are going to get information of gasoline being used because that's what the state said in their opening. But I don't know which witness that's going to come in with. It does seem like the state and the length of this trial is because of the amount of evidence that they had and the investigation that they did. So we're still on day 11, they are still in the state's case in chief. So this is a very information dense case.
15.1.
You recognize what we're looking at? What does that show?
This is the natural gas piping that came through the east wall. If you remember the gas meter, the gas comes into the meter on the left. It's discharged through the meter to the home, through the wall system. You have iron pipe coming through the wall here, and it transitions to what's called CSST pipe, corrugated stainless steel tubing. And those are 2 gas lines that run north to a gas manifold, gas distribution manifold. And you'll see pictures of that later. So one of my concerns, ladies and gentlemen, were as to whether, again, we're still looking for leaks in this, any connection that may have a leak. If I have a leak here and finds an ignition source and comes back here, that could be an accidental fire, a reason for an accidental fire. So we pressurized all those gas lines to include the CSSD, the manifold, and the devices to determine the leaks, if there were leaks.
When you say we, you're talking about the engineers that
The
you
2
brought.
engineers and myself, that would be the we all day, yes.
We preserve that.
120.1.
Thank you. For slide 126. What do we see here, sir?
This is later in the investigation, when we did our observations and did our delayering. You'll notice that all of the debris that was on the floor here has been removed. And up here, we tagged and identified each CSST tube and each T-fitting that came through the wall system. And then we followed it back to the manifold.
Okay. And when we talk about different lines of natural gas that kind of spread out from that manifold, what are they for? Did you determine what they were for in this particular house?
Yes.
And what were they?
So on the manifold itself, you'll see later, there's 8 different discharges. So the 2 gas lines come into a common discharge, and then we tee out. So there's, out of the 8, 6 were in use that we identified there. And I believe we identified them as being the barbecue, the gas stove, the Navion water heater, the HVAC system, the heater. How many is that? 4. And then I think we had the Generac generator and the outside light. There was a gas.
So wait, he also had a generator? That is interesting. I do wonder if having a generator is a typically New England thing, maybe because of the storms and nor'easters. I don't know. I'm just jealous. I want a generator.
Fired outside light. And the other 2 were capped and shut off.
Okay. Now, you talk about pressurizing these lines, right?
Yes.
Could you just tell us why you do it and ultimately what you were able to determine based upon doing that testing?
So with the assistance of the engineers, we took compressed nitrogen. We went out to the barbecue and we pressurized the barbecue, and then we took the barbecue line and pressurized the whole system backwards, which pushed gas through every pipe or distribution pipe and appliance. We had the pressurization to those appliances. We did discover 2 leaks. One was very minor at the barbecue, and one was very minor at this connection, one of these connections here. And that was considered and contributed to the fact that the fire came through the window and attacked what's known as pipe dope, or the putty used to seal those threaded connections. And it's our opinion that the pipe dope melted out and resulted in a minor leak. But certainly not enough to quantify or qualify the fire damage that's here, or to spread throughout the basement and result in an ignition of fugitive gas.
Based upon the testing that you did with your team, were you satisfied that the natural gas line was not the cause of the fire.
It was not the cause of the fire, nor was it leaking prior to the fire.
126.1.
Now, as a result of your investigation, or towards the end of your investigation, we talk about ruling out accidental causes, correct?
Yes.
And when we talk about that, were you able to make any determinations with respect to the electrical supply to the home?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any evidence to indicate that the electric supply had anything to do with the starting of this fire?
It was not.
Now, the natural gas you've already said, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other potential accidental causes that you considered that, led you away from the suspicious nature of this fire?
I consider natural causes, that being lightning. There was no lightning, no earthquakes or anything like that. Smoke and material we talked about. Incense and candles were not known to be outside, so they were not outside. So we considered any potential heat sources that could have been there, and we eliminated all of the accidental heat sources that could have been included.
Now, that process you're just discussing, is that part of testing that hypothesis that you've kind of come up with along the way?
Yes.
And
Now, do remember that this is the fire investigator for Chubb's Insurance, Paul's home insurance. So he really won't be taking this forward beyond this looks all the sus, and telling the insurance company this might be something they want to further investigate before paying out a claim. So while he is very knowledgeable, he is kind of here on the behalf of Paul's insurance company. That's why he did the investigation. We will probably get a more thorough and detailed fire investigation from the actual fire investigators that the state brings in.
based upon that, do you do any other final steps in the process?
So the testing hypothesis is either conducted personally or known testing. Ignitable liquid, this open flame can be ignited by, ignitable liquid. So that's a proven fact, so we don't have to test anything. So the consideration here is, at the conclusion of this, I determined there are two separate points of origin at this home. One that originates on the exterior of the home at the window well and communicates, as we spoke of.
Yes, this is the state. We are skipping through the defense's cross. I just cannot be bothered. The power of Dayquil compels me to want to try to, and our Protestant roots here, our work ethic, makes me definitely want to try to catch up before we get to closing statements. But yeah, I don't have the patience or the energy or the mental bandwidth to deal with the defense. And we will probably, I know that we want to go to the Banfield trial next. We will probably be zipping through the defense after day one with that. I have heard but not experienced that their defense is very similar to this defense. So we are going to kind of do that the same way. Because my goal is to get both of these trials done before Corey Richens starts. Now, a little bit of housekeeping. I have not in any way kept up with the Corey Richens trial, pre-trial. I am going to be going in as a juror. I don't know much. I know pieces and parts of the story, but I haven't been keeping up with it the entire time.
And out into the house at 4 different points. The second one was located at the garage door, which showed fire damage, and there was nothing there that would have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire that I observed.
Now, so with respect to the southeast area or point of origin on the backside of the home, okay, were you able to determine what the cause of that fire was?
It's an incendiary fire purposely set with the use of ignitable liquid, in my opinion.
And as far as that second area of origin, the one that we looked at near the left side garage bay, what was your opinion as to the cause of that fire?
Well, certainly was an unusual pattern that I saw. However, I didn't see any containers or anything there. But through interviews with the local authority, I did learn that at one point there was a gasoline container there that had burned. So there was no accidental causes. I determined that to be a second point of fire origin.
Now, the conclusions and the investigative steps and the conclusions that you've just talked about with respect to 2 areas of origin or 2 points of origin and the fact that this was an incendiary fire, are your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, they are.
All right, I have no further questions.
Okay. Another time?
Alrighty.
Fire origin would contribute.
All right, so we are going to go into the next day. I've got it, day 8, instead of listening to lawyer ponytail babble.
Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Okay, good morning, please be seated.
Good morning.
I brought the binder out to make it look like I was doing something back there. Were you guys impressed a little bit? Just a little. All right. So, all right, we're back on the record. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment number 19-020283. Can we have the...
The sweaters just keep getting worse. How, and what in the baby blue, ew.
Appearances of counsel for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mascone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good morning, Judge. Andy Murray, also for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right, prosecutor, you ready to call your next witness?
Judge, the state calls Detective Ryan Miglorisi.
Okay. Morning, sir.
What in the Miami Vice / Nick McLeland am I looking at here? If you have not seen the Delphi case, I encourage you not to. It was a miscarriage of justice. But the prosecutor that shames my state, that he's employed by my state, in that trial was named Nick McLeland, and he looked like a douche that was trying to relive Miami Vice.
Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, once you get comfortable and seated, could you state your full name for the record, spell your last name, please?
Sir. My name is Brian Miglorisi. It's Migliorisi.
Okay. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
By whom are you employed?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
And how long have you been with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Just about 10 years.
What is your current assignment there?
Currently assigned to the High-Tech Crimes Bureau. And also I'm assigned to the FBI New Jersey Regional Computer Forensics Lab.
So can you just break that down for us and tell us what your role is in each of those two different capacities?
Sure. The High-Tech Crimes Bureau is our new computer crimes unit. And I'm pretty much, since I'm tasked out to the FBI, my sole responsibility is at the lab, which is the...
I am not generally a fan of the man bun or man tail, but I feel like this needs to, it's given, no, gather this up. If you're going to have long hair as a man, then you have to do something. Whatever this is a no.
Computer Forensics Laboratory, so I'm a FBI task force officer to the lab.
Makes sense.
Prior to those units, what other units did you work in the prosecutor's office?
The Major Crimes Bureau,
And when was that?
that was between 2021 to 2025.
So was the majority of your...
It's not that I don't like stringy hair. It's that I worry and I fear that he, like Don Johnson, is wearing loafers without socks and his feet stink. I also really, really hate this tie. It reminds me of a math book for some reason, like an interesting math book cover where you're supposed to get interested in math, but it's always just math inside.
time with the prosecutor's office spent in the high-tech crimes bureau?
Yes.
It used to be called computer crimes?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, prior law enforcement experience do you have?
I was a police officer in the Asbury Park Police Department, where I worked patrol division as well as street crimes unit.
How long did you do that for?
Just about 10 years.
And did you have any other assignments over those years?
In my total career, about 11 years, I worked as a task force officer with the U.S. Marshals New York, New Jersey Regional Fugitive Task Force.
What, if any, relevant trainings did you undergo or certifications to be a detective in the High-Tech Crimes Bureau?
So I attended a few classes and certification courses. The first one was Celebrate. That's like a week-long course where you do a hands-on as well as a practical exam to get the certification. There was another class called In-Case Forensics, which had the same kind of breakdown. It was about a week long, where you obtain a certificate after you do a practical exam. There was Magnet Axiom course as well, same kind of styles, about a week long, practical as well as certification course. I also went to IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, where I received a certification in the mobile device forensics.
As part of your responsibilities in the High-Tech Crimes Bureau, do you ever conduct forensic digital extractions on electronic devices?
Yes, we did.
What kinds of electronic devices would those be?
Any kind of digital media. It could be cell phones, computers,
Oh, hell no.
laptops,
No.
micro SD cards, USBs, surveillance systems, anything that had any kind.
No, Timu, Don Johnson. We are not listening to computer phone, cell phone dataology. We are speeding all through how cell phones work, what a freaking cell tower is, every single. And if they utter the word infotainment, we are not even listening to this man.
Or extraction of that phone?
Yes, I attempted to extract the device, yes.
Now, was the phone password protected?
Can we just take a break for 5 minutes? Everyone can hang out for a minute. Jurors, can you go into the jury room for a second?
I wonder what has caused us to sidebar now. This judge has been incredibly good at kind of catching things before they become an issue, so there's not a lot of back and forth in front of the jury. And I think that's really good. We saw that in Uvalde there was a lot of back and forth, and I think that was good for the defense. But I think in this case, it's good for not only the defense but the state that this judge kind of stops errors on either side before they happen. Now, this was a shorter day, so I don't know if they ran into some issue. We have gotten most of the side or the out of the presence of the jury kind of content with this trial that we didn't get in Uvalde. So it is, I have no idea what prompted that sidebar. Oh, you know what I do? So there were several injunctions, interlocutory appeals that the defense put forward. One of the appeals was that when Paul voluntarily gave over his cell phone and some information, that it was coerced, or the family wasn't allowed to leave the police station on the day of the fire until they'd given a statement, and they felt coerced by the state to give their statements, and, you know, that they were treated very poorly. Again, I think that is a terrible look. I think it makes the wife and daughters look extremely entitled and absolutely horrid. Your family members passed away horrifically, and you're worried and upset that the police that are searching for the monster that did this didn't stop to be your emotional support animals. The entitlement is off the chart. But there might have been an objection from the defense about the cell phone stuff coming in, even though it's already been adjudicated that Paul was not denied his civil rights, his constitutional rights, and everything was collected consensually.
Okay.
Detective, did you perform an extraction on that cell phone, the iPhone X, the next day on 11/21/18?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where did you perform that extraction at?
At the computer crime lab.
And what tool did you use?
Celebrate.
Now, once that extraction was complete, what did you learn?
The Celebrate showed that the Apple iTunes backup file was encrypted.
What does that mean, encrypted?
So Celebrate, when it would extract a device, especially with Apple iPhones, it would utilize a backup file, which would be like if you were to lose your iPhone today and you go to the store, you would use that backup file to reinstate into the new phone. So that way it looks like your old phone. Could be a little bit of window depending upon whether we backed it up. So the information could not fully be there, but it all bases upon whether that's back up your phone. A user can also set a password on that backup file to encrypt that file. So user set password, and it's usually set when you set up your new device.
Now, were you ultimately able to extract that phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, can you tell us the steps that you took?
Sure. So I started researching on Apple's website about how to reset or the iTunes backup password, and on their site it actually explained that you can.
You're supposed to be a cell phonologist. I would hope you wouldn't have to go to the customer service center to figure out how to unflabulate a cell phone.
Go to the settings in the device, reset the settings, and that will take off the password on the backup file and not affect any of the data on the phone.
Ultimately, was there information that was extracted off of that phone?
Yes.
Through Celebrate?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened to that information? Where did it go?
That information is stored on a digital forensic drive.
Now, was there a second extraction performed on that device using Gray Key?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall when that was done?
That was on November 28th of 2018.
And where was that done?
Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
Can you tell us about that process and what your role was?
Sure. In the forensic community, we're fairly small, and once somebody gets a new tool, we all talk about it. We're forensic nerds a little bit. So we knew that Burlington County got the Gray Key device, and it was something that we talked about in the forensic community that it was good for getting an Apple iPhone extraction, especially with a full file system extraction. You get a lot more data, a lot more of the databases, and also Gray Key at the time didn't need that backup password, and it could pull the same data Celebrate could, plus the databases and file system extraction.
Okay, so on November 28th of 2018, what specifically did you do with that phone?
I took it to the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
And what did you do with it there? What happened to it there?
I met a detective there, Jen Outland, and she then extracted the device. Well, I gave the device to her so she could connect it to Gray Key to extract it.
Were you there when she connected it to Gray Key?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and just, how does that work? Is it just a port that gets plugged in, or?
So when Gray Key first came out, or at least back then, we were kind of told it's a law enforcement sensitive device. And that was because it was created for law enforcement to help us because Apple was creating features on the device or on the phone that stopped us from doing the examination. So it was kind of something that we tried to keep to the community of law enforcement forensics, so that way we can get into the device. So at the time when she connected the phone to the Gray Key, there is features the Gray Key does to extract that data that we weren't supposed to discuss at the time because it was like a law enforcement sensitive features to that device. But also,
What happened now, Don Johnson? Is it free on the App Store? Can I now figure out what my kids are doing if I were able and willing and even desirous to invest the time in it?
because it's it's a new device, it was a newer device that sometimes as updates come out with iPhones, operating systems, forensic utilities will also have to update. So sometimes when you connect the device initially, they say, we need to update this device as well. And sometimes you have to wait for that update to come out. So it could be you plug it in, you could get errors, but then you can also retry it. And then sometimes after an update comes out, then you could connect it and it'll get that extraction.
So how long did that phone extraction take to actually finish?
She told me it was completed on this December 10th of 2018.
And on December 10th of 2018, where did you go?
I went to the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, what did you do?
I retrieved the phone and the forensic drive, the raw data was off from Gray Key.
And what did you do with that raw data?
I brought it back to the Computer Crimes Laboratory, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, Computer Crimes Laboratory.
And then what did you do with it there?
I put that through Celebrate and parsed out the data.
And then once you did that, were any reports created?
Yes, the working copy as well as the PDF.
Okay. Are those two, when you say the working copy, where was that stored?
So that's stored all in a digital. So the other issue that happens in that time era of 2018 is that these phones started getting really large in data size. And originally, back then, we could extract the device, put it on a CD-ROM, DVD, a single-layer Blu-ray, and give it to the detective in like 2 hours. But these phones started getting so large in data that it took a lot of time, and we ran into a problem with how we're going to store that data. So we had to use forensic hard drives instead of doing CD-ROMs or Blu-rays.
The PDF, where was that stored?
It had to go in a forensic drive.
Okay. Was it ultimately put onto something else for purposes of a trial presentation?
Yes, it was.
What was that?
It was on an external hard drive.
Okay. And was the PDF also printed out into binders?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And do you recall how many binders that was?
It was extensive. It was, I'm going to say that it had to be well over 500,000 pages. The phone itself was right around 246 gigs of information, so that's a lot of data.
That's a lot of one-handed Olympics, Paul. What the hell were you downloading? This
I'm
man
showing
has
counsel
seen
what's
all
been
the
marked as
grossness Paul
S42.
downloaded.
This phone, okay, the phone itself, S420, S138, evidence property receipt, and S423, evidence property receipt. May I approach, Judge?
You can.
Detective, I'm showing you a couple of different items here. Let's start with item 420.
Yes.
All right. First, can you just tell me if you recognize any of the writing on there?
I do, yes.
What is that?
This is Paul Caneiro's cell phone written on the evidence bag.
Okay, and is there an evidence number on there?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
18-0861.
Okay, and what's inside of the bag?
Inside the bag. It's what we call a basic Faraday bag. It's basically like tinfoil, and it protects the phone additionally. And inside that is a black Apple iPhone in a black and clear case.
Okay, is this the phone that we've been talking about, Mr. Canero's cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You can put that back in there. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as S138. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a Monmouth County evidence property receipt.
Okay, and specifically, what is it a receipt for?
On this one here, it was for multiple items. There's 4 items listed.
Is the phone one of those items?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does it specifically list the identifying information about the phone on there?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and this is, just to be clear, it's one page?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the phone is marked item number what?
Number 3.
Okay, and is your signature anywhere on here?
Yes, it is.
Can you just explain how your signature got on there and what happened with the phone when you filled out this document?
Yes, when Detective Catalona provided me the phone, he also gave me this form, and I signed my name at the bottom stating that I received it.
Okay, and did you put the phone into evidence at that point?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S423. This is 2 pages. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an evidence receipt from the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, and what does that depict?
This shows when I dropped the device off. The first page shows when I dropped it off on November 28th, and the second shows December 10th, 2018, when I received the phone back from Burlington County Prosecutor's Office.
And finally, I'm showing you what's been marked as S421. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a USB that contains the PDF and working copy of Paul Caneiro's interaction.
Thank you. Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S69. And this is S69 is going to consist of 4 binders, but I'm going to ask you if you recognize these. I'll look at the other 2.
Could have carried him over. Just saying.
Really? I just want the record to reflect she told me that.
I didn't hear that. Is that in the record? No, it's not.
Detective, do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
These are binders that contain a PDF report of Paul Caneiro's phone.
And just to be clear, there's for a certain time frame. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And is that November 19th and November 20th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, these binders, do they have page numbers on them?
Yes.
Okay. And are the page numbers in each binder listed on the front of each binder?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And have you seen the contents of these binders before today?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. And is this exactly the same information that is on that USB drive that I just showed you?
Yes, it is.
There you go. Chivalry's not dead.
So all those binders was what this jackass did in the 2 days. So the night of the red rum and the next day. Mr. Mo is trying to get some like customer service stuff done for the kiddos. And he got the trick question from the customer service of when were they born? And he's like, I need help.
We're going to come back to the phone shortly. I want to draw your attention, though, to the next day, Thursday, November 22nd of 2018.
Yes.
Were you involved in conducting any digital forensic extractions of any other devices with regard to this case?
Yes, I was.
What was that?
I was called to the scene and Colsteck to retrieve and receive some surveillance systems that were recovered at the scene.
When you say the scene in Colsteck, is that 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, it is.
When you responded to the scene, what, if anything, did you take possession of?
It was 6 Wise cameras and 1 GE surveillance unit.
And who did you take possession of those from?
Detective Steve Vogt.
Now, You indicated a DVR system, is that what you said
Yes.
you possession of as well?
Yes.
Where was that located?
I was told that was in the basement of the house.
What, if anything, did you notice about that DVR system?
There was a lot of fire damage to it. When I say fire damage, it's not just flames, but also smoke. There appeared to be some smoke damage to it, and it was wet a little bit, but it wasn't drastically drenched. But there was definitely some physical damage to the device.
Now, on November 23rd, the next day of 2018, did you make any requests with regard to that DVR?
Yes, I requested the New Jersey Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory to try to do an examination on that DVR system.
Okay, and did they try to do that?
Yes, they did.
Okay, were they able to?
No, they were not.
Why not?
They stated that it appeared that the device wasn't functioning properly, and they did not get any kind of data from the device.
Okay, so on November 22nd of 2018, when you took possession of those security cameras, what did you do with them?
They were at our evidence vault, temp vault.
Okay, and did you say there were 6 of them?
Yes, there was.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S291. I'm showing counsel. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes, I did.
What is that?
This is an evidence property sheet.
What does it depict?
It shows 6 items that were signed over to me from Stephenville, Detective Stephenville.
Now, are those the Wise cameras, just to be clear?
Yes, they are.
There were 6 of them?
Yes.
What is a Wise camera?
It's a small camera that actually could be self-contained units. That way it actually will, inside the camera, there is a micro SD card that'll save some of the footage that that camera itself is viewing.
Oh, cool.
Did these cameras have SD cards in them?
Yes, there are micro SD cards.
Did you do anything with these particular cameras in regard to conducting any exams of them?
Yes, I first documented them photographs, and then I would take the micro SD cards out and utilizing a write blocker, which protects the device, the original electronic device, or in this case, the micro SD card, so I can make a forensic image of that device, and then I can then work off that forensic image without disturbing any of the original evidence.
Why is that necessary?
So that way you don't have to do anything with the original evidence, you can actually work right off the image, because it's a direct copy of that micro SD card.
I just want to back up for a second.
Sure.
So when did you perform that imaging of these cameras? Do you recall what date?
It started when I received the cameras, and then that continued because it took some time to do each one. So it was probably over the course of a week and a half to finish all the cameras.
Prior to conducting those examinations,
How did Lebowski get to be a detective? Every time I see him, I keep thinking that he has a white Russian somewhere.
did you take any photographs of them?
Yes, it did.
I'm showing counsel. It's been marked as S61. I'm showing you what's been marked as S61B. Do you recognize that?
Let's be real, Lebowski wouldn't have shown up until they had to drag him in with handcuffs.
Yes, these are the cameras. I'm sorry, the pictures I took of the Wise cameras.
Going through those photos, can you tell us how many there are there?
Sure. Six.
Where did you get them from, or where were they located?
The cameras. There was one that was in the sunroom. There was one that was in the kitchen. There was 3 that were in a garage, and then the other one was in the office.
The ones in the garage, were they labeled a certain way?
Yes, they were.
And how were they labeled?
They were labeled north or south wall, and a couple of them were under a shelf.
So you indicated that you conducted a forensic imaging of these cameras?
Yes.
Once that was done, what did you do?
I then parsed that data in magnet axiom, so that way we can view all the camera footage and stills that were located on the cameras.
Was there anything that you did to ensure that the data that you extracted off of those cameras was in fact the same data as was on the cameras?
Yeah, so when I create the forensic image, it creates what they call a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint. And what that does is it confirms that it takes the value of the hash of the initial device and then our image, and if they compare those two numbers together, if they match, then you have a verified image or verified copy of the device or the original media.
Did you do that for each of the 6 cameras?
Yes, I did.
Okay, once that was done, and I think you indicated you ran it through magnet axiom?
I did.
Okay, and what, if anything, was the result of that?
It produced over 100,000 video clips and still images.
Okay, those video clips and still images, when did they date back to?
Roughly October of 2018.
Okay, and can you just explain to us how you observed them, how they presented on the data that you extracted? What do they look like?
So on the Axiom has a built-in video viewer, so you can actually, as you're in the program, Axiom, you can actually then replay the clips. And they were set in about roughly a 1-minute clip each.
Are there timestamps on those clips?
Yes, there is.
Were those timestamps accurate?
Yes, they were.
How do you know that?
Those times were compared to events that occurred on the Paul Caneiro cell phone.
Did you review any of those clips, the 1 minute clips?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you recall about which ones and how many you reviewed?
So with the Axiom program, you can actually make a timeline. So what I did was I went back roughly a day or so from when they shut down. I showed them shutting down right around 2:52 a.m. So then I went back roughly about a day and started reviewing some of the camera footage.
Was there any other detectives that you reviewed the footage in conjunction with?
Yes, there was.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Patrizzillo?
Is he the lead detective from the Major Crimes Unit on this?
Yes, he is.
I want to draw your attention specifically to the kitchen camera, timestamp 3:50 p.m. What, if anything, of note did you review on there?
There was a phone call that occurred.
Okay, and can you tell us anything about that phone call?
I must share this masterpiece that J.K. Buck made because I think we have figured this out. This man doesn't want to be Lebowski. He wants to be Qui-Gon Jinn. I think, J.K. Buck, you have convinced me. Because yes, he actually looks okay. This makes his hair look okay. If his hair wasn't stringy and greasy, it would look cute this way, or at least not as horrific as what it does now. But now it looks like he took a handful of gel and decided, I'm gonna slick this back and have it all look oily. So, I am not a fan. I really am not.
The camera was set up inside the kitchen, and you can overhear the phone call over the camera system.
Okay, and who was speaking?
Keith Caneiro.
And I want to draw your attention now to 6:05 p.m., specifically to the office camera. Did you note any phone calls there?
Yes.
What was that?
Keith Caneiro was on his phone, and he actually had some of it on a speakerphone as well. You can hear a conversation through the camera.
Now, were each of those phone calls, were they essentially in 1 minute clips?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And for purposes of trial, were those clips put together so they would just flow simultaneously without stopping at the 1 minute mark?
Yes.
Did you review that?
Yes.
And when you reviewed it, was it fair and accurate to the phone calls that you reviewed prior to them?
Now, do brace yourselves. While this might not be graphic, these phone calls kind of hit me harder than I thought they would. Mainly because of the real dichotomy of coming from Uvalde, where the state, intentionally used children and tragedies with children at every turn to pull on our heartstrings. The state is the exact opposite in this. It is only kind of tangentially that we hear the children laughing and playing in the background, and it's so much more heartbreaking to me than everything they did. It's just hard for me. It was hard to listen to, knowing what was going to happen to these beautiful little children, because when I listened to it, I was definitely paying attention to Paul, but as a mom, I'm always listening to the kids in the background, and that kind of broke me. So do be mindful that we are going to hear Keith going off about Paul potentially having stolen money again from the trust, but we are going to hear definitely little sounds of life and things happening. And I think that the state has been really good, and these clips are all the more impactful for how they're not using these tragic deaths as a battering ram. They're simply bringing evidence, and I think it's what every state should do, but we have seen the state that does, or we have seen states not do it.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S66, the kitchen office phone calls.
Did you know just a question?
Sure. Detective, what was the number of those photos?
S61.
61B. Okay, great.
Now, I do believe there were motions in limine about these particular phone calls. The defense obviously did not want them in. They're not any more damning than any of the information that has come in. They simply are more indications that Paul has a history of being untruthful with money, and that Keith was really, really getting ticked off about it.
Transcript of S66A, which is going to be marked, the transcript is marked as S67.
Sure. So ladies and gentlemen, if you remember, we talked about the transcripts in the past, but we're going to talk about them again now. So you will be provided with a transcript, and that is something that has been reviewed and to be supplied to you. But remember, you are the sole judges of the facts. You're going to listen to the recording. The recording's the actual evidence that you're going to make the determination on. This is just an aid for you if you decide to use it. If you hear something different than what you hear on the transcript, or you see on the transcript, you go with what you hear, not what you see on the transcript. Does that make sense? Yes. Great. Thank you. You can hand those out. Ms. Foss, what was the number on that?
It is S67, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Mansalon, just confirm you don't have any objection to the transcripts, right?
Judge, I have a copy for the court.
That's great. Thank you.
Now, I have no idea what the defense is complaining about here. They have alternately tried to paint Keith as someone who would not lose his mind about Paul taking this money, and then said that he's rife to blow off the handle, to, be emotional and mad about money a lot. So I honestly don't know what the defense is whining about.
Permission to play S66. Before we started, Detective, do you see a timestamp on here?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
2018, 11/19, which is November 19, 2018, 15:50 hours.
Is that military time?
Yes, it is.
What is that in regular time?
3:50 p.m.
Canada Life is telling me they haven't been receiving money except at April. That doesn't make any sense. Canada Life is saying they haven't received money since April. I know it's not true. I need you to send me the statement they sent, because I won't call it an old pay raise. I need to act as
Now, for those of you who haven't been following this trial since the beginning, Paul started doctoring bank statements from the trust account, basically stating that the money he was stealing was going to Canada Life.
money. Fine. Do you have a scan for it? Do you have a scan to that bill? Can I log into it and read it? Do you have the online access? I'll just go online and see it. You don't have the online access? If you could just see the way to send me the password, and I'll do the research myself. Thanks.
Detective, did that fairly and accurately portray what you initially watched when you watched this particular call?
Yes, it does.
But at this time, the statement seeks permission to play S66B.
66B? Okay.
That's like the other ones, the transcript for that is S68.
Yes, please, thank you.
Have a transcript.
Go ahead.
Before we start, Detective, is there a timestamp on here?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
2018, 11/19, which is November 19, 2018, 18:05:01.
And what is that in non-military time?
6:05:01.
So, again, just to orient you, and maybe this is why I found this clip so heartbreaking, This was at 6 p.m. the evening of well, since they believe that the times of death were around 3 a.m. Basically, by 3 a.m., all of these people will have, or 4 a.m., will have lost their lives. And it's incredibly sad.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you? Sorry to call on the house line. I'm looking for Paul. I know he's sleeping, but I need to talk to him. Yeah, I got one. Thanks. Yeah, please. I'm on mobile. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Pause it for a second.
I don't know if it's a different system because the last time we heard these clips, because we've heard some of these clips before, they were much clearer. So I don't know if they've changed the gain or something. When I'm president, every court will have a designated techie. I have no idea.
Detective, what's the timestamp on here?
2018, 11/19, 1806:01.
Okay, what do we just hear?
A phone call.
Thank you.
Hey. I just have a last hour and a half on the phone with the insurance company. They think they haven't received any money, and that they took a loan against my account, and they're taking another one in October, which is just October. I need to know. Show me where you're sending checks in online. You're writing them out online. I need to know where they're going. I need you to wake up there and do it. And short of you being dead, I need to do the stuff. You need to log into your account then. Do you log into the TV account? Give me the log into the TV account. Your TV account. You don't know your TV login.
So if you guys can't understand, basically Keith is asking for Paul's TD Ameritrade bank account login information. And Paul is saying, I've never used the internet. I don't know how to do a website. And Keith is like, come on, cut the crap. You have to know the login. You are the trustee for this account. You have been moving money allegedly in my stead. How are you telling me you don't have the account information?
Go find it and give it to me. I need to see it now, Paul. I need to see it. I need to see it now. I understand, Paul. I understand that. I just been half the day. Paul, I'm telling you. I need it. I need it. I need it. Give me the fucking login, Paul. Give me the login, Paul. Paul, just give me the login so I can see where the money went. Take it on your computer and tell me where the money went. Paul, somebody else could leave you there. I need to know where that money went. What's a little while, Paul? I understand you're saying you need to wake the fuck up, Paul. Paul, I'm telling you. I just spent half the day looking for this. I need to know where it went. Paul. Paul. Are you sure it went to the right place this time? You have cash checks? You have cash checks?
Yes, for those of you who aren't aware, this is not the first time that Paul embezzled a good amount of money from the trust account. The first time he claimed that he used auto billing wrong and accidentally linked his college billing account to the trust account. Now, he did pay some of that back, but then immediately after he paid it back, he then withdrew that money again. So, yeah, this isn't the first time Paul has been in absolute skis.
Paul. I hear what you're saying. Paul, I'm worried. I need to know where it went. All right, an hour or two. An hour or two. An hour or two, Paul. Let me say 8 o'clock.
Can we call, oh, I'm sorry, can we just go back to get the timestamp? End of that.
Well, we did learn that it is incredibly complex, and there has to be proof of, I think, fiduciary irresponsibility or some kind of fraud. But it's not easy, especially if Keith were the one bringing, I think, the allegations, because it was an irrevocable trust. Basically, he gave up kind of control or authority over this money. So I think it is hard in an irrevocable trust to change it in New Jersey. Now, why it wasn't changed the minute he showed he was a snake, I don't know, because I don't care how hard it is, you're not touching anything of my family's again. But maybe he wanted to believe that his brother made a genuine mistake.
At the end of the phone call, what is the timestamp there, Detective?
2018, 11/19, 18:09, 57.
And again, in non-military time, please?
6:09, 57 p.m.
Thank you. Was that a fair and accurate portrayal of the call that you had originally listened to from Axiom and then we clipped for trial?
Yes.
Judge, can I collect the transcripts?
You can.
On 11/21/18, did you take any photographs?
Yes.
Okay, specifically was that of Mr. Canero's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S61A. Do you recognize those? Do the flip through and let us know.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is that?
These are photographs that I took of an overall of Paul Canero's cell phone, as well as the active apps that were going on with the device.
Judge, permission to publish S61A.
Please let one of them be Pokemon Go.
Can I just?
Sure. We publish.
Thank you. Detective, this is slide. Okay, all right. So what are we looking at?
This is the overall of Paul Canero's cell phone.
Okay, if we can scroll down, please.
Another image of the front of the cell phone.
Okay.
An image of the rear of the cell phone, or the back of the cell phone.
And just, are these the photos you're talking?
Yes, there.
Okay, can scroll down now. Detective, what are we looking at here?
So on Apple iPhones, you can actually see the active apps that are running in the background. You have to kind of do it quickly. We take a photograph, which you can swipe off from the left over, and you can see the active apps that are running. So this is a photograph of active apps that are running in the phone.
So he was reading a story about his brother's house fire because it has some things about Colt's Neck and fire. I was trying to figure out what he was reading based on this very little bit of a page, but he's definitely reading about his brother's house fire. What is 111?
Is this an app in particular or something else?
They appear to all be apps, and it could be either be web browsing, could be an application. There are various things that are running right now.
Detective, what is that we're looking at?
That is another application that's running called Secure Line.
Do you know what application that is?
I'm not aware of Secure Line, no.
Okay, and can you scroll down here, please? What are we looking at here?
This is a WhatsApp application that's open, and it states the name Paul Caneiro.
And one more, please. And just for the record, this is the last page on S61A. What are we looking at here?
This is QT View Device Info application.
What is that?
That appears to be a surveillance system application.
Okay, and it is open on the phone?
Yes, it is.
When you downloaded the material from the phone, was this something that was already open, or did you open this yourself?
This is already open.
Thank you. Now, you had indicated earlier that what I showed you, I believe it was S421, the portable drive,
Yes,
that's essentially the same thing as what's in the binders. It's a PDF.
correct.
And you reviewed some of that PDF?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Judge, the state seeks permission to publish certain pages from that PDF.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. We could please have page 1. Detective.
Please no Teletubbies prawn. Please no Teletubbies prawn. Please no Teletubbies prawn. I feel like I want to say no whammies, but I feel like we're going to find out something really weird about Paul.
What are we looking at here? If you could just tell us.
Sorry, Ms. Walson. Did you say the number for this? I apologize.
It's S421.
421?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Detective, what are we looking at here, this first page?
This is the Celebrate Extraction Report initial page, which provides the pretty much the initial settings or information of the device.
Okay, and again, is page 1 of the 4 binders, there's thousands of pages?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So under summary here, where it says the examiner's name, whose name is next to that?
Detective Brian McGreevy.
Okay, and notes.
Gray key extraction.
Okay, and is that because this was extracted through Gray Key?
Yes, it was.
I should have asked you before, but when you initially extracted it with Celebrate,
Yes.
is the same information from Celebrate on the Gray Key?
Yes, Gray key actually obtains the same information Celebrate does, and then some. It adds the file system with it as well. So you get database files and some other file structure information, and you could potentially get some deleted information.
Okay, if you can see under where it says source extraction, time zone settings.
Yes.
One above that, decoding start date time, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what does that mean?
That is 7/21/2025. That's when this portable case was created.
The case file was created?
Correct.
Okay. And if you can just go up a little bit. Do you see where it says device information?
So this happened in 2018, and it took them until 2025 to get this broken?
Yes.
Is there a serial number on there?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and is that the serial number that matches the phone, essentially?
Yes, it does.
Is there a phone number listed on there?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
732-500-7902.
Okay, whose phone number is that?
Paul Caneiro.
And where it says Apple ID, it has it twice. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what is the email address next to those?
The first one is pcaneiro@squareone.com. The second is pcaneiro@mac.com.
We just saw the Wise camera calls, the first one being at 3:50 p.m. and the second one being at 6:05 p.m. Do you recall just seeing those?
Yes.
Okay, did you see those phone calls specifically? Did they match up with the call logs in here?
Yes, they did.
If we can please go to page 362. Detective, is this a page of the call logs?
Yes, it is.
Specifically, is it the first page of the call logs?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you just explain the top of the call logs where it says like number, parties, timestamp, what all of that means?
The parties column states which direction the phone call is going and who the person is either getting the call from or is going to. The timestamp is the timestamp of the phone call. Duration is how long the phone call lasts. The status is if it's going to be answered or not answered. Country code is where the network or the cell network connects from. Additional information is network name. Sometimes you can get, if it comes across a Verizon network or T-Mobile, it may specify that. And then the source info is where it's found inside the file system structure of the phone.
You can please go to page 364 of the call logs. And Detective, I'm going to ask you, as we scroll up, are the calls going forward in time or backward in time?
Backward in time.
I'm going to direct your attention to item 37. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and what is the time on there?
11/19/2018, 3:03:50 p.m. UTC -5.
Okay, UTC.
So cell phones, when they extract into a UTC, which is universal time. Then the program will then convert that time to the Eastern Standard Time, which would be -5. And that's the current time at that time of the phone call.
So the time that we're looking at there, so this would be 3:03 p.m.?
Yes,
That's the accurate time, is that right?
at that time, yes, that's Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, who is that call indicating that it's from?
It's from 732.
Is there a name? I'm sorry.
Yes. Tiffany Riviera.
Okay. Does it indicate whether the call was answered?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and does it have the duration of the call there?
Yes, 57 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to item 36 now. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
That is a incoming phone call from Keith Caneiro.
What is the time?
11/19/2018, 3:49 p.m. UTC -5.
Does it indicate if it was answered?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and the duration?
48 seconds.
Okay, and I'm going to direct your attention to item 35. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what's the timestamp there?
That one is 11/19/2018, 3:53 p.m. UTC -5.
And who is that? What is that?
That is an incoming call from Keith Caneiro.
Does it indicate whether it was answered?
Yes, it does.
And the duration?
30 seconds.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at item 34. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is the timestamp on there?
11/19/2018, 4:55:26 p.m. UTC -5.
Okay, and where does that call indicate it's coming from?
A 1-800 number that states it's Discover card.
Was it answered?
No, it was not.
Okay. Item 33, what's the timestamp on there?
You know it's bad when your brother's calling you for money, when the Discovery card's calling you for money.
11/19/2018, 4:56:23 p.m. UTC -5.
And where does that call indicate it's coming from?
States Porsche of Monmouth, which I'm assuming is Monmouth.
Was it answered?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to item 31. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is the timestamp on there?
11/19/2018, 6:05:50 p.m. UTC -5.
Okay, and what does that call indicate, or who is it calling?
It is an outgoing phone call to Keith Caneiro.
Is there a duration of that phone call?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
1 minute and 23 seconds.
And I'm going to direct your attention to item 30 now. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, what is the timestamp there?
11/19/2018, 6:07:38 p.m. UTC -5.
Okay, and what does it indicate, who, if anyone, is calling?
Is an incoming call from Keith Caneiro.
Was it answered?
Yes, it was.
And the duration?
2 minutes and 3 seconds.
Okay, you indicated before that when you watched the Wise cameras, you matched up the timestamps to the call logs?
Correct.
Just to be clear, it looks like there are two calls here.
Yes.
Okay, were you able to determine why it looks like there's two calls there?
It appears the phone call may have been dropped in between the conversation.
Okay, and do you recall when we watched specifically the last call in the office that there was a little bit of a lag time?
Yes, there was.
Detective, based upon your review of this cell phone extraction, does Mr. Caneiro's phone ever call Keith Caneiro again on 11/19 of 2018?
No.
Now, the next activity in the call log, we can look at item 29, please. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we're now at 11/20/18. Do you see that?
Correct.
And what's the timestamp there?
4:57:48 a.m. UTC -5.
4:57:48. And what does that reflect?
It's an incoming call from Central Station Alarm.
Was that call answered?
No, it was not.
Okay, I'm going to come back to this page shortly. I'd like it if we can go to please page 564. Detective, is this the front page of the database called device events?
Yes, it is.
All right. Is this the Knowledge C date from the Knowledge C database that you discussed earlier?
Yes, that's the source, yes.
Okay, if you could go to the top and just again explain to us where with the gray bar, each of those columns, what they mean.
Sure. The first column is the number column. Second column is time. The third column is event type, which will describe what is going on with the device. Then they have a value, which could be further describing what's going on with the device. Additional info is there in case there needs to be more further description of what is going on with the device. And then the source is actually showing where that is located on the file system of the phone. And then the last column is deleted, which would show if that information was deleted off the device or not.
So we can please go to page 601, still device events. I'd like to direct your attention to item 354. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. What does that indicate?
It shows a start time of 11/20/2018, 1:27, 8 seconds a.m., UTC minus 5, with an in time of 11:20/2018 at 4:54:08 a.m., UTC minus 5, and it shows that the device plug-in status was plugged in.
Okay, so explain to us, if you could, what that means in layman's terms.
That the phone was plugged into a charger
When?
at 1:27:08.
Okay, so the phone gets plugged in at 1:27:08 a.m.?
Correct.
And when does it indicate the phone gets unplugged?
At 4:54:08 a.m.
If we can go to item 357. I'm sorry, this is going to be on the next page. 357, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do we see where it says unplugged there?
Yes, I do.
Is that essentially indicating that the phone was unplugged at the time 4:54:08 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay, why is it on there twice?
It's just showing that this is the time frame when it was unplugged.
Okay, and the unanswered call from the alarm company came in at 4:57:48 a.m., is that right?
Correct.
You see where it says display on off?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means the screen of the device was turned either on or off.
And if we can just go back to the previous page. Okay, if we could just scroll up. All the way up. Okay, do you see where it says display on off and there's various times there?
Yes.
Okay, what does that indicate?
That the user of the device is turning on and off the screen.
Between the time frame of 1:27:08 a.m. and 4:54:08 a.m., is the screen display on, off, or something else?
It is off.
Okay, is it off the entire time between 1:27:08 a.m. and 4:54:08 a.m.?
Yes.
Any other activity on the phone in terms of apps or any other databases that you saw taking place between that time frame of 1:27:08 and 4:54:08 a.m.?
No.
Jariah, he left his house at about 2:06 a.m. and got back to his house at around 4:20ish, 4:30ish. So the murders happened somewhere around the 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. Timeline. So he basically left his phone at home.
Now, in between that time frame of 1:27:08 a.m. and 4:54:08 a.m., while the phone is plugged in, do we see any text messages from Keith Caneiro? If you recall.
Not that I recall.
Okay, if we can please go to page 1564. And I'm going to direct your attention to item 4342.
Yes,
Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, what does that reflect there?
It shows an instant message or a text message incoming from Keith Caneiro,
And what is the time there?
11/20/2018, 3:14:58 a.m., UTC minus 5.
Now, is the content of that text message, what was said, located somewhere within that column?
Yes, it is in the second to last column.
And what does it say?
My power is totally out at home. Total AC failure.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 1565, which is the next page over. It's going to be item 4344. Tell me when you see that.
Yes.
Okay, and what do we see there?
It's an instant message incoming at 11/20/2018, 3:15:01 a.m., UTC minus 5, and it's coming from Keith Caneiro.
And what does the content of that message say?
I used the manual switch in the basement, but nothing is working.
If we can go to item 4346, just tell me when you see that.
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
An instant message incoming, 11/20/2018, 3:17:59 a.m., UTC minus 5, from Keith Caneiro. And the message was, I'm not even sure what to do.
Okay. And finally, if we could go to item 4348, and just tell me when you see that.
Yes. It's another instant message incoming, 11/20/2018, 3:18:13 a.m., UTC minus 5, from Keith Caneiro. The generator says AC failure, going outside to see if the generator is in the right mode.
And that's at 3:13 a.m.?
Correct.
Keep that up. I just want to show you what's been marked as.
So it is believed that Paul, or whoever did this, Paul, tampered with not only the electrical power company and turned the power to off, but also tampered with the generator, the whole house generator backup, so it wouldn't turn on as well. and lured his brother outside to take care of him before he took care of the rest of the family members.
S70. I'm showing counsel.
Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate extraction report showing text messages between Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and are those the exact same text messages as the ones you just read?
Yes, they are.
Okay, why does it look a little bit different?
So part of Celebrate is you can actually, when you create the report, you can make it look like a text message bubble, so it's a little more easier to understand or easier to read.
Now, on those text messages, does it indicate what time they were quote unquote read?
Yes.
And what time was that?
It says here,
There's a light on the side there if you want to turn
thank
it
you.
on.
11/20/2018, 3:14:58 a.m. UTC -5.
They were actually, do you see where it says 5:03:28 a.m.?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, is that when they were actually?
Yes, they were.
Quote unquote read on the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
I can take that back. We can please go
That might be the reason they have 4 binders.
back. I want to go back to the call logs beginning on page 362. We left off, I believe it was at 4:54:08 a.m. with the phone being unplugged. Do you recall that?
Yes.
On page 364, we can go back. I just want to draw your attention to item 28. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It is a incoming from Watchlight/ALAR, 11/20/2018, 4:59:56 a.m. UTC -5. Shows not answered.
Okay, item 27, what are we looking at there?
This is a outgoing to Keith Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:04:09 a.m. UTC -5.
Okay, just to be clear, it's an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Keith Caneiro's phone at that time?
Correct.
Okay, item 26.
It is a outgoing call to Keith Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:04:37 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 25.
Is an outgoing call to Corey Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:08:12 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 24.
An outgoing call to Tiffany Rivera, 11/20/2018, 5:10:31 a.m. UTC -5.
Okay, if you could go to page, item 23.
Outgoing call to Keith Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:28:53 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 22, what is that?
It's another outgoing call to Corey Caneiro at 11/20/2018, 5:29:27 a.m. UTC -5.
Item 20.
Outgoing call to Jennifer Caneiro, 11/20/2018, 5:35:23 a.m. UTC -5.
And then item 16.
An incoming call from Chuck, 11/20/2018, 9:12:29 a.m. UTC -5, and it was not answered.
Detective, during the course of your investigation, did you receive some information that was requested for the contents of Keith Caneiro's Google Cloud?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and if you could summarize, what is the Google Cloud?
Ultimately, it's a storage, a cloud service where you can store data. Type people store their photos, or they'll back up their devices, or their email be stored in this cloud service.
So were you provided with Keith's Google Cloud from Google?
Yes, it actually was such a large data set that it crashed Google servers, and they had to split it in half and send us in 2 parts.
So when Google sends that production to you, is there anything that you have to do to verify it?
It's verified by Google, and they said as a certification that this is the results that they have on their servers.
Can you describe how that looked,
So we're trusting Google that Google has searched its own data farms and given you everything it has. I love this. We're living in the timeline of, yes, we trust and love Wayland-Yutani Corporation. They're great for us.
set up?
Yes, each drive had probably hundreds of zip files, which are compressed files, and inside those compressed files was additional files. So you have to decompress those files to see the other files that are inside those files, the compressed file.
Was there any program that you used to help you better see or manage those files?
Yes, I use the Axiom program because that's a utility that's used to unzipping files, parsing out the data so you can see it clearly.
Okay, now as part of that data, Keith Canero's Gmail inbox?
Yes, it was called a Canerio Gmail.inbox file. Inbox is the file extension for their emails.
Okay, did you use any apps to open up that Gmail?
Yes, it was called Mozilla Thunderbird.
What is that?
It's an open source email viewer. It looks just like Outlook or Gmail. Anybody can download it. Anybody can use it as their main email viewer. And the advantage of that service is that it understands just about every single file for emails. So you could easily take that file, the inbox file, put it inside the program, and it makes it look like an email viewer so you can understand the emails that are in that account.
So it's just an easier way to read the data, the
Yes.
emails. Based on your review of that, did Keith Canero use something called Google Hangouts?
Yes.
What is that?
So it doesn't actually exist anymore. It's now called Google Chat. But back then, Google Hangouts was built into they had their own app, but it was also built into their Gmail suite. So as you're on your Gmail, you can have on the side window your Hangouts so you can do chat as well as you're doing your email. Also, part of their feature is you can actually have some of those alerts or Hangout messages sent to your email. So you can also get them as an email as opposed to just a text message.
Now, are the emails and the chats, are they all commingled?
Yes, Google puts them all together because they put it all in their suite of Gmail.
Did you have an opportunity to review Keith's Gmail, including the Google Hangout app?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of your review, were some of the communications that you found on there, chats and emails, identified and tagged?
Yes, they were.
And what was done with those?
They were created, a report was created documenting all of those.
I'm going to show you what's marked as S422. Showing council. I'm showing you what's been marked as S422. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a disk that contains those tags, or the emails that were on that Google Drive.
Okay. And did you essentially put them on here, just an easier way to read?
Yes.
And when you open this, what format are they in?
HTML.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S62. I'm showing council first. Do you recognize what I'm showing you here, Detective?
Yes.
What is that?
These are some of the emails that are located in the Google Drive.
Judge, the state would seek permission to publish S422, specifically emails and content of S62, which is the page that the detective has up there.
Hey, Judge.
How many pages, I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Detective, just do tell us for the record, how many pages is that?
5 pages.
All right, okay. All right, we can publish. What are we looking at here?
This is the HTML index that shows all the emails that were tagged in that response from Google Drive.
So the email's in front of you, S62. Do you see it on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Are you able to draw maybe a box or a line demarcating when those emails end? And specifically, I'm referring to 4/11/18.
On screen.
Stylus or someone.
And if we could, do you see that up there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what does that reflect?
This is the exhibit that I have in front of me. This is the email that was from the Google Drive response.
Okay, I'm going to ask
Oh my God, he is so dumb.
if you can read that to us. Actually, let me ask you first. It says from who?
Keith Caneiro.
Okay. Are any of these, to your knowledge, were any of these forwards to another email?
Yes, they appear to be forwarded from Keith.
Okay. If you can please read this for us, it's a little bit small, but you should read from what's in front of you, but the screen as long as it's the same thing.
I figured out why there are payments missing. I selected the wrong payee from my list and made them but to Pacific Lending, the servicer for student loans instead of Pacific Life. I changed the name of the account to Trust so that this will not happen again while the account is still open. The BRBR is a break, is a line break, it's an HTML characters to show that. I asked Ron for the numbers and I'm going to go over all the payments today at TD. Break. I am selling off some of my investments today. And once the transfer is completed, I will make a single payment plus interest to the trust policy. Break. There's some characters there. I'm sorry about that and we'll make it right. Break. Let me know when you create a new trust account with Bonnie so we can set up the direct deposit from payroll. I can pay the balance of the existing trust account and close that account.
You can go to the next one, please. Oh, can you just remove that red mark?
Yeah.
It's on the right, it's a little button.
Thank you.
Yep.
If you could please read that.
Sure. I didn't sleep most of the night trying to sort this out. I know you were stressed, and I'm sorry. I am stressed out more than I've ever been. Break. I understand your decision, and I am not upset. I know I failed you on this, and I am sorry and embarrassed about this. I have had my head up my ass, and now things are clear.
Come on to the next page.
We are going to separate and move on with our lives. We talked about divorce, and I am sure we can work something out without strife.
And finally, the fourth page.
I don't know where I will live.
And was that the,
Is he throwing his wife under the bus? Like, this heifer made me pick the wrong account. She's really been making me stressed out, and that's why I stole the money.
the content from that 4/11/18 date?
Yes, they were.
All right, we're going to take our mid-morning break now. The jury's been at it for almost for a while. So I'm going to give you guys your mid-morning break. We will start back up at around 10:25, 10:30. All right, thank you. I'll discuss this case. Don't do any research.
God bless this judge. He realized that cell phonology is boring as heck.
Judge, can I just get the witness? I thought he was in the back.
I guess we'd all beat the witness back. Okay, Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
He's rather pear-shaped for a man.
Okay, Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Whenever
And I'm not judging because I have birthing hips too. So, sir, I understand.
you're ready, Ms. Wallace.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, two things I just want to clarify first. So S62, what you just read, that corresponds to the April 11th, 2018 date?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and that said from Keith Canerio, is that right?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that that was just a message from the defendant that was sent to Keith and then Keith forwarded it to somebody else?
Yes.
Okay, and then based upon your review of this case and phone records, is it your understanding that Mr. Canerio's cell phone never left his house that evening at all or during that time frame?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's marked as S63. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes, these are the emails that are inside that Google Drive response.
Okay, if we could please have S422 again. Detective, I'm going to ask you again to just demarcate maybe where the date starts and ends, so 9/13 of 18. And when you get to the bottom, we'll scroll down further.
Wow, they chatted a hell of a lot.
Okay, if we can just scroll back to the top where we start at 9/13/18. The next series of messages are between who on 9/13/18?
From Paul Caneiro to Keith Caneiro.
Back and forth, essentially?
Correct.
Okay, so between Keith Caneiro. And is Keith Canero's name listed where his messages are?
Yes, it is.
And then whose number is 732-500-7902?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. If you could just undo that red mark. Now, is what you have in front of you, which I'm going to take back, S63, September 13th, do those correspond with all the September 13th that we see on the screen?
Yes.
And you've read these prior to today multiple times, right?
Correct.
Detective, if you can, I'd like you to read these for us, but indicate who is speaking first before you read each one, and we'll click into them. So starting with the first of September 13th, 18.
From Keith Caneiro, did you talk to the Terminex people? From Paul Caneiro, yes, they aren't budging. From Paul Caneiro, I will explain when we talk. From Keith Caneiro, Is it worth it at 8?
This particular detective is the one who extracted all of the electronic data from Paul's phone, but also worked a little bit on Keith's security system.
50? From Keith Caneiro, yes or no, based on the business. From Paul Caneiro, I can't stay tonight, I have a dentist appointment. From Paul Caneiro, no. From Keith Caneiro, what did Weinstein say about the number? From Paul Caneiro, they are still interested. From Keith Caneiro, that they aren't budging. From Keith Caneiro, so it would be $400K each, minus the car expenses, etc. From Keith Caneiro, I'm still in. From Paul Caneiro, they want us to let them know what the numbers are like. From Keith Caneiro, what do you mean? From Paul Caneiro, at the end of the year. From Paul Caneiro, I'll call you from the car. From Keith Caneiro, what are the projections? Can't we work off that and see what it would be like? From Keith Caneiro, okay. From Paul Caneiro, different topic. From Paul Caneiro, T-Mobile is out of stock on the V2 routers, and they found one for me at a store in Shrewsbury, and it's on hold for me. From Keith Caneiro, cool. From Keith Caneiro, I'll take the one if you need the two. I'm not picky. From Paul Caneiro, do you want me to head down that way for lunch? From Keith Caneiro, where is that exactly? From Paul Caneiro, we are getting another one. From Paul Caneiro, when they are in stock. From Paul Caneiro, I can't wait. From Keith Caneiro.
This is a lively chat.
Is that the mall? From Paul Caneiro, no. From Paul Caneiro, by the Grove. From Keith Caneiro, I guess we can meet there. Al Reno, I bought lunch last time at Chinese, so I'm not buying shit today. Bring dollar signs.
From Keith.
I'm sorry, from Keith Caneiro, bring dollar signs. From Paul Caneiro, we can get it after lunch. From Paul Caneiro, let's meet at your house. From Keith Caneiro, okay, let's meet here. From Paul Caneiro, I don't have a lot of money. From Keith Caneiro, me neither. From Keith Caneiro, Doug is giving you cash. We can split lunch.
Projected. So they were looking at selling their EcoStar business, which was akin to a Terminex or a bug eradication business. I guess Terminex wanted to start taking over locally owned companies and had offered them approximately $800,000 for their business. So Square One was winding down. Now Keith held 90% interest in that and Paul had 10%. And then with the EcoStar, they were 50-50 owners. So they were looking at, separating their finances and going their different ways. But I can't listen to this man.
From Keith Caneiro, what was very easy, documentation that we have or creating the documentation now. From Keith Caneiro, we should have had documentation all along. From Paul Caneiro, we have whatever documentation we want. From Paul Caneiro, we are not a public company.
From Paul Caneiro, we can cook the books. He probably wasn't aware that they were going to subpoena his Slack messages. Oh, I think he might have lied a little bit on his taxes.
5K of last year. We can look at last year's numbers, YTD number, and add 5K. From Paul Caneiro, Past 2 years' revenue, 17 and 18, YTD, 936.7K. From Paul Caneiro, prior full 2 years, 16.
Okay, guys, we're speeding through this. As much as I know you guys are wanting to hear, all of Paul and Keith's jibber jabbering, this is no. All right, let's see.
From Keith Caneiro, that's me relaxing. I'm planning ahead just in case. From Keith Caneiro, I have OCD. I can't help it. From Paul Caneiro, go to sleep. From Paul Caneiro, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm almost asleep. From Keith Caneiro, okay. From Keith Caneiro, let's see if we can a call going with the people interested in EchoStar tomorrow. Even if it is 900, I would do it. From Paul Caneiro, fucking relax. From Paul Caneiro, go to sleep. From Paul Caneiro, we don't need to do this tomorrow. From Paul Caneiro, we don't know what the future is. From Paul Caneiro, really relax. From Paul Caneiro, we can talk tomorrow. From Keith Caneiro, I know what the future is. They're going to cut 2 people. I'm going to have to kill the new guy that we just hired, okay?
Is that the extent of the conversations on 11/5/18?
Yes, it is.
I'm moving further.
All right, and we are speeding through the defense because holy God, but let's see why there's a sidebar.
Can I see the counsel at sidebar, please?
And if you, like me, have been distracted by ADHD during this, I do have 2 polls up on the community page. One for Cosplay Wednesdays are back. I just didn't feel comfortable having Cosplay Wednesdays with Uvalde.
Retire, or me retire? Should I just say retire and leave it there? Or me retire? No, we're going to just take a 15-minute break. I got to deal with the legal issue here, and I don't want you to have to sit out here while doing that. So go take a break, and we'll come back as soon as we can. Thank you so much. Hopefully it's 11:45, no later.
I think he meant take away his job, but in context, yeah, Keith probably shouldn't have said that. Oh God, this judge. I feel like there should be like Sarah McLachlan in the arms of the angel and then just someone presenting him with a magnum of vodka. I feel for this judge, this poor judge. What, they're going to have a confab? What the hell is this? Now, as I said, the next couple days that we are trying to zoom through, there are a lot of sidebars and there are a lot of kind of short days the next couple days, which is why I think we might, fingers crossed, get through to where we're within sprinting distance of being caught up.
You get our witness, please.
Oh. All right. I'm just kind of skimming through. Yeah, we're not getting... Again, the defense's strategy seems to be just repeat what the state said. Interesting. I wonder if we had another sidebar that they didn't let us know, because typically lunch isn't this long. So I am not sure what is going on, but that's why I did tell you that we will be speeding right along and trying to catch up, because there are a lot of these very long breaks.
We are ready to continue with the cross-examination. Ms. Massalone, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Before I proceed, can you just approve?
Back to sidebar.
You love that noise. It's your favorite noise.
No idea.
Don't you sleep? Do you hear it now?
I truly hate it.
I apologize. All right.
This judge is great, but Paul does owe this juror to have to listen to white noise so that his lawyers can try to amalgamate somewhat of a coherent defense.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Detective, where we had left off before the break was,
You had testified, we were discussing how the jury had the opportunity to hear, when you were reading the conversations from 3 different dates, correct?
Yes.
Those dates were April.
Just trying to make sure we're not missing any sidebars.
You gotta build it up before you lay it down. Didn't it feel good? Like they was like, it's not that bad, right? All right, now all kidding aside, that's number one. All right. Number two, it appears that because of the weather on Monday, that the court will be able to handle things virtually, but they're not going to be allowed to handle things in person. You could say I don't have a say because, I would drive to your houses and bring you in. But, so we're not going to be able to have court on Monday. Kind of a bummer, right?
Yes.
Again, bad news. So you won't be back until Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. One thing that I just want to make sure that is clear between us, and I said it to you in the beginning, and let me just say it again as we go through the course of the trial. There's objections that go on back and forth, as we know. And it's my job to deal with those objections, how I understand the law to the best of my knowledge.
I'll translate for the judge because he's being very kind here. The defense are flippin' morons. This guy's super duper guilty, and we are all just sitting here being tortured by the mountains of evidence that the state has, and the defense's, monumental incompetence. I apologize to you all. I wish I could buy you donuts.
It's also the attorney's job to make any objections that they feel that they need to make. I just want to remind you that any interaction between the attorneys or the attorney and the court should have no impact on you one way or another. It should never come into
Oh no, I'm judging Paul all on his own, and mainly for those sweater vests.
your mind ever, when you make your decisions as to what are the facts in this case. Even if I may sustain an objection and do it in a certain way, I need you to understand that that cannot impact one side or another, and it's not an indication of how I feel about this case. I can tell you that it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter.
No, not so much. There were a lot of sidebars with this witness. I do think it was because of prior motions in limine to try to get this particular information left out. So there were just a lot of sidebars. Today was kind of 2 hours of really dense electronic data, cell phone data information, and then a lot of sidebars. We kind of skimmed through the defense, and they stuck to their kind of typical MO of going through the state's, direct, and then asking basically the same questions. So I do like this. Now, we did learn that they will not have court on Monday. So we are off to day 9. And this one does look like it's a fairly full day, but hopefully we've got it going. All right. Now, as far as I can tell, I am keeping up with current today in the trial, day 11, and it looks like we are still on the state's case. So I really have no idea what the defense is going to look like.
The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Morning, please proceed.
Happy Dale.
Okay.
So, I was thinking, I don't know if I really have the authority or power to do this, but if any of you happen to know where Mother Nature lives, I'm going to hold her in contempt.
Wow. That's Was this one of mom?
I want to thank you all for making it in this morning. Obviously, it's a difficult morning. It's a lot to do. I appreciate all the time and effort on behalf of the attorneys, on behalf of Mr. Caneiro. We thank you. We realize that this is a sacrifice, especially during these winter months. It's a lot on you and your families. So please, thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that we're doing. So with that being said, we'll get started. We're back on the record. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment.
What in the grape Dimetap is this unholy outfit? What in the California raisins? No.
19-020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Morning, Judge. Chris Decker, Assistant Monmouth County Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good morning, Andy Murray for Mr. Caneiro.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right, so we're ready to proceed. Prosecutor, you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, sir. The state calls Joseph Cordoma.
Okay. Morning, sir. Just watch your step. Can you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Can you state your full name, once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
It's Joseph Cordoma, Cordoma.
All right, thank you, sir. Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us where you currently work?
I am currently employed by Cedar Crest College in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Okay. And what is it that you do there?
I am the manager of the Expert Witness Training Center and Crime Scene Laboratory.
Now, approximately how long have you worked there?
Expert Witness Training Center? Okay, go on. I'm going to say teacher of expertologist.
Since September of 2025
Now, prior to starting
Have
your
a good
employment there,
lunch,
where were you
Wolfram.
employed?
with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Now, approximately how long did you work for the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Approximately 8 years.
Okay. Now, as far as your specific assignment at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, can you tell us about that?
Yes, since my employment there, I was assigned to the Forensic and Technical Services Bureau, basically assigned to doing crime scene investigations for that unit.
Can you just tell us what year you joined the prosecutor's office?
It was in 2017.
Okay. And during the course of your employment from 2017 to your retirement, did you always work in that unit?
With Monmouth County, yes.
Now, I want to ask you about law enforcement experience that you had prior to the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office. Can you run that down from the beginning of your career?
Yes, I was employed by the Hudson County Prosecutor's Office in 2000. I was there until 2004. While employed there, I was assigned to the homicide squad, where I took part in investigations pertaining to all major crime investigations, and also began my training in conducting crime scene investigations and arson investigations. After 2004, I then transferred down to the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office, where I was assigned to the crime scene investigation unit, where I also took part in crime scene investigations and arson investigations. I was there until approximately 2017, when I then came up to the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office and was assigned to the Forensics Bureau and Crime Scene Investigation Unit.
So, as far as your career and your training as a crime scene detective, that starts in what year approximately?
Approximately 2001.
And fair to say, from 2001 to your retirement, the majority of your responsibilities as a police officer, as a detective, were in crime scene units?
Yes.
Before I go any further, I just want to approach and show you what's been marked as S370. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is my CV.
Okay. And does it document your training and experience in the law enforcement field?
Yes.
Does it also document your education?
Yes, it does.
And how about any teaching that you've done during the course of your career?
Yes, it does.
Now, if you go to the end of S370, the last 2 pages, is there an update there?
Yes, there is.
What is that?
This is my current CV, which I constructed upon my retirement in law enforcement.
Does that document your current job at Cedar Crest College?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you first about your education. Can you tell us your education?
Yes.
We are bypassing the CV. Yes, you are an expertologist. Now, he does have arson training as well, but we are skipping through the CV.
Expert in Superior Court. Were you accepted by the court in those times?
I was, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about those cases?
I don't have particulars about the actual case itself, but the expert witness qualifications that I did receive in Superior Court were in crime scene investigation, crime scene diagramming, bloodstain pattern analysis, and crime scene analysis.
Now, Judge, can we approach for one quick moment? To fire investigation, origin, and cause determinations. Was there one occasion in 2025 where you were qualified as an expert in Superior Court?
Yes.
Jariah, what is happening is that they have put in his CV and are trying to qualify him as a crime scene investigator expert. He has had experience with arson, but hasn't, I think, had the same amount of experience as, say, a fire marshal would. So I think that the defense was questioning his ability to be an expert in cause and point of origin fire investigation. My guess is he is going to be the gentleman that for the state, because we had the insurance investigator when we started this stream, this is going to be the state investigator that's going to come in and explain how the state looked at both of these fires, is my guess, since they're wanting to bring him in as a crime scene and fire expert. That is my guess, that he will be sort of like the counterpart, Trooper Paul or Buchanan for the Karen Reed case. He's part of the investigation.
Now, you note in your...
Oh, how is he a witness? Well, kind of like Massachusetts, the way that New Jersey is set up, the major crime scene investigative unit for the police for investigations is housed within or under the umbrella of the district attorney's office. So the police stations do have their own detectives, but if it's a major crime that could potentially be like a homicide, a grand larceny, an arson, things like that, then the DA will send its own detective and investigators, and that's what he used to be. So this case was from 2018. It's taken an incredibly long time to get to trial, not only because of the backlog and the COOF, but because his defense team put in an interlocutory appeal up to the appellate court about some of his statements potentially having been coerced by first responders. Now, the appellate court ruled that Paul's statements could come in, that most of them were totally kosher and gathered that way. But yeah, it's been a long step to get into this, or get this case into trial. So some of the detectives have gone and retired in that time or moved on to different positions.
CV outside employment, correct?
Yes.
And that's outside employment that you had during the course of your law enforcement career and continuing, correct?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us when, or I'm going to direct your attention to 2009 on your CV. Do you document outside employment beginning then?
Yes.
And where was that moment at?
That was at the Burlington County College. I was employed as an adjunct professor or adjunct instructor at the time.
Okay, do you recall what you taught there?
Arson investigations.
And what did this entail?
This was an undergraduate course. I believe it was part of their fire science degree for the students, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a basic instruction semester long about the systematic approach to fire investigation.
Have you taught also at Rowan University?
Yeah, Burlington County College, I believe, was absorbed by Rowan, and they now call it Rowan at Burlington County. And at that time, I was also employed as an adjunct professor teaching arson investigation as well.
Okay, can you talk about other teaching that you did in that time frame as well?
Yes. Throughout the course of my career after Rowan, I also was employed by New Jersey City University as an adjunct professor, teaching intelligence studies and forensic investigations. I was also and currently still employed by Monmouth University teaching crime scene investigations. And I was also employed by Brookdale Community College as an adjunct professor teaching forensic investigations.
And crime scene investigation teaching and forensic investigation teaching, did they include blocks on arson investigations?
Yes, they did.
Okay, did you always teach a portion of that class focusing on arson investigations?
Yes, personally, I feel like I'm obligated because, once again, a fire scene is a crime scene. And with my training and experience, I incorporate and I try to make sure the textbooks that I utilize also talk about fire investigations as part of the crime scene investigation block.
Now, do you continue to instruct in crime scene investigations currently?
Yes.
And where is that?
Monmouth University.
Now, I want to ask you also, did you do any teaching within law enforcement as well?
I did, yes.
And where did those occur?
Several venues, one being the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice Training Academy, Juvenile Justice Commission, New Jersey Juvenile Justice Commission, Burlington County Law Enforcement Training Center, Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, Burlington County Prosecutor's Office. Like I said, plenty of venues, in addition to some localized teaching at some schools within both counties, or actually Burlington County primarily.
Now, I want to discuss fire investigation just a little bit. Now, I think you said that during the course of your 25-year career, you were involved in origin and cause investigations, correct?
Yes.
And was that to varying degrees and with varying roles?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you generally what an origin and cause investigation actually is, or what it entails.
Sure. So an origin and cause investigation with respect to fires is you get dispatched to a fire call. Firefighters conduct their suppression activities. After that, the investigation then takes place to locate the actual origin or where the fire actually began. Once that is successfully completed, if possible, the next step would be to locate the actual cause or the first ignition source that started that fire and allowed that fire to progress. So it's a very systematic approach, started from the outside in, to actually locate and decipher the cause of an actual fire.
And that systematic fire investigation that starts from the outside and then goes inside, is that the approach that you would take at any fire investigation scene?
Yes.
And is that guided by one of the documents that you talked about earlier?
Yes, primarily NFPA 921.
Now, is that the way you were trained in fire investigation?
That's the way I was trained in fire investigation, and that's the way I conducted my actual crime scene investigations as well.
Would you instruct it in that manner to others?
Absolutely.
Now, are you a certified fire investigator?
I took the basic course for fire investigators through the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice. That was a 2-week course. I don't know if you want to say that's a certification, but I am not certified as a fire investigation or fire investigator in a fire investigation unit. I was always assigned to a crime scene investigation unit.
Now, are you familiar with, the actions of digging out certain scene locations at a fire?
Yes.
Okay, what is the purpose of that?
So when looking at and assessing a fire scene, you're trying to look for the lowest area of burn or burn pattern. So digging out a fire scene is a task that you wouldn't typically do.
And thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for the entertainment as always. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I have been waiting for this case for a while, and it actually is really interesting because I was wondering what all the state would bring because I first found out about this case through that chapter and I was like, goodness, I thought it had honestly already gone through the court system. And when I saw that it hadn't, it was really, I was like, we are doing this. And thank you so much for Really a Catman for gifting 5 memberships. And those went to Jiraiya Lama, Melissa Smuck, Hospice Jess, cross amnesia, sorry, and Angry Killjoy. Sorry if I butchered any names. I would like to say that I'm a better reader, but not always. No, not always. So thank you so much, you guys. And the swear jar is growing just amazingly. So thank you so much.
Fire because you want to look for fire patterns. Fire scenes are very different than crime scenes with respect to cleanliness. Fire scenes are wet, they're dirty, they're dark. So you're looking for specific patterns with respect to the fire, whether there's smoke, soot, actual burn.
Yeah, how is he? I guess he had a 2-week course and now he's an adjunct professor teaching this for fire sciences. I mean, call me crazy. Maybe he's had more additional training. But how can you take 2 weeks of a training course and make a semester-long class?
So in essence, you have to dig around and actually clean that area to look for the lowest point of burning, possibly maybe to rule out other specific causes like ignitables or things of that nature. So digging out is one of the main things you have to do at a fire scene.
And when you're looking to find those patterns, the point of finding the patterns and kind of like the area of lowest burn indications, what is the purpose of doing that? Why are you doing that?
Because that area could give you or lead you to the area of origin of the fire.
Now, again, just to be clear, during the course of your career in law enforcement, have you utilized the systematic method in order to make origin and cause determinations?
To assist in origin and cause determinations, yes.
And is that important, the actual role of the idea that you're assisting and not always making a singular determination?
Yes.
I just want to be clear.
No, I think we realized that you, everyone, in 2 weeks, we can all become fire expertologists. I have no doubt that the defense will. And this might be the first time that I agree with the defense. No, the second time.
Let's say Monmouth County in particular. Now, at a fire scene, generally speaking, who or what agencies would you expect to be involved in the origin and cause determination?
Within Monmouth County, it was always the Monmouth County Fire Marshals.
Okay.
I didn't.
And are there sometimes outside resources or outside agencies that are asked to assist or offered to assist in larger fires?
Yes.
Okay, like who?
You would have the state fire marshals, personnel that would respond. And on occasion, you would actually have ATF personnel respond as well.
Judge, at this time, the state offers former Detective Joseph Cordoma as an expert in the field of fire investigations and more specifically origin and cause determinations.
Any questions? On board here.
Yeah, may I have board here?
Sure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So just to focus on your education for a moment, I understand you have a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD, correct?
Yes.
But to be clear, none of those degrees are in fire science specifically.
Correct.
And they're not in fire protection engineering or electrical or chemical engineering, correct?
Correct.
They're not in chemistry, physics, or computational fluid dynamics.
Correct.
And your PhD in health sciences did not involve anything related to fire behavior.
He has a degree in PE or health sciences, which maybe... Do what now?
Behavior, combustion, or fire modeling, correct?
Correct.
And your experience, turning to your experience, so you essentially spent 25 years as a detective in law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And you started with Hudson, then you went to Burlington, and then you went to Monmouth County.
Yes.
With the exception of your very first year in the homicide squad in Hudson County, the remaining, let's say, 24 years of your experience, you were in a crime scene investigation unit. Is that right?
Well, just to correct you, the homicide squad in Hudson County was formulated where you did homicides and crime scene investigations. So I don't want to say that, but that I was out of the homicide squad. it was homicide and investigations in crime scene. So that 2000 to 2004 were both, and then beyond that was just crime scene investigation units.
Okay, so from 2000 to 2004, kind of a combination.
Yes,
And then starting 2004 up until 2025,
yes,
it was all crime scene investigation.
correct.
And crime scene investigation unit is essentially where you deal with scene documentation, correct, and processing?
It's a little bit more than that, but yes,
It's fingerprinting, like you said earlier, right? And photography,
reconstruction.
reconstruction.
Yes.
Is it, we heard from a Detective Catalona in this case. Is he in your unit?
He was, yes.
Okay, because you're no longer with
Yes.
CPO, okay. But when you were with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, you guys were in the same unit?
Yes,
And so you've never been assigned to an arson unit, correct?
not an arson unit, no.
And you've never been employed specifically as an arson investigator?
Correct.
And
It does seem odd that the state had access to the fire marshals. There were ATF agents on scene because, at least in Keith's house, there was significant fire damage, and there was worry about structural issues even before they went in and investigated. So I don't know why we're getting this schmo in.
of course, you worked for law enforcement, so you were never you're not like an independent fire investigator, obviously.
Correct.
When you were on the ATF task force, I think you mentioned this when the prosecutor asked you, that you were specifically sought out for your scene documentation abilities. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And specifically your photography?
yes,
They appreciated the fact that you were familiar with fire scenes and you knew what to, photograph without being told. Is that right?
exactly, yes.
Okay. Aside from the one origin and cause report you mentioned from Hudson County in sometime between 2000 and 2004, have you ever drafted an origin and cause report other than that one time in this case?
Not that I recall, no.
So this is the second time you drafted an origin and cause report personally?
I believe so, to the best of my recollection, yes.
And you mentioned the NFPA 921 and the NFPA 1033, correct?
Yes.
So the 921 is basically, I'm just gonna hold it up. This is the 921. It's a pretty thick book, right?
Yeah, that's the 2024 version, I believe, yes.
And that's the book that guides fire investigations.
It's a guideline, yes.
It's a guideline, but it's what all fire investigators rely on, correct?
They should, yes.
There was a fire marshal who testified it's like the Bible of fire investigations. Would you agree with that?
It's a valuable piece of information, yes.
And then the 1033, which I'm holding up, this is, I think you mentioned, it's the standard for professional qualifications for a fire investigator, correct?
Yes.
So this basically is, so the 921 is guidelines on how to investigate the fire, and the 1033 is requirements for being a fire investigator. Is that right?
Yes, they complement each other, yes.
And you would acknowledge that the guidelines, the 921, it's changed over the years, correct?
Yes,
There's been many additions, right?
yes,
I think you mentioned, you noted this was the 2024 version that I held up at the time that you investigated this fire. I'm assuming you were using the 2017 version.
Yes, most books, most teaching materials do update every several years.
I don't recall what version it was. We had them in our office, and I know there were several versions, several publications.
It would have been the most recent version to 2018, correct?
Yes.
And there's been a 2022 version, and then there were versions before 2017, correct?
Yes.
And the reason why there's new versions is because over time, science changes and fire, theory changes, and the fire science progresses. Is that fair to say?
Largely through technology, yes.
Okay, so as we learn more about fires and their dynamics and how they operate, they make amendments to the 921 so that fire investigators can stay up to date, correct?
Yeah, that's fair to say, yes.
And
Really, that would be my first question to every fire investigator. How many times have you watched Backdraft? Be aware that you're under oath and I have your Blockbuster records.
we talked about, the prosecutor and you talked about your training, right? So in 2002 was when you did your first arson. It was a basic arson investigation course. It was 2 weeks.
It was closely adjacent to, but not exactly, arson training. Stop using the word like, unless you mean similar, but not exactly akin to.
Yes.
And most of your training courses, including that one, but also thereafter, were essentially hours long, days long, maybe a week long. Is that right?
It's fair to say, yes.
It wasn't like semesters long or years long.
No.
And it sounded like a bulk of your, because you did the original basic training in 2002, but then it sounds like a bulk of your sort of continuing education on fire and arson investigation continued in 2004, 2005. There was kind of a bulk in 2010, and then some more from 2013 to 2015. Do I have that right?
I believe so, yes.
You did some online training through cfitrainer.net as well, correct?
Yes.
And that was in 2010, and then again in 2014 to 15.
Yes.
That's like an online.
How does one train online to be an arson investigator? I'm not trying to be a butthole, but I would think that this would be something that you can't watch tutorials about and learn to do on a YouTube tutorial.
Training where you go through PowerPoints and learn the material kind of at your own pace.
Yes.
But after 2015, there was no additional continuing education with respect to fire investigations or fire science or arsons. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
But with respect to the 1033, which you're familiar with, and specifically in Chapter 4, it does indicate that fire investigators shall remain current in certain fields of fire science and fire investigation, and more specifically, shall complete 40 hours of continuing education every 5 years. Is that right? Okay. But in your case, you haven't done the 40 hours of continuing education in the last 5 years, correct?
I'm not in the fire investigation unit. It's not required.
And more specifically in the last 10 years, right?
Once again, I'm not in the fire investigation unit, so it's not required.
You're not in a fire investigation now, nor were you, correct?
In a unit? No.
Right. But according to the 1033, if you're going to be a fire investigator, you're supposed to keep up with the continuing education, right? It doesn't say specifically a unit.
It's a standard for units.
But you are being offered as a fire investigation expert here today, correct?
I'm being offered as partaking in the fire investigation, yes.
And specifically an expert in fire investigation, origin, and cause, right?
Yes.
I hate to say it, but I agree with the defense on this one. He doesn't have the caliber of training that any other of the witnesses that could have spoken about fire have. Why didn't we get the fire marshal?
Now, you have taught some classes, including some arson classes, to undergraduate college students.
Yes.
But just to be clear, you're not a certified fire investigator instructor, correct?
Correct.
And you have you written any publications on fire, anything fire investigation related?
No.
Are you an active member of any fire-related organization, such as the International Association of Arson Investigators?
I was, not currently.
What about the International Association of Arson Investigators New Jersey chapter?
I was, but not currently.
Or the National Fire Protection Association or Society of Fire Protection Engineers?
No.
And I think the prosecutor asked you this, but I just want to confirm, you are not a certified fire investigator through the New Jersey Division of Fire Safety, correct?
Correct.
And you're not a certified fire investigator through the International Association of Fire Investigators, correct?
Correct.
And you're not a certified fire and explosive investigator through the National Association of Fire Investigators, correct?
Correct.
With respect to fire investigation, fire investigation does not have a known error rate like some other sciences do, such as DNA or things of that nature. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah. There's nothing documented that I can recall.
Your conclusions are based on observations, scene interpretation, experience, and judgment. Is that fair?
A lot more than that.
Including the scientific method of the 921? Is that what you mean?
Including outside sources that are outside of the actual fire scene itself.
And there's no like mathematical formula that can verify whether your ultimate conclusions are correct or not.
This is one of the reasons, in my opinion, why NFPA 921 has been revised so many times, is that the technology changes. So mathematical formulas, I would tread very lightly on. Fire dynamics, fire movement, fire ventilation, things of that. These all take effect and have to be considered when investigating fire scenes. So when I say there's actual outside sources beyond the actual scene itself too, you have to take into account the totality of the entire investigation. So you have to be very careful with mathematical formulas.
Right. So, as you mentioned, that's why the NFPA has been updated so many times, is because science evolves, fire science evolves, we learn new things, and it becomes memorialized in the NFPA 921. Is that right?
Yeah, that's also why NFPA also, once again, considers the totality of the investigation, not just the fire scene itself.
Sure.
Interesting. I am loath to agree with the defense, but I don't think he's proved his expertise in fire origin. Now, he has proved to me that he has plenty of experience in major crime scene investigation and documentation.
Prosecutor.
Thank you. Detective, you were asking questions about certain credentials or certain certifications that you do not have in the state of New Jersey, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about, let me answer this. Is there a reason why you never became a certified fire investigation despite 100+ fire scenes?
As much as I wanted to, timing didn't cooperate, being in the crime scene investigation unit full-time, in addition to teaching outside.
JKD Buck is right again. If you look at this guy and you think, where have I seen him before? Well, you've seen him cutting off Mel Gibson's bollocks at the end of Braveheart. So, yep. I mean, facts and evidence now. Where am I? I love that I've lost my place because I have so many Paul Caneiro days open for the love of
Unemployment and manpower within our organizations just never cooperated with my timing and my desire to go and pursue those types of certifications.
I think you said it at least once or twice. In reference to NFPA 921, you referenced things outside of the actual fire scene or things that were not necessarily specific to fire dynamics themselves. What were you referring to?
A fire investigation involves a lot of scene work and actually scene work and work outside of the scene, I should say. So as with any investigation, you cannot just rely particularly with the scene with big specifics pertaining to fire scene investigations because those scenes are very difficult to examine. Fire patterns, like I mentioned earlier, are difficult to examine. So you have to incorporate outside information that you may receive from outside investigators with relation to that actual fire call itself.
Now, just to be clear, Ms. Mastalone asked you about fire trainings in 2002, 2004, 2005, 2010, and then 2013, 2015. Every time you obtained further knowledge or training in fire science, did you then go and use it at actual fires?
I did, in addition to actually teaching it and utilizing my own research with regard to prepping for my classes, because I was teaching arson investigation, fire investigation type of courses, both at colleges and at police academies.
Was there ever...
This is quite literally those that can't do teach. I'm guessing that you can't just, read a book about fireology and go teach it. New Jersey, what are you doing here?
Ever a point during the course of your approximate 25-year career in law enforcement, maybe absent the first year, where you weren't responding to serious, potentially fatal fire investigations?
I would say since going through that basic course for arson investigators, I believe in 2002, I think I said, to the day I retired in law enforcement, I was going to fire scenes in addition to crime scenes.
And every time you responded to a fire scene in that time frame, were you involved in origin and cause determinations, whether or not you actually drafted an origin and cause report or not?
I always provided my opinion about those investigations, yes.
Well, I always provide my opinion about stuff on the internet, but that doesn't mean that it's like an expert opinion. I mean, I think so, but it's subjective, and I'm totally okay with it.
And did the ATF, did they utilize your opinions and your knowledge outside of just photography during the course of your time on that task force?
Yes.
Judge,
Ms. Messelin, do you want to add anything based upon those questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. All right. This court is going to accept this individual as an expert in fire investigation, specifically origin and cause of a fire. You guys may have heard this charge before, but I'm going to give it to you again. As I told you, I have to give it to you every time. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the
Yes, he is a witness for the prosecution. Even though we are in current time, they are on day 11 and we are up to day 9. We are still in the case, or in the state's case in chief. There were 2 different crime scenes, a bunch of electronic data, and 2 different arsons. So we are going to be kind of stuck in the expert witness lane for the next couple days. Yeah, I disagree this time. I really don't like this, and that's what you'll get from me. You'll get balls and strikes. I will call a spade and tell you that I do not appreciate this defense, that most of their arguments have been ridiculous. But in this argument, I think they are fair in their assessment that there have to be better candidates that the state can call upon. Again, the state has the entire, state that they can call the witness from. Firefighters work for them. Fire marshals work for them. So this does seem like a really random witness to bring in. Now, I can understand if they had simply brought him in for his, crime scene photography. But yes, they wanted to enter him in as a fire expertologist and crime scene expertologist. He just, yeah. 2 things can be true at the same time. The defense is horrible, but they have a point about this guy, and the state's been pretty good, but this is a misstep.
Case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it entitled, whether it be great or slight, or you may reject it. And in examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon, and is no stronger than, the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find that those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, are not true, or are true in part only. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in the case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony, to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of the crimes charged. With that being said, I'm going to give you guys a 5-minute break just in case anybody needs to use the bathroom, and then we'll start back up with the testimony of this witness. Thank you. I'll still give you...
All right.
So I want to talk to you about whether or not you recall on November 20th, 2018, being asked to respond to a particular location.
I do, yes.
Okay, where was that?
15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck.
Okay, do you recall approximately what time you arrived at 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck?
Approximately 1:30 in the afternoon.
Now, was your initial assignment that afternoon, was it to go and conduct an origin and cause investigation?
It was not.
Okay. Now, what was the reason for your response?
I was asked to respond there to assist another crime scene investigator that was out there.
Now, did you draft reports in this case?
I did.
Okay, and do you recall approximately how many?
3.
Okay. Now, was one of those ultimately a origin and cause report for 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck?
Yes.
I'm just going to approach for purposes showing you this for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
This is my supplemental technical report for the fire investigation, origin and cause at 15 Willowbrook.
I'm sorry, can you give me the number again?
15 Willowbrook, I'm sorry.
No, the number of the exhibit.
Oh, S-371.
371, thank you.
So you responded to Colts Neck. Did anyone else from your unit respond there as well?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall who was there that first afternoon?
Detective Robert Flanagan, who I believe was the first investigator from the crime scene unit.
Okay, you guys, do an experiment. Close your eyes and listen to this man's voice and tell me he doesn't sound like Ray Barone on Everyone Loves Raymond. He has the exact voice.
Myself and then Sergeant Ryan Muller and Detective Stephen Hope.
Now, upon arrival, were you or did you engage in sort of what's been called like a field briefing?
Yes.
Okay. And was that with your unit or other people or something else?
It may have been emerged briefing. We had several briefings that day, but initially I believe it was with Detective Flanagan from my unit.
Okay. And you said Detective Flanagan was the first one there from your unit?
Yes.
And when you arrived, what was he doing, if you remember?
He was assessing the scene and beginning his exterior photography of the actual property.
Now, as part of your investigation and even your response that morning, did you find out how the fire was discovered originally?
Yes.
Okay, how was that?
I believe it was from a neighbor that notified 911 around 12:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. Now, information like that, information about how the fires was reported, maybe information about observations made early on, is that information, is that important in an origin and cause investigation?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you about...
Ma'am, I know you think this trial, I don't know, but perhaps if you're having a really bad day and you're kind of confused as to why this witness is here, maybe don't have a general what the F face if you're on the defense side, because it kind of makes you look derpy and not so. I get it. It's monotonous testimony, but maybe don't make the derp face, okay?
Your initial observations at 15 Willowbrook that afternoon. Can you tell us about that?
Upon my arrival, there were several law enforcement fire personnel present. It was a large property, so that was expected. The fire was actively engulfing the actual property itself, the structure. Fire personnel were still conducting suppression activities, so I remained obviously on the exterior portion of the structure, not going inside, just immediate. I was hanging back and just making overall assessments and observations of the actual structure.
Now, you said the fire was active when you actually arrived, correct?
Yes.
Now, you talked about many fires that you've been to in your career. Is it the normal situation where you arrive when the fire is still actually involved?
Not necessarily. I'm not a first responding officer, usually.
Is it, let's just say this specific case, was it helpful to make certain observations of the active fire?
Yes.
Now, locationally, where you're seeing certain things, smoke, flames, or smoke versus flames, are those observations, are they important when you're going through the systematic investigation?
Yes.
Can I have S1D? Slide through. Now, Mr. Cordova, I want to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in that photo.
Yeah, this is the front of 15 Willowbrook. So if you're standing in front of the house looking at the front door, this is actually the second floor, right above the front door.
Okay, so the front door is the bottom of that photo?
Right where that firefighter is standing.
Now, yeah, what's depicted in this photograph? Is this consistent with certain observations that you made that afternoon?
Yes.
Slide 4, please. What do we see here?
This would be the, I believe, west side of the structure. In fire investigation, we use A, B, C, D instead of north, south, east, west. So the front of the structure, if you're looking at it, would be the A side. And then you would go counterclockwise. B would be the side, C would be the back, D would be the other side of the house.
I do wonder if Paul did any investigation on the materials that were used in Keith's house, because it appears to me that the exterior is cement or possibly cinder blocks with plaster or whatever you use constructionology over it. So it did seem like this house was able to kind of catch a flame and smolder for a long enough for many hours until the flames actually became visible to neighbors nearby. Thank you.
So this technically would be the D side of the structure.
Next slide 5, please. What are we looking at here?
Once again, this is the back corner of the structure.
Okay. Next slide 6, please. You recognize that?
This is the, again, back, more so the back of the house, kind of like the southwest corner.
And then slide 7, please. What do we see here?
This is the back of the house.
Okay. Slide 8.
Back of the house again.
Slide 9. What do you see here?
This is the back side of the house, again, now going towards the other side, which would I believe is the east side of the house.
Okay. Slide 10, please.
This is the east side of the structure.
Okay. And that door at the bottom of the photo, where's that coming?
Right where that firefighter is standing with the stream of water, that is leading to the basement, which has access to like a miscellaneous room and storage areas.
Slide 11, please. Just another photo of the side entrance to the basement.
Yeah, this is just the photographer standing a little further back.
Okay. Slide 12. What do you see here?
This is the front of the house again, but more leaning towards the east side.
You said the photographer a moment ago. Who took these photographs, if you know?
I believe this was Detective Flanagan.
Okay. He, as you said, was the first one on scene?
Yes.
And he talked about him making scene observations and then starting to photograph the scene?
Yes.
Now, these pictures, I should say, these are some of the, what's depicted in these photographs. Did you yourself actually make a lot of these observations at the scene that afternoon?
Yes.
And again, is that helpful to your investigation?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that briefing with, either major crimes detectives or members of your unit, did you learn any specific information upon arrival about any individuals that could be present or the like?
Yes.
Okay, what was that first?
I was made aware that there was a deceased male outside of the residence along the northwest corner of the structure, in addition to additional deceased individuals inside of the structure.
Now, ultimately, do other members of your unit respond at or around the same time that you did?
Yeah, I believe Sergeant Mueller, he either responded the same time or almost the same time as myself. Detective Oak, I said, also responded. I don't recall exactly what time, but he was also present at the scene in addition to Detective Flanagan.
Okay, so briefing with your unit, major crimes, you learned some factual information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you and other members of the forensics unit, though, do you ultimately discuss any potential steps that you would take upon arrival at the scene?
Yes, we want to know, in fact, the condition of the structure by firefighter personnel. With fires, you're dealing with structural integrity, and as I mentioned earlier, fire investigation is extremely similar, if not the same, as crime scene investigation, because it is in essence a crime scene. So with any crime scene, you do have evidence involved, and when you're dealing with fatalities, not so much in a fire, but in a fire and outside of a fire, the human body is a piece of evidence. So our main concern at that point were the conditions of the individuals inside.
Okay, so you receive information that there are structural integrity issues to the house, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. So based upon that and based upon the discussion.
So basically, what the state is going to bring out here is that in normal circumstances, the firefighters would be instructed to leave the victims where they were found so that the kind of crime scene isn't contaminated anymore. However, because they were afraid of the structural integrity of the home, they did end up bringing the victims out onto the driveway.
With respect to the bodies and that being evidence, what, if anything, did you and the members of your unit decide to do?
We removed the bodies.
Who specifically was involved in that?
All members of the crime scene.
Were your efforts photographically documented?
To the best of their ability, yes.
And who was actually taking the photos, if you remember?
Detective Flanagan.
Okay, so it's safe to say you've mentioned that you ultimately entered the house.
Yes.
Okay, now, as far as the conditions go, what were they like upon your entry?
It was still an active fire.
Okay, so some of the photos that we've looked at, and you just talked about a few minutes ago, those were the conditions that were present when you entered the home?
I would say very close to, yes.
Do you recall, generally at least, where the victims were located when you entered the home?
Yes, I believe fire personnel removed one victim, and then there was another victim inside the front door as you approach the, I guess, the foyer area. You're walking in, so to the left, and then there was another victim in the kitchen area to the right as you proceeded inside.
Can we have S1E, right, slide 13? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
So if you're looking at this picture here, this is the actual foyer area upon entering that A side of the structure in front of the house. So to the left of this picture would be the front door area where those two rectangular windows are to the top left corner. Right to the middle of the photograph is a landing in the foyer that goes down, if you proceeded to the right, down the stairs to the basement area. And to the left, or to the right of that are closet doors.
Can I have slide 14, please? What do we see here?
This is now looking at the closet doors to the left. Straight ahead is a hallway that takes you deeper inside the house, and to the right is additional rooms. This is all in that foyer area still.
Slide 15. What do we see here?
Back similar to that first photo that you showed me, where that yellow blanket is the area of the victim in the foyer area, right to the left of those closet doors.
So fair to say these photographs were taken before you and other detectives actually removed the bodies from the home?
Yes, as with any piece of evidence in crime scene investigation, the rule is to photograph before you move, so you can memorialize the actual scene as it is presented to you upon your arrival. So at every effort possible, we try to photograph anything we touch.
Can I have slide 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the same area. Fire suppression has been completed. You can notice the smoke and steam are eliminated at this point. So this is that general area in a much, I guess, controlled environment at this point.
Can I have slide 17, please? Again, what are we looking at here?
Same thing, just a different angle. You can see the landing with the stairway going down, kind of like in the center of that photograph. To the left are those rectangular or square rectangular windows, the stairway leading to the second floor, and to the immediate right, lower right-hand side is the doorway entering the house.
Can I just have slide 12, please? And just for purposes of like orienting ourselves, those windows in the front of that, the right side of that photo, those are some of the windows we could see from the inside of the foyer?
Yes.
Now, was there a lot that you and other detectives from your unit were able to do or accomplish on November 20th, 2018?
No, our main objective at that point was to preserve any obvious pieces of evidence that we could. So in this particular case, it was the actual deceased individuals. We had a constant fear of structural integrity, so at that point, we decided to not pursue any additional examinations inside of that structure because of the integrity issues and for our own safety.
Now, so is it fair to say at some point on November 20th, you left for the evening?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as the scene goes, how was the scene secured overnight?
law enforcement maintains a visual of the actual security.
Now, did you return to 15 Willowbrook at some point?
Yes, the next day.
Okay. Now, that next day, did you do anything that morning prior to responding to 15 Willowbrook?
Yes, I did.
And what did that entail?
I believe that was on advice of the multiple fire companies that were there. So not only was the local fire department there battling this fire, but there were also, I believe, the county or several towns that were close to it, along with a naval base, came over. So I think it was a mutual decision made by the people in charge of tackling the fire at the time, that they were worried about the structural integrity. They couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be more damage and more issues. So we probably need to get everything out.
Supervisor, Sergeant Mueller, dispatched me to attend a post-mortem examination of one of the victims, which is an autopsy of one of the victims.
Now, after doing that on November 21st of 2018, you responded to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do on that date?
That date was more assessment of the actual structure. By the time I arrived there, the structure was secured by engineers who erected braces, particularly in the basement area because of collapse of the first floor going down into the basement. So they had to maintain and create some type of stability structure to make sure the floors don't collapse.
Was there a point in time that yourself and other detectives were told that the scene was safe to be gone into?
Yes. Yes.
Now, that Wednesday, November 21st, 2018, were there representatives from other agencies there that day that you ultimately began to work with as part of an Orange and Yellow Clause investigation?
Yes.
Okay, where were they from?
Primarily the Marquette Fire Marshal's Office.
Is that normal in a fire like this?
Absolutely.
Now, as part of, you said you drafted an origin and cause report in this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you document all the individuals who were involved in the origin and cause determination?
Yes.
We have had testimony from the actual firefighters stating that they were worried about the structural kind of integrity, and it was a joint issue. Now, the first victim's body was brought out somewhat unintentionally, but understandably. This was a little 8-year-old girl, and the fire personnel were they did have pictures, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's all subjective, so I don't know, but we have had other witnesses saying that we told the officers that it was getting unstable. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to maintain this, fire or possibly add more damage to the victims. So in essence, however it was made, there was a decision made to move the bodies.
Now, as of November 21st, 2018, we're in conversations with your superiors. Was it your understanding at that point in time you would be involved in that? You have others also during the course of this investigation?
I did.
And what was another one of those?
Analyzing, assessing particular stains within the residence.
In the origin cause report, which is marked as S371, do you note the type of structure this is, the size, or anything specific about the location?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it that you documented with respect to the actual physical location?
Generally, with origin and cause reports, you want to document the structure, the lot block area that's listed within the county that the structure is located in, type of land it is, building descriptions, things of that nature.
Now, as far as construction, did you take note of, overall, how this
All right. I should be a little better, hopefully. Sometimes this has worked.
Would become important in assessing fire spread and the like?
Yes.
And I think you said this is obviously a large property, both the structure and the actual property itself, right?
Yes.
Were there any discussions with respect to other involved members of the investigative team on origin and cause as to how or where the investigation would actually begin, given the depths of the property?
Considering the size of the property and what was located on the actual property itself, doing the overall exterior assessment, we noticed that the property had multiple sources of potential electrical energy coming into the house, such as a solar panel farm field along the west side, in addition to a generator, external generator on the outside. So at that point, we have to basically appreciate our limitations, and that's when we decide to invite others that have more expertise in certain areas.
You obviously mentioned electric, correct?
Yes.
Now, was someone in particular ultimately brought in to assess the electrical as it was found at the scene?
Yes.
And who was that, and where were they from?
It was Michael Abraham from the ATF.
Okay. So as far as the ultimate origin and cause investigation, can you tell us how that begins and whether that is part of a process that you always undertake?
It's, once again, it's a systematic approach. As per NFPA 921, we work from the outside in. When I say we, it's myself in the crime scene investigation unit and outside fire investigators or the fire marshal's office that were there at the time, and ultimately ATF and state fire marshals who joined us. So we work from the least amount of damaged area to the most amount of damage. And it's basically like reading a book. You start from chapter 1 and then you go to the end of the book. You don't start from the back. So working from the outside in, just like any crime scene investigation, least amount of damage to most amount of damage, and that's how our assessment begins.
And so it's going to begin on the exterior, correct?
Correct.
Would that include observations of the electrical panel,
Absolutely.
the generator,
Yes.
the solar field,
Yes.
and the entirety of the perimeter of the residence?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how the scene was structurally secure, right?
Yes.
And who ultimately made the plans to make sure that that was true?
That would be the crime scene investigation unit and the engineers who assessed the scene and told us about the safety concerns.
Okay, and the engineers are from where?
Monmouth County.
Okay. And did those Monmouth County engineers, were they involved in any other aspects of this investigation?
We have engineers that would assist us with our crime scene investigations as well in terms of documenting, drafting a floor plan, if you want to say, or a diagram of the actual scene.
Okay. I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S285. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
These are floor plans and actual satellite view of the actual property itself.
Those were ultimately diagrams that were created by the Monmouth County Division of Engineering?
Yes.
Now, is that common for yourself and other detectives from your unit to utilize those services at crime scenes?
Yes, one of the things we do in crime scene investigations, we diagram our scenes.
Now, you talk about beginning on the exterior of the property, but I wanted to ask you more generally, maybe even more specifically, about the systematic approach that we've discussed a little bit this morning. And that comes from where?
NFPA 921 guidelines.
Now, are there a series of steps that are designed to guide an origin and cause investigation?
Yes, there are. We utilize in fire investigation, and actually I utilize myself in crime scene investigation, what's known as the scientific method, which are basically 7 steps that guide you or guide an investigator into actually investigating a crime, so that you're not really missing anything and your investigation is done the same way every single time.
Now, do you document in your report the actual steps that are utilized as part of the scientific method?
This particular origin and cause report that I drafted was basically bulleted with the individual scientific method steps.
Are you able to tell us chronologically those steps that are utilized in the scientific method?
Yes. So as I mentioned, they are 7 steps, with the first being identifying the problem, which basically entails receiving the 911 call, responding to the scene, conducting your initial assessments. Following that, you're actually defining the problem, which is the second step, the initial observations along the exterior and origin and cause investigation. Following that, you want to collect the data. That's step 3, which basically entails actual physical evidence collection, in addition to verbal evidence, witness statements, things of that nature that you may receive from your major. Analyze that data. With regard to that, you are now encompassing your physical, tangible evidence that you collected from the scene, your photographs, your observations, and you're analyzing that against the data that you have, which would also include witness statements, outside interviews that are taking place, firefighting actually take place. Scene itself, while you're doing your scene assessments, you may start to do some type of mental reconstruction, but you have to kind of caution yourself with that.
Oh, for good Lord. Yes, don't make any mental recreations. All right, let's fast forward.
This corner, if you want to say, of the actual structure. So the front of the house is to your left of this photograph.
Next slide, 22. And what do we see here?
This is the electric panel out on that corner of the structure.
Okay. And based upon your observations and interviews with firefighters and the like, was this the way that the panel was found on November 20th, 2018?
Yes.
Next slide, 23, please. What is that photo show?
This is just another photograph of that area showing the panel. I believe that's the panel face on the ground there, in between the bush there.
Can I have slide 24, please? What do we see here?
That's the actual meter of the actual electrical device that was disabled.
Can I have slide 25, please? Just for purposes of perspective, do you recognize the photograph?
Yeah, so again, you're looking at the northwest corner, so directly behind that tree in the front, in the center of that photograph. That is where that electrical meter and panel were located. And just beyond it on the grass, closer to the photographer here, where you have that tree that's kind of slanted down, that is your deceased.
This is the same witness. We just kind of moved forward in him talking about the scientific method. But now we're actually getting into the meat and potatoes of what he actually investigated that day.
Individual that was located on the grass outside.
You referenced the generator previously, correct?
Yes.
Did you make observations of the generator as part of the exterior assessment?
Yes, I did.
Can I have slide 26? You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That is the generator.
Okay. Now, this is another external source of power, correct?
Yes.
Again, you talked about determining whether electrical was present at the scene at the time of the fire call, correct?
Yes.
Is that part of the ultimate origin and cause determination as to, is that important?
Yes, yeah, it must be documented.
Now, you said the power to the generator as found at the time of the fire was on or off?
Off.
Now, did you also examine the solar panel array?
I made my observations, yes.
Okay. Now, did anyone else at a later date also make observations of this electrical panel, the generator, and the solar panel array?
Yes, I believe firefighters did.
What about anyone from the ATF?
Michael Abraham.
And he's the electrical engineer?
Yes.
Now, was there a point in time when you and others were satisfied on the exterior that you had not located any obvious sources of origin of this fire?
Yes, yes.
At that point in time, where do you go as part of your investigation?
So now you take it inside. So once again, we work from the outside in. Once the outside, you're satisfied with that assessment, you can now proceed into the next step and work inside.
And where specifically did you and others go during the course of this initial interior investigation?
Well, we determined, based on, again, structural integrity, that we want to go and enter the residence. So very carefully, we entered the residence. I forgot which door we actually went in at first, but once again, working from the least amount of damage to the most amount of damage, we focused primarily on the first floor.
First floor. Now, you there, I'm sorry. While we're doing that, Sir, I'm just going to direct your attention to the third page of S285. Do you recognize what that shows?
Yes.
And what is that a diagram of?
This is the first floor of the structure.
Okay. And is page 3 on the screen right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, where did the interior investigation begin, if you didn't say it?
Okay, so again, working from the least amount of damage to the most, we entered first through the mudroom, which is right next to the garage and laundry room. And we focused our initial observations and assessment in that area first.
What are you actually looking for? Just break that down as far as you go in. What are you looking to accomplish?
We're trying to see if there's any indication of fire originating in these areas. Again, least amount of damage to most amount of damage. So our assessment begins there, and all we observed there was just a lot of smoke damage.
Major Mom, you haven't missed much. We had a detective who did talk about Paul's cell phone. But again, that didn't bring up much other than it did prove that he left his cell phone at home charging when he went on his drive to wherever he went. And now we're going into this. This gentleman worked for many years as a crime scene investigator with the DA's office and taken a couple classes about arson. So the state has put him forward as an arson specialist. This is the first time that I have not agreed with the judge. I don't think he should have been qualified as an expert. His knowledge seems tenuous at best when there are fire marshals and other witnesses that could have, actually maybe talked a bit more eloquently about the fire aspect of this.
Now, based upon the observations of a lot of smoke damage, do you determine or you rule out any potential for that being the area of origin?
Yes, there's no indication of anything triggering any type of first fuel being ignited in those areas.
Now, I think you mentioned earlier, but you talked about being conscientious and not jumping to any conclusions in a fire investigation. Is that accurate based on what you said? But obviously, there are going to be certain rule outs as you go. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So you observe smoke and some fire damage, but you're able to say it didn't start here. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So you started in the mudroom. Where'd you go?
Mudroom, garage, laundry room, that general vicinity in that area, in that top left corner.
Okay. Were the observations there consistent with what you discussed in the mudroom or different?
They were all consistent. Once again, no evidence of any type of ignition source. Definitely combustibles in the area, so you have to take into account that fact, but nothing that was deemed as an area of origin for this fire.
So you said you went through the garage, the laundry room, the mudroom. Where did you go next?
I believe next was the kitchen. We kind of were following the same path.
Okay. And what observations did you make in the kitchen?
Kitchen, once again, smoke damage, heavy smoke damage in the kitchen area. Obviously combustibles in that location there, but in terms of fire and origin and things of that nature, this area was ruled out as any potential source of originating the fire.
Now, did your interior inspection in that area, as you just said, does it include the kitchen, the sunroom, the dining room, and the office, that area?
Yes, we would basically circle around that entire area where we did the kitchen island, made our way into the sunroom, the dining room, that actual office itself as well. And there was really nothing in terms of any evidence of the fire originating in that location, or those locations, I should say.
Now, where do you proceed next from that area?
Going back, you're in that area of the living room, foyer, hallway. We are starting to see, or I'm starting to see some heavy fire damage, and this coincides with the same opinions as the other fire investigators there. Primarily in the living room and hallway. You also start to see the areas of structural collapse in that hallway area, that bathroom area right in that center of the diagram, all within that vicinity of the foyer, bathroom, hallway location. You're starting to see a collapse of the structure, and when I say collapse, I'm talking about the actual floor area itself collapsing down towards the basement area.
So this is the first evidence, I think you said, that you're starting to see in that foyer area near the bathroom of some actual real damage.
Yes, absolutely.
That's floor damage, right?
Yes.
And obviously, based upon the floor damage, what are you thinking as far as, the fire investigation is concerned?
It's that particular evidence, that physical evidence of observing the actual floor collapse is telling me that there is a lower part of that area of origin that's actually pointing down towards a lower area where that fire is originating from. Because something caused that structural instability, and that something caused that decomposition of that material to collapse down.
So based upon those thoughts that you have and you just described, do you immediately go down to investigate the basement?
No.
Okay, why not?
No, because once again, we have to follow that systematic method, and I want to continue my first floor and even second floor analysis before pursuing down to the basement. So I want to keep that methodical approach.
Okay, so where do you go next?
Next, we made our way into the game room area. Same as the kitchen and sunroom, not real much to say in terms of structural damage. It was more like heavy smoke and soot damage there. But in terms of integrity and things like that, we focused, again, that hallway and bathroom foyer area.
Okay. Did you finalize the observations within the first floor at that point?
First floor, we were pretty, it was a consensus that the fire did not originate in that first floor area, and all the rooms in that first floor area were comfortably, at this point, eliminated as an area of origin for the fire.
Okay, so at that point, where do you go next?
We want to see what's upstairs on the second floor.
Okay, and why?
Again, working least amount of damage to most amount of damage.
So do you go upstairs?
Yes.
And what do you do when you're upstairs?
Upstairs, we make the same type of assessments. We observe several bedrooms upstairs, a lot of smoke damage, heat damage, things of that nature, but eliminate all those rooms up there as an area of origin.
Now, once you have a consensus that the second floor is not the area of origin, what's the next point of interior entry?
So we eliminated the first floor, we eliminated the second floor, now we want to make our way into the basement.
Okay, and how are you going to enter that basement?
Basement, we made entry along the east side, only because we cannot utilize, we don't have access due to safety and structural instability of that foyer area in front of the house. I don't know if you recall me mentioning there's a stairway where one of the victims was located going down into the basement. That stairway was compromised. It was very unsafe to have individuals going up and down those stairs due to heavy fire damage. So we entered the basement on the B side of the structure, which would be the east side, through that game or miscellaneous room.
I'm S1E, slide 16. 16. Now, just with respect to what you were just saying, what do we see here?
This is the foyer area. The front entrance is to your left. I believe that's the actual doorway that you see real close up to the photograph there. But looking directly in the center of this picture, right to the right of the stairs, that's that landing where we had a victim discovered. Going down those stairs would take you into the basement area. That's the area we could not access due to safety concerns.
Now, areas of damage that were noted to the floor, are they visible in part of this photo?
Yes. One thing with fire investigations, and one thing that you learn as in doing this, is fire travels up and out. It's seeking oxygen. It's constantly seeking oxygen. So one of the main patterns that we look for is what's known as a V pattern. So V patterns basically kind of point you to a possible area of origin where the fire is originating from. You can see here on the closet doors to the somewhat center or right of the photograph, that left door that's still shut, you can see kind of like an angled type of burn pattern. We would consider that as part of a V, of one side of the V. And as it's going down, it's pointing towards the stairway, which is kind of giving you an indication saying, hey, look at this area here. So it's kind of pointing towards that stairwell. Now, stairwells in fire investigations, or stairwells in fire in general, act almost like a chimney. It's a funnel of air that's providing oxygen to a fire, it's providing that fuel. So that would make sense that it's coming from the stairs. So that's one area that we look at. So at that point, this is technically a really good piece of photographic evidence and possibly physical evidence. We didn't get to that point yet, but for those regards there, we don't want to go down those stairs in addition to the structural instability, so we decide to go on the opposite side to enter.
Can I have slide 15 in that regard too? Now, what do we see here?
This is that same area, and you can see the tarp, once again covering one of the deceased. and you can see heavy smoke in that stairwell.
And do you, with respect to that V pattern or whatever that you were just discussing, is that visible on that closet door with both doors closed?
Yes, now you can see the door to the right is actually closed itself. So you can actually see that V actually going higher up. So it's really pronounced in this photograph here.
Again, obviously, I think you said that is evidence and that is something that you took note of as part of your origin and cause investigation, correct?
Yes.
But again, you don't draw any conclusions based upon that alone, correct?
Correct.
And that V, the bottom of the V, nearest the bottom of the floor, is that also consistent with areas that you were noted with some floor collapse?
Yes, as you proceed down the steps.
And the steps would have been, can I have slide 16? Just to be clear, the basement steps are essentially in the middle of that photo, correct?
Yes.
Downward?
Yes.
Now, as far as entering the basement, can I have slide 26? What are we looking at there?
So this would be the east side of the structure, or the B side. The front of the house would be to your right of this picture. And this is the entrance into that miscellaneous room, into the basement.
Can I have slide 28, please? And what's that show?
This is basically showing, we would call this like a mid-range photograph of you entering the basement area, and right beyond that doorway, you'll see wood frame construction there. That was done by the engineers to basically brace the floor above us. So that was the structural work that they did for us to enter.
Can I have slide 29, please? Now, what do we see here?
This is actually a photograph prior to that structural work being done by the engineer. So this was closer to the time of the initial photographs being taken by, I believe, Detective Flanagan or Detective Vogt, one or the other.
So despite the need to brace, the floor in order to make everyone safe, these observations, are they necessary? Are they helpful to the investigation into origin and cause?
Yes, as you can see to the right of this picture, and looking up, those pieces of wood should not be hanging like that. That's basically the floor collapsing. And if you want to take it a little step further, they're collapsing and they're pointing towards the area of collapse of where the most amount of damage in this photograph is depicting, which would be the area of a storage closet. So it's kind of, again, almost pointing you in that direction, because the way that is going to collapse, it's going to collapse almost like a V as well. So this is actually a really good illustration of that. And we take this into account as part of our assessment and data collection in our scientific method.
Okay. Can I have slide 30, please? What do we see here?
This is just a clearer shot, focusing more, again, in that general area. You'll see this is a hallway area, so the entrance is behind the photographer going in, and the photographer at this point is in that miscellaneous room, and they are walking down this hallway towards the center of the actual structure in the basement area. To the right are storage closets. To the left are, I think, like another storage closet or like a exercise type of room, if I recall correctly. But this is that hallway leading you into that basement.
Slide 31, please. What do you see here?
Again, this is just another image of that. Obviously, heavy fire damage, heavy smoke damage, heavy radiant heat, things of that nature that you would expect to see in a fire type of scene, but not so much to lead you to indicate as a possible point of origin, because that's not what's depicted here. We are looking for more detailed damage, if you want to say.
And then lastly, slide 32.
And here, now you start to see that with the artificial lighting that's being provided, in addition to the photography. You can see a lot of charring taking place on a lot of the framework that's still standing there, and that would be the storage closet area. You can actually see right through the walls there. So this is very interesting to myself and other investigators. Myself as a crime scene investigator, because this is a source of evidence, but fire marshals, ATF, other individuals that are partaking in this origin and cause, we are taking this into consideration, the amount of charring that we see here.
Now, ultimately, we'll get there, but there's a lot of debris in this area, correct?
Yes.
And is that going to remain there during the course of your investigation or not?
During the course of the investigation, a lot of this debris will be removed. That's part of the digging out phase of fire investigation, because you want to remove items and clean that area where we potentially think may be an area of origin, to try to look for patterns and look and document specific patterns that may be around.
Supported and everything was made safe down there, right?
Yes.
So you enter the basement and your first observations are going to be which room?
We did once in a while during the last storm, but it kind of flickered. We actually lost a neutral from the power company, so we have a temporary box right now, but in 2 or so weeks, they're supposed to come back and fix our fuse box or something. That's a Mr. Mo thing.
We identified it as a miscellaneous room. It was almost like a TV room, sort of.
Okay. And obviously, you discussed a little bit here, just a moment ago with the photos, but the observations of that area, the miscellaneous rooms and some of those closets you discussed, were what as far as the level of damage?
You have damage throughout the basement. But we are looking again, least amount of damage to most amount of damage. So the least amount of damage led us, in that miscellaneous room as soon as we walked in. But we are starting to see a gradual increase in damage in addition to the floor collapse or ceiling collapse in this photograph and the charring that we didn't see anywhere else in the house other than this particular area.
Okay. Now, you said that the floor is kind of giving you some evidence, pointing to a certain location. What location is that specifically?
That floor is actually collapsing, and the structural decay of the joist and the walls and everything were kind of collapsing, pointing into this what we deemed as a storage closet.
Okay. That being said, do you continue with an assessment of the entirety of the basement?
You have to, yes.
Are there several different rooms within the basement?
Yes.
Just want to show you purposes of the last page of S285. What is that page show you?
The last page is the second floor.
Let's take an indicator. Let me give you the second page of that document. And what's that show?
This page is a floor plan of the basement.
Okay. And does that lay out all the rooms as documented by the engineers?
Yes.
What is up with these wonky rooms, like this weird flipper thing and this hump over here? I am sure this is a very expensive house. I do not like it, Sam. I do not like it.
Some of them are given like generic descriptions, correct?
Yes.
Like closet, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then we have, so you enter, using that diagram, can you put an X on where you entered, just so we understand? That's the outside entry into the basement?
Yes.
Talked about the miscellaneous room. Did you inspect the storage closet as well as those two other rooms within the miscellaneous room?
Yes, they were closets, like smaller closets, smaller than the storage closet. They were inspected. The bathroom was inspected as well. Those workout rooms were also inspected. That whole foyer area where those other smaller closets and a stairwell were also inspected, in addition to the storage and utilities. The further west that you went, so the storage utilities presented the least amount of damage. Almost similar to what we saw on the first floor. It was just like a lot of smoke and soot damage, but nothing in terms of actual direct flame impingement or charring or things like that. So the least amount of damage the further west you went. As you went to the center of the basement, you had the most amount of damage. As you went east towards the miscellaneous room, you now had the least amount of damage again. So it's kind of bringing you the actual scene itself. Like we like to say in crime scene investigation, let the scene talk to you. So the scene is basically telling you, hey, the most amount of damage is in the center of this basement.
But obviously, prior to inspecting that most damaged area, you want to make sure that you've looked at every other part of the home to ensure you don't miss anything.
Once again, you have to. That's part.
Does the scene talk back to you in the voice of Harvey Keitel, or like what voice do you hear when you're whispering to the scene?
The scientific method, you have to identify and document every part of the home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break at this point. We'll discuss this case, do any research. We'll be back out at around 10:45 or so.
We are not going to get any such break.
Can we have the back table screen again, please? Sorry. Okay, so we were talking about It's 285, I believe this is the second page, documents the layout of the basement, correct?
Yes,
And you put an X at the point of entry, correct?
yes,
Okay. Now, talk about assessments of the entirety of the basement, correct?
yes,
And ultimately leading you to the area of most damage, right?
yes.
And where was that specifically?
That was the storage closet area.
Could you put a box around that? And as far as the collapse of the floor that we saw earlier and where it was pointing to, ultimately, was that same area?
Yes.
Could we just preserve that?
S285.1.
Thank you. Sir, is there a door that's noted in the area of that storage closet, just below it?
Yes.
Sorry to do it. Can I have slide 40 of S1E? Bottom right corner? Yes, sir. What are we looking at in slide 40 of S1E?
So this is the hallway area. Now, this is actually facing, if you're looking at the direction leading outside of the structure. So if you're looking at the direction towards that miscellaneous room, but this is that hallway area. Directly above, you can see the floor collapse, pointing down towards the storage closet area. But this is a door that's separated, or basically enclosed or divided that hallway area.
Okay. So if we're looking at that door, ultimately, we're looking at the B side of the residence?
Yes, you're looking at and you're going to walk towards the B side of the residence. Yes.
So generally facing east?
East towards the miscellaneous room, yes.
Now, the storage closet that you discussed with the most amount of damage, is that in that photograph at all?
It's to the left. You can actually see the doorway, beginning doorway area to the left of that picture.
And on where we see the floor collapse in the photo, specifically, looking at, is this a wall here?
There is a wall there, yes.
Okay. And is it intact? Is it damaged? What's the status of that?
That wall is damaged. It's not intact anymore. It's crumbling.
Could I have slide 44, please? And what are we looking at there, sir?
So this would be the entrance into that storage closet. So this is basically you're stepping to the right, actually, I'm sorry, to the left of where you were just standing for that photograph. So now you're actually at the entrance into that storage closet area.
So that door would be, if we're looking at that photo, it would be to the right outside the photo?
That door that we just saw, yes, it would be to the right of this photo.
Now, on the upper left portion of the photograph, sort of in the middle, what do we see back there, that gray area?
That's a concrete wall.
Okay, now, that concrete wall correlates to what of the residence?
That would be the front of the residence. That would be the A side of the structure.
Okay, the A side of the structure. Now, do you also at times label the sides of the closet itself during the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay, how would you refer to those?
So that concrete wall would be the A side. That wall, or what remains of that wall, just the studs of that wall, directly straight ahead of that picture, that would be the B side. The wall where the door that we just saw, the hallway, and that partially collapsed wall to the right of this picture, that would be the C side. And the wall that's closest to this doorway, that shares the opening to this doorway, would be the D side.
Okay, so as we're looking at photo in slide 44, we're looking through the D side, is that accurate?
You're looking through the D side, and the center of that photograph would be the A-B corner.
Now, we talked about most damage. Did you at any point in time look for observations of low burn?
Yes, the investigators that took part in this investigation, this is, at that point in time, that would be when they would start digging, and that's when we start looking for low burn.
So what we see in slide 44, has that been dug out yet or no?
No, just like, again, crime scene investigation, you photograph things as they were upon your arrival, and this is prior to any digging.
So this photograph, slide 44, is documenting the storage closet as you first found it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that show?
So you are in the hallway now, and you are looking through what would be the seawall of that closet, looking into the storage closet. So you're looking through the actual degraded, decomposed wall there into the closet.
On slide 75? Is that a similar view of that storage closet?
Yes.
And at the top of the photo, what do we see?
That is the floor collapse upstairs. That's part of the beams coming down.
Okay. And then can I have slide 76, please? And what does this depict?
Same thing. So you're looking at that seawall, and you're also looking at the floor collapse as well.
And again, were these photos taken prior to any efforts to kind of excavate the area?
Yes.
Now,
Again, not a constructionologist, but why not use cement for all the walls? I mean, you already have a funky design and layout, so why not just pour cement for the walls?
ultimately, were efforts undertaken to remove debris within that closet?
Yes, members of the Monmouth County Fire Marshals, ATF, all took part in that.
Okay, were you present for that?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, was anything located within that debris?
Within the debris, there was I believe, a broken bottle of alcohol, in addition to some other items.
Again, I just want to show slide 44. That's the photo we were looking at before, correct?
Yes.
With the debris in the closet.
Yes.
Okay, slide 45. What does that depict?
Right in the center of that photograph is that broken bottle of alcohol that I mentioned.
Is that ultimately secured?
Yes.
Slide 46. What's that?
That is the broken bottle of alcohol.
And then slide 47. What is that?
Same thing, broken bottle of alcohol.
Now, was there any other alcohol located nearby in the basement or within the basement?
Yes, and I believe it was outside of that hallway foyer area, outside of the storage closet itself. There was another broken bottle of alcohol.
Okay. Can I have slide 48? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that show?
That is a refrigerator of sort, or shelving unit for wine and alcohol.
Fancy.
What does that show?
That is a shelving type of unit, and at the base of that on the floor is a broken bottle of alcohol.
And that's not the storage closet, correct?
This is outside of the storage closet.
Getting back to the closet. Can I have slide 56, please? Sir, what are we looking at there?
So as I mentioned, members of the investigative team eventually cleaned out the closet and removed the debris to look at or for potential patterns on the floors and on the lower portions of the walls within that storage closet. And this is one of the photos of entering that closet.
Slide 57, please. What do we see?
Again, this is just an overall of the floor area of that closet, showing any type of patterns that were visible.
Slide 59, please. What do we see in that photograph?
This is just another depiction of that closet. We're looking at the B wall. A wall would be to your left, C wall would be to your right. So whatever remnants of that B wall and that little shelving area at the base there within that storage closet.
This slide depicts?
This is a depiction of two photographs. The one to the left would be the storage closet prior to the debris removal. The one to the right would be the storage closet area, same general location with the debris removed.
Once the closet the debris is removed from the closet, what describe the observations that you're able to make with other members of the investigative team?
Yes. So as you can see the floor, you'll have some areas that you can actually see visible wood that's not very damaged. And then you also have areas of that floor that you have some damage and some burn on that floor area. So we take this into consideration. This is what I'm generally indicating as like low type burning. However, there could be various reasons for this. It could be dropped down from the ceiling above and that fire just burning in that specific location, not necessarily indicating that there's an accelerant or something out of the ordinary. This is something that we have to document. Areas that you see no burning on the floor, we can actually see the wood. We call those protected areas. Again, not uncommon to have areas that are protected from fire and heat. So we generally document that as well. In addition to more of the wall that's present and now exposed with the debris removed, looking at the walls and the actual studs that remain there, once again, we don't see this type of pattern anywhere else in the residence other than this closet area where you see that heavy type of charring and those indications of actual flame impingement, what we call pyrolysis, which is decomposition of organic material, decomposition of the wood that would generate fumes and things of that nature, which would basically fuel the fire. So we see this in great detail in this closet.
Thank you, Jariah. We should fund a booze elevator for Miss Mo. You know, as much as I joke about drinking, I actually don't drink that much. So it's kind of odd that for the last couple days I have ended my day with an adult beverage. But I think it's because I am legitimately getting sick, which is not fair. I haven't been out. My small childhood germ makers have not been out with their friends, and yet I get sick when we didn't go out. It just doesn't make sense.
Say we, again, as a team, investigate in this area.
I have slide 68. What are we looking at here, sir?
This would be, again, inside the storage closet area. This is a split, two photos here. The one to the left would be what you're looking straight ahead, that concrete wall, that would be the A side of the structure, the A side of the closet, the front. To the left of that would be the D side, which would be the west side of that wall.
Okay, but how can we have a very, very clear indication that the fire's burned to the cement floor and then we've got a protected, almost no burn? How does that happen so close together?
So you're looking at the remnants of what's there prior to a detailed removal of that debris. The photograph to the right is in the same general location, however, it's more focused in that AD corner. And now you can actually see a clearer picture of the floor area, specifically that AD corner in that closet. And to the right where you see like a...
So we are looking at, they are trying to prove that the fire started in the storage closet. Now, they're calling it a slow burn, which I hope he's going to define for us. But I don't know. I mean, it looks like it was hardwood or vinyl, perhaps, but I'm guessing actual hardwood, given that they are, more well off.
Puddle, it looks like that grayish type of liquid. That's water there, and that's what we consider low burn. That floor is deeply damaged in that one specific area when compared to the floor right to the left of that.
Now, when you talk about the heavily damaged portion of the flooring, can you just put like a circle around that just so we understand exactly what you're talking about? So that is circled, and it's in comparison to an area that appears to be protected?
Right to the left of that.
Preserve that,
Slide
please.
68.1.
Sir, what do we see here?
Again, this is just that same general location. This is more of like a mid-range type of photograph where you'll see the A wall, that concrete wall. You'll see part of the B wall, which is that wooden shelving unit to the top of the photograph. Then you'll see very little of the D wall to the bottom left of that photograph.
Now, ultimately, as part of the investigation, does anyone take samples from the area of the closet?
Yes, fire marshals and ATF secured samples, a sample of the area in question that showed a lot of the damage and also a controlled sample away from the damaged area.
I hadn't planned to today. I am going to try to get us as close to caught up as we can.
What do you think ultimately was done with those samples, if you recall?
Those samples were turned over to Jesse Lamp of the ATF, one of the special agents that was present, for submission to their laboratory.
Can I have slide 60, please? 60, sorry. What are we looking at here?
This is just a photograph indicating the sample being secured.
Slide 62, please. What's that show?
Same thing, photograph of the other sample, controlled sample being secured away from the burned area.
Finally, 63, please. 63. What's that?
This is another sample that was also secured.
And ultimately, they were tested by the ATA.
Yes.
In fact, they were negative for the presence of accelerants. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, when we talk about the scientific method, and we talk about your observations from the storage closet, what, if anything, are you doing with the observations you made after digging out and looking at areas of low burn and fire patterns? What are you doing now scientifically?
Scientifically, we utilize what we call inductive and deductive reasoning, part of the scientific method, where you're utilizing basically any type of empirical data that you would gather in terms of the scene processing, photographs, samples like this, just basic observations, witness statements, things of that nature. And you are formulating potential hypotheses of what may have occurred. It's part of the reconstruction of crime scene investigation and fire investigation as a whole. So that inductive and deductive reasoning takes place at this point at the scene and also outside of the scene, where we're incorporating other information. Information, for example, that I've gathered through Detective Rayner from interviews that were taking place while this was actually going on simultaneously. So all of that is taken part, and we are generating potential theories, hypotheses of what may have occurred.
Was there hypotheses that were generated by yourself and other members of the team within that storage closet?
Yes, we as a team concluded that the area of origin, and we say area, not actual point of origin, because it's very difficult in a scene of this magnitude and of this much damage to generate and pinpoint an area specifically within that storage closet. However, we generated that finding that the area of origin is somewhere within that storage closet for that fire, and then that fire burned for some time, as evident through what we observed through the damage, the charring, the smoke, first responder statements, things of that nature, things that other people saw, the outside sources, which I say is important through NFPA 921. You have to incorporate that. This fire originated in that storage closet based on what we observed, and then once breached whatever structural areas within that closet, it was introduced to more oxygen. Oxygen fuels fire. Fire then grew and then spread and had full engulfment and full involvement of the entire structure.
Now, does coming up with the
So the seal was so good on that room that it was essentially airtight, that oxygen wasn't coming in through other things? Is that how it kind of burned, smoldered, burned, and then when it finally got enough burning, it got...
hypothesis, analyzing your data, I mean, does it also involve, potentially ruling out other sources or other causes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also in the basement, were there any other observations made by you and other members of the team with respect to potential power, the lack of power, or things like that?
Yes. Fire personnel actually observed, made observations, made note to me that there were wires that were cut in that storage utility room, wires that resembled communication data lines, communication wires for the residents.
Now, this is going to be interesting. The state does contend that Paul, or whomever, but Paul, who came into the house, did cut not only the security lines, but also the home phone lines as well.
Just want to show you slide 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the, we called it like a hub of a location of where the data communication lines were located in the basement in that storage utility room, just west of the actual storage closet area.
Slide 36, please. What are we looking at here?
So in the center of this picture, you see what's identified as a Verizon box. At the bottom portion of that box, you'll see a black wire there. That black wire is cut, severed.
Slide 37. What do we see there?
That's just a close-up of that wire.
Next slide, 38, please. What do you see there?
That is the other portion of that wire that was located.
And slide 39, please. What do we see there?
This is the internal components of that Verizon box.
Now, Do you know whether or not other investigators followed up with respect to the loss of power to that Verizon box?
They did, yes.
And is that information that would have been provided to you?
Eventually, yes.
Now, with respect to timing of that, or the actual time that may have occurred, that information, why is that important to an origin and cause investigation?
One reason in particular is the lack of energy entering the house, which was observed during the initial assessment. So without having actual energy in the house, you have to take into consideration possible incendiary causes of the fire, things of that nature, even so much as like smoke alarms, things like that. So we take that into consideration. Now, finding this information adds to that outside information because we use this in a form of timing of the event. How long did possible occupants have before they were notified of a fire? So any type of energy entering the house or communication, things of that nature, plays a huge role in our assessment and origin of cause.
Now, you talked about earlier, but Mr. Abraham from the ATF, who was involved with inspection of electrical devices outside, correct?
Yes.
Did he also inspect areas of electrical, access within the basement as well?
Yes, he actually provided information to us about energy entering any of the rooms of the house, which helped us rule out electrical causes of the fire. So he played a large part of doing that assessment.
Now, with respect to getting back to that, you mentioned smoke alarms and also that Verizon box, but what, if any, effect would the cutting of the Verizon line have on the smoke alarm or transmittal of fire to outside sources?
To my understanding, it would provide no communication, no indication that there was a fire in the house.
Fire spread within that closet, correct?
Yes.
Can you talk about, based upon your investigation and the team approach, as to, I know you mentioned it briefly, but what happened with that fire in the closet and where it ultimately would have gone?
We determined that fire remained in a slow burning type of stage, whereas in essence, it didn't escape that room for some time. This is evident through the combustible materials that were in the closet. And again, in culmination to first responder observations upon their arrival, where no flame was visibly indicated or observed. So that fire remained in that closet in a compartment type of setting, where it could have remained in an incipient, we call it incipient, or early stages of the fire, where it's just consuming, absorbing oxygen. Now, once that fire breached the surrounding areas, we call it like paralyzing, where it's actually decomposing the actual structure. That structural integrity now becomes compromised, and the weight of the first floor could have collapsed down and then introduced additional oxygen. In addition to damage that we observed in that first floor foyer, that stairway where that one victim was located, that stairway going down, that first floor landing, going down that first level stairs towards the basement, that floor was also compromised, and that floor was directly above the storage closet. So that's another area of where that structure was compromised that could have introduced additional oxygen, which then caused that fire to progressively increase in rapid development.
Can I have S285 on the screen? Now, go to the first floor. We're looking at the first floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, when you talked about, if you could use that stylus just to indicate within that diagram where we're seeing that floor collapse on that first floor area.
It would be in this general location right there.
That is in the area of the stairs down to the basement?
Yes, the stairs are right to the left of that.
Okay, what is below that again, just to be clear?
That would be access for the storage closet and that whole little foyer area by the storage closet, downstairs in the basement.
We just preserve that, please.
Point two. That's 85.2.
I'm back at S1E. I'm going to go to slide 49, please. What are we looking at here, sir?
All right, so you're standing on the first floor landing. This is the foyer, the entrance into the house. Right behind the photographer here would be the area where the victim was located. So now you're going down the stairway towards the basement area.
Okay. Slide 50. What do we see here?
Okay, so now you're at the landing between the first floor and the basement, and you can see the compromised floor there, the heavily damaged floor. And this was one of the reasons why we couldn't access this way to enter the basement. We had to go on the B side because of the condition of this floor here.
Slide 51, please. What do we see there?
Same thing, the compromised floor here.
Now, was there something discovered in the area of that stairway down to the basement?
Yes, there was a piece of plastic. First indication, we didn't know what it was. Further evaluation outside of the scene determined it was one of those automatic vacuums.
Slide 52. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
That's that piece of plastic that ended up being one of those mechanical vacuums.
Slide 53.
Aren't all vacuums mechanical? Doesn't he mean robotic? And I so want one of those, but I know my cats would just sit on it and then keep them from functioning.
Got a picture of the vacuum?
Yes,
And was that also sent out for testing by the ATF?
I believe it was.
Compromised based upon your hypothesis. Fire growth would have gone in what direction?
Up and out.
And up and out would have been where would that present itself in this house?
That would present itself right in the first floor foyer area. If it compromised the stairway floor, which it obviously did, and obviously compromised the floor above the storage closet, which would have been in that living room, bathroom area on that first floor.
And as part of the scientific method, I think we briefly touched on it, but are there certain other causes, specifically, we talked about electrical, are there other causes that you need to rule out as part of testing the hypothesis?
Yes.
Does that include natural causes?
Yes.
And what are natural causes?
You would consider wind, lightning, things of that nature.
And how do you go about ruling out natural causes like those?
We obtain weather reports, data reports, wind direction, things of that nature.
And was there any indication that this fire could have resulted from natural causes?
No.
What about accidental? What's an accidental cause?
Accidental cause could be careless smoking, discarding cigarettes, candle, getting knocked over, things of that nature.
Now, as far as those causes go, were you able to rule out, based upon the systematic investigation, those other causes?
Yes, we actually look for things of that may cause accidents, such as candles, cigarettes, things like that, and nothing appeared in that area of origin that would have indicated that.
Within the storage closet?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned before Mr. Abraham and his determination that, I believe you said, no electrical was present at the time the fire began. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. You can talk about that more specifically, but is that information that was provided to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is that important to the investigation of the origin cause?
Yes.
Spontaneous combustion, is that something that you would analyze at some point during the systematic investigation?
Yes, it's something that we take into consideration, yes.
Was there any evidence with respect to spontaneous combustion of any?
I thought that we ruled that out after Unsolved Mysteries proved it was most often someone who fell asleep with a cigarette in their fingers. Again, not to besmirch the dead, I'm sure that's terrible, but I thought we kind of, or was it human spontaneous combustion and not just the kind of quantum mechanics spontaneous combustion is possible because of the theory of chaos?
Type of materials?
No.
Now, you talked a little bit about the alcohol bottle before, correct?
Yes.
And that's considered, the alcohol bottle is considered potentially what in fire investigation?
That could be a source of flammable liquid used to ignite a fire.
Now, flammable liquids, is that something that you looked as part of your investigation, your hypotheses, to potentially determine whether or not that could play a role in how this fire was set?
Yes.
Okay. And can you talk about what, if anything, what role that played in this investigation?
Sure. That takes large in part to our cleaning the floor area and looking for the area of lowest burn. So one of the other things that we're looking for, like I mentioned earlier, are patterns on the floor, not necessarily so much on the walls itself, but the floor. And when you have areas of low burn on the floor, areas that show a significant damage to the floor area in and around the area of origin, you have to take that into consideration of potential flammable liquids being utilized there. So we kind of take that into consideration with our hypotheses, and that's one of the reasons why we take samples on the floor like we did here.
Okay, so efforts were made to try to identify whether or not you could identify the presence of flammable liquids.
Correct.
I think you said the testing before was positive or negative?
Negative.
Okay. Now, how does that play a role in your hypothesis regarding origin and/or cause of this fire?
It comes into a point with regard to final determination. We cannot rule it out. And I say that because of the mere presence of this broken bottle of alcohol in the storage closet, in addition to another broken bottle of alcohol outside of the storage closet, which seemed to be out of place. So at that point, it's not uncommon for any type of ignitables to actually be totally consumed in the fire without knowing the degree, the temperature that was actually in that room, and the extent of how long that fire was burning. It does not surprise me that any type of flammable ignitables, liquids, things of that nature are totally consumed. So I cannot technically rule it out. The team cannot technically rule it out as aiding to the cause of the fire.
Now, given the inability to rule out other causes and based upon guidance from the NFPA 921, were you able to determine an ignition source?
An ignition source, not a specific ignition source, no.
With respect to, did you consider the idea of
What would you
open
say
flame?
you do here?
Yes.
And what was the consideration in that regard?
With guidance from NFPA 921 at the time, without being able to rule out ignitables, you can, and it's allowed based on the guidance to infer that open flame contact was the primary source of ignition for this fire.
And that's given that it's not accidental, it's not electrical, it's not spontaneous combustion and things like that?
Yes.
Now, we talked about it before, but as far as the hypothesis that ultimately you tested with respect to the origin of the fire, that was what?
I'm sorry?
The origin of the fire, the ultimate hypothesis, I think you've said it already, but the hypothesis with respect to the origin of the fire at 15 Willowbrook.
We concurred as a team that the origin of the fire was within that storage room, that storage closet in the basement, breached the surrounding structure that caused additional oxygen to become a component of that fire and actually fuel that fire and actually allow that fire to grow beyond that storage closet and consume the rest of the house.
Once the closet, and I know you talked about where it went, but once the closet is actually gets to the point of some sort of structural breach, what happens, what else comes into the closet that assists with fire growth?
Yes, fire growth basically takes place with oxygen, fuel, which are combustibles, heat, which is basically heat that is used to basically raise the ignition source of other surrounding fuels, and a chemical chain reaction. That's what we call now the fire tetrahedron. So once
The fire has a tetrahedron, not a fire triangle now. Sure. The fire octagon.
oxygen becomes diminished in a compartment style fire, which is what we have going on in this closet. Think of putting a glass over a candle. What happens to the flame of the candle? It will slowly diminish because there's no oxygen. Once you raise that glass, before the point it diminishes, that flame will actually reignite. The candle will actually glow again. So this is what actually happens in a larger scale in a compartment style fire, where you have a fire that's taking place in a small area. Oxygen is diminishing, which would make sense to the point where first responders don't actually see flame coming from that area. They see a lot of smoke. Once that structure is compromised and more oxygen is being introduced to that area, think of that glass being raised over the candle, that flame is going to reignite again. So you have that issue going on potentially in this storage closet, which would basically define as to what actually occurred.
Potentially was the key word in that.
In this actual structure.
Now, with respect to your final hypothesis regarding the origin and also the cause, did you draw any conclusions regarding the timing?
Yes.
Okay, what were those?
Based on outside information received throughout the investigation, it was learned that the actual structure had communications and in the sense of data communications or any type of communications taking place ceasing around that 3 a.m. mark time frame. So coupled with the fact that we see what we have a small compartment style room that's ignited, we deem that area to be the area of origin. We see the damage in that area. We see the collapse of the structure, the paralysis, the decomposition of the floor, the ceiling, all collapsing in that area in conjunction with other types of patterns. We are determining as a team, or we determined as a team, that fire took place in the early hours of that day on the 20th. Remained in that compartment for some time before that compartment actually decayed and submitted and allowed more oxygen to be introduced and have that fire grow out.
And ultimately, based upon what you learned early on, we know what time the call came in, correct?
Yes.
And based on your investigation, I think you said we would have had no transmission earlier of any evidence of smoke or fire.
Correct.
And is that part of non-fire evidence that's important to an investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And would video potentially obtained from the scene, would that potentially be helpful in timing and origin and cause determination?
Absolutely.
And was there a video that was,
All right.
you were advised about that established?
We are moving forward. We have gathered all the information we can, and this is turning into no, it's not. Good Lord.
Crime scene I went to that had blood, there is an analysis taking place.
Does that mean that every time you observe blood at a crime scene, you're actually able to make conclusive statements about them, or it's just something that you would also analyze?
Both.
Now, approximately how many years, if you could, have you been conducting bloodstain analysis?
I would say probably all 25 years, but in greater detail, once I had that initial training with the Henry Lee Institute, I believe that was back in 2003. That's when I actually took part in actually doing a more in-depth analysis with regards to bloodstains.
Now, is there a specific terminology that's
Blood spatter is so subjective. It's really been called into question here
just
of
this time
late.
to stay with Officer Joseph Cordoma as an expert in the field of bloodstain analysis?
Anybody here?
No objection, thank you.
Who wants to hear the charge again?
None of
Appreciate
us.
it. Allies on the Joseph through the right.
Yes.
What was the purpose of doing that?
This was specifically to provide my analysis and conduct my analysis, I should say, of the stains that were consistent with that being blood.
Now, before we go any further, during the course of this analysis that you undertook in the kitchen, ultimately, I guess, maybe not during the course, but at some point, were some of these stains swabbed and sent to labs for testing?
Yes.
Now, obviously, you don't create the results of that, correct?
Correct.
But they were taken.
Yes.
Now, where did you start within the kitchen, if you could tell us?
So entering the kitchen from the foyer area, if I recall, there was a entranceway that observations were made on one of the sides of the entranceway that resembled, based on my training experience, what appeared to be blood. So that's where the analysis started, and then proceeded onward into that kitchen and wrapping around the island area and then exiting out that same entranceway.
Okay. Did you draft a report with respect to your bloodstain analysis in this case?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you what's marked as S372 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is my supplemental technical report titled Bloodstain Pattern Analysis, or Analyses.
Okay. Now, with respect to, I think you said you entered through the foyer, you believe, and then you encountered an area that transitioned from foyer to kitchen?
Yes.
And I think, did you use the word threshold?
I think I used threshold in my report.
I'm just going to show you slide 3 of S1H. S1F. I was reading the opposite direction. You're looking at S1F, slide 3. Now,
Well, I believe that, okay, so the mother was found right in the foyer, and again, to put this as delicately as I can, she was very hard to identify because of how the fire actually came up from the downstairs stairwell. Now, I believe that the little girl, from what I understood, was going upstairs on the landing, not from the basement going upstairs, but I'll have to rewatch. And I thought that the little boy was found near or around the kitchen.
can you tell us what that's showing there? Sorry.
Yes, that's that threshold area from the foyer area on the first floor entering the kitchen area.
Okay. And did you make any observations of anything that was upon that threshold?
I did, yes. There was obvious stains that you can see in this photograph, particularly in that 1'9" area and extending to that, 2'9", 2'8" area. some interesting stains that were consistent based on my training experience as being blood.
Okay, so there's a tape measure in that photo, correct?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that being depicted in the photo?
This is just to show relation in size.
Can I have slide 4, please? And just before I go any further, there's another number on slide 4, correct?
Yes.
And what's that number?
That's IMG 30 or image 30. That's basically the image of Detective Steve's camera. That's the image number that was taken.
And when you write your report and you talk about different observations that you made on November 23rd, do you utilize reference to certain photos Detective Vogt used to kind of show what you're talking about?
Yeah, similar, like I mentioned, similar to scientific method, there's always a methodical approach to writing these expert reconstruction reports, and I reference photographs a lot in my expert opinions.
Okay, so when we look at slide 4 from IMG 30, can you describe what we see here, the observations you made?
Yes, this is what you would describe as like a contact transfer stain and a swipe stain. So you have a blood source that's coming into contact with a surface that did not have blood on it at one point. So if you're looking at the area of 2'9" on that tape measure, that 2'9", 2'8", 2'7" area, you're having a blood source coming into contact with that surface, that partition there, and actually swiping down from left to right. Think of yourself painting your walls in your house or painting a picture. You would dip a paintbrush in the paint. That paintbrush becomes saturated with paint. You make contact with the surface and then you swipe down. What happens to that paint on the brush? It would slowly dissipate. So the same thing is happening with a...
I get it, and it's actually a really good analogy, but we are legitimately talking about blood. So could we...
Contact transfer and a swipe stain, where you're having a blood source coming into contact with the surface, showing movement, and we call this a feathering effect, where you're having a larger volume of liquid blood gradually decreasing to a smaller, lighter volume of liquid blood, kind of like a brush stroke or a paint swipe. So that's one area there. In addition to, if you look down further at that, just below the red number 2, that 1 foot, 11, 10, 9 area, you'll see 3 almost linear type of stains to the right of that image. This is consistent, in my opinion, to being fingers, and also a contact type of transfer type of staining, where you're going almost from a swiping motion from right to left at this point. And it's like, I would call this a simultaneous type of impression, that all 3 of those stains are happening at the same time.
Now, when you talk about fingers, during the course of this analysis, if you saw something like that you believe to be potentially from or caused by fingers of an individual, would you look for any fingerprint or friction ridge detail or anything like that?
Yes, anything that I would consider being from a surface containing friction ridges, which our hands and our feet have friction ridge detail, that's what generates our fingers and palm prints. So anything that I would consider, in my opinion, as being developed as a source of that nature, I would look for specific ridge detail.
Can I have slide 5, please? Is that another angle of that observation that you just discussed?
Yes, this is just another angle and showing additional staining that is consistent with blood.
Slide 6, please. That's essentially the same photo.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I have slide 7, please? Now, what are we looking at there?
So this is a close-up image of that staining that I mentioned earlier. Now you just have the letter A identified there with a adhesive sticker. This is just a general area indicating an area that I suggested maybe be swabbed and tested for further analysis.
Okay, and ultimately, there's that the area that's depicted in slide 7 with the A sticker. Was that area ultimately either swabbed and or scraped for potential identification of DNA?
Yes.
Okay. And who did that?
Detective Vogt.
And ultimately, did that go to a laboratory for testing?
Yes.
Now, from the area we're talking about now, the threshold area, did you proceed into the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, and where specifically, in what area or direction?
So we're moving in, myself and Detective Vogt are moving into the kitchen and wrapping ourselves around the island in the center of that kitchen.
Next slide 8, please. What do we see here?
All right, so this is the floor area. So we entered and we went beyond that threshold. Now we're inside the kitchen area. So now we're starting to see some movable and some fixed pieces of furniture that are inside that kitchen. This is the actual wooden floor in that kitchen, and you're looking at the floor, you're looking at the staining of the floor, largely in part of the fire and also fire suppression. But you also see some red-brown staining on the floor area there at the base near that stool and by that movable little shelving unit.
So we see, and I think you referenced in your report, both permanent and potentially movable structures within the kitchen.
Fixtures, yes.
Fixtures, the word I probably should have used. Can I have slide 9, please? What are we looking at here?
That's one of the stains that I identified. You can see it on the floor there. You can actually see it on the leg of one of the permanent fixtures right above it.
Can I have slide 10? What do you see there?
Again, just the same staining taken with a scale at this point, a ruler, just to show size.
Can I have slide 11, please? The same stain that you photographed there?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you slide 12. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does that depict right there?
This is an area of the floor in the kitchen by one of the permanent fixtures that had some additional staining present at the base.
What do we see?
Same thing, just with the scale.
Have slide 18, please. And what's depicted in this photo?
You can see a stain right at that 2 foot mark, 2'4" some red staining, red brown staining there.
And now, the object that's ultimately being measured there is what? Is that the island?
This is, I believe, the island, if I'm not mistaken.
Can I have slide 19? Is that just a close-up of that staining on the floor?
Yeah, once again, tape measure used for relation of large fixtures, permanent fixtures, and the actual stain itself, just to show the size.
Now, I guess with respect to the actual island, slide 23. Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph, like directionally within the kitchen?
Okay, so this is now, we're getting to the end of the island. We're about to make a right-hand turn around the island from the entrance into the kitchen, which would be behind the photographer in this picture. You can see in the corner, right at the top of the island, right at I guess the top table portion of the island, if you want to call that. Right below that, there's that silver long bar. Right below that, you have some more additional contact transfer, red staining, red-brown staining right there, showing visible, again, based on my training experience, would be blood. And that's actually extending all the way down. You can actually see it lower on that island itself, in addition to one of the legs of that stool. It's all that same consistent colored red-brown staining, which is consistent with being blood.
Now continue with that area. Can I have slide 24, please? So what do we see here?
Again, more contact transfer staining. I would say, in my opinion, would be a simultaneous impression, almost resembling a hand as well, where you would see 3 linear type stains at the top, followed by what appears to be almost like a palm right below it, and more.
Now, again, the state hasn't gotten into this. This is kind of our first, but there were allegations that of all of the victims that night, the little boy, the 11-year-old little boy, put up one hell of a fight. And I hope I'm remembering correctly, but I do believe he was found near the kitchen. And with the multiple places that these blood stains are, it's very clear that there was a lot of movement. Look, Paul, if they can prove, and look, they have 85% proven to me that you done did this, it takes a special kind of evil to chase a child bleeding around a kitchen and end their life. It takes a real ugly, special kind of evil.
Of a contact transfer type of stain and altered stain, because there's a lot of movement going on there.
And the B that's depicted in there, what's that again?
That's an adhesive sticker, which I indicated to Detective Vogt that would be a good area to swab and test as well.
Okay, was that ultimately swabbed and tested?
Yes.
Have slide 25, please. And what are we looking at here?
This is that base of that same island area where you can see visible red-brown staining at the base there, and on the actual door area, and also on the hinge side as well.
Slide 26. What do we see here?
Just another picture with a scale ruler there, just to show size comparison.
I have slide 27. Where are we looking now?
All right, this is the opposite side now. We're on the other side of the island. And this general location is where we located one of the victims. And it was right at this location where you see that red-brown staining that this victim was discovered.
Slide 28, please. Okay, what do we see here?
This is just we would describe this almost like a mid-range type of image encompassing more of that wall side of the kitchen, showing the directionality and actual area of where that stain was in comparison to other items.
And in just a horrifying thing, I think there's a photo, like a school photo of the little boy, just intact on the counter. And then, Paul, I swear to goodness, I don't generally vote for Gen Pop justice, but Gen Pop justice, allegedly in Minecraft. I'm not saying that Nick and I would raise money for a honey bun fund, but I'm not saying we wouldn't, allegedly in Minecraft. All subsidiaries of Mo Incorporated.
Sir.
Now, for context, where we're looking in this photograph, if we're going from left to right, would we be going back towards the threshold that we initially talked about?
If you're moving to the right of this photograph, you're going towards the threshold, yes.
Slide 29. What do we see here?
So this is just a contact transfer type of stain, an altered stain. Again, this is the area where we located one of the victims. And there you have an adhesive sticker, letter C there, indicating an area that I suggested that Detective Hill swab.
And was it swabbed and tested?
Yes.
Slide 30. Is this the westernmost portion of those cabinets?
This would be the end of that cabinet, yes. So this would be towards opposite of the area of entering that threshold. So this is going to go the other way.
And the left of the photo, where would that take us?
That would take us, I believe, to the exterior outside area, which would be, I believe, the D side of the structure.
There's the mud room and the garage entry.
I believe
that area as well.
Yes, I believe so.
The analysis of this area.
So we have a liquid blood source that's low to the ground, obviously. We can surmise at this point that this could be related to at least one of the victims, because this is where one of the victims was located. But you also have some movement of blood. Some of those altered stains are showing movement of that blood source as well.
So just to be clear, did you make observations of the victim that was in this room prior to being taken out of the building?
Yes.
Was he in that area?
Yes.
And how was he lying in that area?
On his back.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are getting to the really sucky part where we get to the true horror of what happened to this family. And I get it, you guys. If there at any time you need to take a step back, I am not going to be including this into any of my breakdown videos, where I take the live stream and kind of cut it up. This is horrific, and my heart goes out to the rest of the Caneiro family who lost an incredible family by the sounds of it. Have your unconsensual emotional support political prisoner, Floof.
Now, in that general area of the A side of the kitchen, did you find or did you locate any other swipe patterns?
Yes.
Okay. Could you describe generally what you saw in that regard?
So what appeared to be a blood source moving, which I indicated like a swipe and altered stain, appeared to be a blood source moving back towards that threshold area. Leading back out to the foyer, I should say.
Now, so can I have slide 35? Now, is that going in that direction?
Yes, you're starting to go back towards the foyer area, that threshold.
And was the sink somewhere in that area?
Yes.
Can I have slide 67? 37, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. What do you see there, sir?
Okay, so this is a contact, again, a contact transfer, like a swipe stain, going in the motion of left to right at this time, left to right in a downward type of positioning. You have some alternate stains going in that mixture as well.
Slide 38. What's that show?
This is the same type of stain that I just mentioned, the same stain actually. And this is a close-up of it. I would consider this being a simultaneous type of impression where you have that.
Oh. Yeah, no worries. I completely understand. Like I said, I'll be here for the duration, and I can kind of summarize very delicately where things were found and that they did have evidence of a struggle, but completely understand.
Larger portion of that stain at that 2'2", extending to that 2'8" mark. One continuous motion going from left to right down. Almost like 3 fingers.
And the downward direction would that be moving us closer to the beginning, the threshold area?
Yes. Yes.
And do we see any of that with respect to your observations in slide 38?
Yes, this would be one of those stains where you would have an altered type of stain going on there. So you have blood that's already present there and being altered in some fashion that I cannot explain at this point. But you also have that swipe that's going through that stain in that left to right downward motion.
Can I have slide 40, please? And is that a photograph of that same area?
Yes, this is just now with the adhesive marker letter D that was placed there, given detective vote indication that should be an area that should be tested.
Just approach very quickly. Sure.
You useless lump. You fistula on the anus of humanity.
Just going just for 1 second.
Oh, please, throw your headsets down like you are pissed off, please.
And I mean, 1 second, I'll be right back up.
He's like, it's hurting my feelings to see. Oh, don't even try to cry, you ridiculous.
Mr. Decker, let me know when you're ready.
Projection.
Sir, you negate the possibility of forward human evolution. Ugh. Okay. I have my cat, who is like, I not like you, but I'll be your emotional support cat, but keep petting me.
For context of that A wall that we were talking about, the cabinets, they were stainless steel, correct?
Yes.
Can I have slide 27 of S1F? The left side of that photo would be the west side of the cabinets on the A side?
I would have to look at the diagram. I'm not sure.
Unless you can look up. Do you see a door to the left of those?
Yes,
Okay, would that lead you into the garage?
I believe so. To the best of my recollection, I believe so.
And for context, we talked about moving to the right in these photos, correct?
So looking at this photo, yes, moving to the right.
Now, again, for context, you talked about the victim and the location that you made observations of, correct?
Yes.
Can I have slide 36, please? Now, is that consistent with where you made observations on November 20th, 2018 of one of the victims?
Yes.
Now, again, blood going from left to right within the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And I've often been of the opinion that you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, as far as being a defendant and showing emotion in incredibly horrific things. I think Adrian Gonzalez was one of the best witnesses, tried to remain stoic when he did kind of get overwhelmed. He didn't make a fuss about it. He was very respectful, tried to, be very in control and stoic, but you could tell that a lot of the testimony did greatly bother him. This guy has had the same damn expression like he's waiting at the damn DMV this entire trial.
And again, can I have slide 40? That's the sample marked as D, taken by Detective O, correct?
Yes.
And that would be next to that sink area, right?
Yes.
Now, based upon your analysis that was conducted in the kitchen on November 23rd, 2018, did you come up with or did you draw any conclusions with respect to the blood that was located therein?
Yes.
And what was that?
It is really odd to see Paul, so maybe he has been desensitized to this, but we are all struggling with what these stains even represent. And he is just dead staring at them. Like, it's just very off-putting that he continues to just kind of gaze at them, kind of blank. I mean, there is a truth that, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Debbie, I will have to look that up. I didn't think to look that up yesterday. So I just find it very odd that a man who claims that he's all verklempt about, his beloved family, is kind of just dead staring at these stains that we know what they represent. We know that 2 children lost their lives along with their parents, and he's just gazing at them dead-eyed.
Say that based on my training experience and my analysis that led me to believe that there was a mobile blood source. Cannot say who at the time when doing this, but a mobile blood source entered that kitchen as evidenced through the threshold area showing that swiping action leading into the kitchen. Movement of that blood source around, or a blood source I should say, at minimum 1 blood source, moving around the island area, depositing several areas of blood, liquid blood around that island area and the floor area. Wrapping around that island, and then, as evident through this particular stain, letter D here, a mobile blood source now going back towards that threshold area, almost circling the island. So, in conclusion, my analysis revealed that at minimum.
Okay, according to ChatGPT, there is no credible reporting or public record that indicates that Paul Caneiro's wife has divorced him as of the latest coverage related to his ongoing criminal case. It is in fact alleged, and I can't pick them out, but that his wife and 2 daughters have been at the court. So I think those people that are sitting right behind the defense are right out behind the side of the defense, those are people there for Paul. So his wife and daughters. Now, the defense said that the wife was completely aware and okay with the friend with with condo benefits. I call BS.
1 mobile blood source entered and exited that kitchen or.
So, Granny Smith, yes, he has his wife and his daughters supporting him in the court for reasons I cannot comprehend. Look, I get it. He's your father. You don't want to believe that he could do something this monstrous, but I think an objective view at the information, who else could have done it? And I know y'all want to say Corey, but at this point, Corey isn't in even the same geographical, location where any of these crimes took place.
Add that movement of possibly entering and exiting that kitchen, or consistent with exiting and entering and exiting that kitchen, I should say.
I think importantly, you noted at minimum one mobile blood shooter, correct?
At minimum one, yes.
And the observations that we've discussed and the conclusion that you just talked about, are they based upon your collective training and experience in crime scene analysis, reconstruction, and blood stain analysis?
Yes.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Feeling extra generous today.
Well,
When you say well, is that because I'm normally not generous?
All right, so we have cross of this witness, but it seems like the judge sent them out on a lunch break before we had to deal with this defense lawyer.
Surface, there is the.
Oh, for heaven's sake. No, I don't need to add this as a screenshot, I promise you. All right. Now we're on to a new witness.
Excuse me? One investigation on the
Okay, no problem.
Now, this appears to be an employee who worked at Square One. So that was the business that Paul owned 90% of. And no, sorry, reverse that. Keith owned 90% of and Paul owned 10% of. I have no idea why we're waiting.
Truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, once you sit down and you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Yeah, Robert Block, B-L-O-C-K.
All right. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Mr. Block, good afternoon. Can you tell us what you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a professional services engineer at Fortinet.
Now, I want to take you back to the time frame of, say, 2018. Remember that time and where you were working then?
Yeah.
Where'd you work then?
Square One.
Okay. Now, Square One, what does Square One do?
We're an information technology company, integrator, reseller.
And did you work in a specific location or context within Square One back in 2018?
Well, I worked as a senior systems engineer. Went to clients, worked from home sometimes and in the office.
Now, where was the office back then in 2018?
Asbury Park.
Had it always been there?
No, when I started in 2004, it was in Homedale.
Okay. So, approximately how long as of November 2018 had you worked for Square One?
14 years.
Now, who was in charge of Square One? Who owned it?
Well, Keith was the president and Paul was the vice president.
Okay, when you say Paul, what are you talking about?
Okay.
And you're nodding in that direction. Mr.
Yes, we are going on to a computer engineer who worked at Keith's business, the business that Keith owned 90% control of. So this should be more of maybe kind of giving us an idea of how the Keith and Paul interacted at the office, if there was any underlying tension, maybe that or kind of issues with Paul. I don't know. That might be why he's here.
In the room?
Yes.
Could you just point him out?
It's identifying the defendant.
Now, taking you back to timeframe of November 2018, I want to ask you about prior to that time period specifically, had you done anything with respect to infrastructure at Keith Canero's home?
Yeah, I helped out with setting up some switches, firewalls, servers, things like that.
And why were you helping out there?
Because I worked for the company.
Was it all company infrastructure?
Yeah, that was company related. Yeah, I mean, he had two firewalls. One was kind of private for his private link. The other was for their companies.
Okay. Now, did you in 2018, did you install some additional security devices or the like within the infrastructure in Mr. Canero's basement, Keith Canero?
I think we replaced some stuff. I mean, it's hard, it's a while ago.
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, just like upgrade some things, maybe move some things from. We had moved from Homedale. Obviously, I think that was 2012. A lot of stuff from Homedale from the Homedale office to his basement.
Was there a point in time that you put in some monitoring software within?
Yeah, somewhere around 2016 maybe.
Now, what was the reason for doing that?
Just because we had a web server. So there was a web server running. I think at that time I don't think there was any email. It was just a web server, and then we had some other main database, and it was to monitor that hardware because there was an issue where the UPS had a bad battery. Maybe I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it was a bad battery, and so when he lost power to the house, it would take 20 seconds for the generator to kick in, maybe 15 seconds. So the power went out completely one time because the generator took over, but it was like that delay because the UPS didn't kick in. So the batteries were replaced after that, and then we started monitoring.
Just so we all understand, what's a UPS?
An uninterruptible power supply.
Okay. So were these things that you replaced or?
Not the U.S. Postal Service, which would be USPS. All right. That makes more sense in context now.
Upgraded in prior to 2018 in Mr. Canero's basement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the monitoring software, were you able to, once that stuff was installed, were you able to, check in on the firewall and make sure everything was all right?
Well, yeah, we'd get an email alert if there was a problem, like if there was a power failure or if there was some other network connectivity issue, or maybe we did some other monitoring, some what's called SNMP. Maybe it was simple network management protocols we use to monitor devices and things.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to the morning of November 20th, 2018. Do you recall waking up that morning?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you received an email?
Do you recall waking up that morning? Well, I mean, he's here and he's not dead. I know that these are probably not questions that should bother me, but...
With respect to something work-related?
Yeah. So the Pulseway is the cloud-based monitoring tool we used, and that basically, there was an alert that the server was offline by the firewall. I don't remember exactly, but it was basically when I got up to get ready for work, I noticed the email.
Now, based upon receiving that email, did you do anything?
Yeah, I text Paul just to ask him if he knew if there was a power out issue at Keith's house.
Now, with respect to getting that email, do you recall approximately what time you actually saw that email?
I don't remember off the top of my head. It was sometime in the early morning because, I was getting ready to go out to a customer, so that would be when I saw the email. Woke up, probably checked email, maybe after I got a shower. I don't remember exactly.
Now, when you received that email, was it an email that had just come through, or did it come through prior?
It came through early in the morning. It probably came through sometime in early AM. I don't know, 4:30 maybe, 4:30, 3:30. I don't remember exactly.
Sure. Now, do you recall back in 2018, or actually early 19, whether or not you were interviewed by detectives about some of this information?
Yeah, I think that was early 2019.
Okay. Do you recall giving a statement that was typed out?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to approach you and show you what the mark is. S346. Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, and what is it?
A statement.
Okay, and a statement of who?
For me.
Okay. Now, does that have your signature on the last page, page 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I just want to, gonna direct your attention to page 2. And I just want you to think about, maybe read the first few sentences to yourself, and then I'll ask you a question. Does that refresh your recollection as to receiving the email and the timing of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you saw the email based upon having your recollection refreshed?
I think it had to be around 7:30, I guess, based on this.
Okay. And did that refresh your recollection as to what time approximately that email actually came?
Yeah.
What time was that?
3:18.
Okay. Was that AM?
Yes.
That was November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
Now, you indicated previously that when you saw that alert, you texted Paul, right?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you text Paul?
Just from previous experience, like Paul, if there was an outage, like a power outage, I think Keith would have reached out to him. Just my own, experiences in the past.
So you talked about the fact earlier that Keith's house had a generator, correct?
Yes.
And did that assist with ensuring the power didn't go down often at that house?
Yeah. That's the idea, yeah.
And so assume for a second that power goes out to the residents from the street, like the actual power goes on. Prior to the generator kicking on, what is the UPS's function?
Just to keep the gear, live, supply power to the, it's a battery in there that basically would run when there's no line from the utility. So it would run for, I think what we had in there, maybe it could have ran for like 10 minutes. I'm not sure. I don't remember. It wasn't designed to like run for extended period. It's just to really handle that transfer from the line to the generator.
Okay. Now, you were talking.
Again, not to be persnickety, and I don't understand computers, but if you are in theory a computer company or a computer service consultancy, shouldn't you have a better UPS than can last 10 minutes? If they make them, I don't know if they do, maybe 10 minutes is all that they've got. But it just seems like there'd be more than 10 minutes. But this was also 2018, so maybe 10 minutes was high end then.
About why you texted Paul Caneiro, and that was because why?
Because again, in the past, like if I would, based on my own, assumption, if there was an outage, he would have texted Paul. Keith would have contacted him. Sorry.
Okay.
He would have been in contact just because I knew how they closed it.
Sure. Now, who was most aware of the infrastructure, the Square One EcoStore infrastructure in Keith's basement?
Like everything?
Yeah, like all the stuff for the businesses, the server, the firewall, that's
Paul knew what was there. Yeah.
And did you?
Yeah, I did too. Yeah. I would say we both knew. Paul helped set up that gear as well. Yeah.
Were you involved in helping to set up the infrastructure down there?
Yeah, I don't know if from the beginning, but obviously over time, when I got in there, I can say he probably set it up in the beginning, the initial configurations. I helped with it. It's a long time ago.
Sure. When you put in the updates with the UPS devices in the Pulseway, did you do that yourself or did someone help you?
I think it did it maybe with someone else. It could have been Paul helping. I didn't.
Okay.
A while ago.
Now, I just want to approach with what's remarked as S347. I'm just going to ask you to take a look at that to yourself, see if you recognize what that is.
Yeah.
Okay, what is that?
On the text messages between me and Paul.
Okay. And do those appear to be accurate based upon your recollection of the exchange that you have with Mr. Caneiro that morning?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I could go back to the first page, does it indicate who sends the first message in that interaction?
I did.
Okay. Does it indicate the time that it was sent or read?
Yes.
Okay, what time?
4:03.
Okay.
UTC. 4:03 a.m. So.
You had an interaction
Yeah.
here on the bottom, right? This is a
Yeah,
message
yeah.
from who to who?
That's from Paul to me.
Okay, what's that say there? Time-wise?
Oh, is this on? This one. Oh, this is 4:38. Sure.
Well, We also have it at 1.25, so he might look more fidgety than normal. It really accentuates the fact that the state's attorney, the male state's attorney, cannot sit still, but he might not be as fidgety as he appears because we are at 1.25.
Just gonna show you again. It's 347. Does that say, the first time on here, you to Paul, does that say 804?
Oh, sorry. That says 2021, 18, 804, 03, I'm sorry.
The
My
eight-
eyes are.
It's okay, the 8 carries over from the 20.
I see, yeah, it's 804, 38.
Now, the entirety of those messages that are in front of you, do they accurately reflect the interaction you had with Mr. Caneiro that day? Yeah. Can I ask for permission to publish?
I don't know whose witness this is.
I don't think we have an objection, Judge.
Okay, great.
Look, you can see, you can look at the messages or you can look at the screen in front of you. What's on the screen in front of you, is that consistent with the messages that are on S347, the piece of paper?
Yeah.
Now, scroll down a little bit. This interaction is between you and Mr. Paul Caneiro, correct?
Yes.
And again, who sends the first message?
I did.
And what did you say?
Hey, it looks like the firewall is down at Keith's house.
Okay, and was there a response?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that response?
I had a fire at my house. The place went up early this morning.
And that was from who?
Paul.
Okay, we'll go to the next message. What did you say next?
Whose house?
And why did you say that? If you were-
Oh, I was just confused because I had sent in a text that was, the firewalls are down at Keith's house, so I was just confused. That's all.
Okay, and then the response from Mr.
My house,
Okay, and then what?
around 5 a.m. from Paul.
And then did he say something again?
Yep, I can't talk now.
Okay, and then what did you say?
I said, oh man, everyone okay?
What did he say?
Yes.
And then you said, oh,
Okay, talk to you later. TTY now.
okay, and then he said what?
Later.
And then what was the last message Mr. Caneiro sent you?
I'll let you know when I hear from Keith.
All right,
He texted me during the night about the election being out.
that was, who's saying?
From Paul.
Okay, and then what?
3 a.m.
And then what did you say?
Let me know if you need anything. I'm covering Duke 10 to 6 today. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And what's due, just so we understand?
Doris Duke Charitable Foundation, the Duke Farm specifically.
And then, what if anything did Mr. Paul Caneiro say? Did
Okay.
you say anything?
Later on, I said, how are you managing? How bad was the fire? That was at 422, I guess.
Was there any response?
No.
Now, in talking about Doris Duke, was that a client of Square One's?
Yes.
Okay, was that something that you had or did you have any interaction with Doris Duke?
Yes.
Okay. Were you on scene there sometimes?
I was on site. Did project work, covered support because we had managed help desk and we had, at that time, 3 people pretty much every day. Yeah.
Now, what was going on in around the time of November 20th, 2018? What was going on with the Square One and Duke contract?
I was up for renewal.
Okay. Now, were you aware of whether or not anyone from Duke had met with anyone from Square One?
I know Keith was in discussions with them. I didn't, I don't remember meetings specifically.
Sure. Now, you weren't privy to those meetings, correct?
No.
And do you know who Keith was interacting with specifically from Duke?
Uli Basu.
Uli Basu? Okay. Do you know whether or not any proposal had been transmitted or sent to Doris Duke?
I think they were. I don't remember exactly. It wasn't sent to me to propose to them.
Sure. So fair to say, as of, the days leading up to November 20th of 2018, were you aware of what ultimately the status was going to be in 2019 for Doris Duke and Square One?
I mean, only that Uli was talking about maybe.
Objection. Sustained.
And that was hearsay, so good defense.
All right, no further.
Carl?
Thank you, Judge.
Once you get seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Another silver fox? Our prayers have been answered. We've gone through a long day, y'all. Although he does kind of look like he's from Starship Troopers.
Sergeant Matthew Cocking, badge number 7180, spelled Cocking.
Perfect. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, I want to take, first of all, let me ask you, where do you work?
New Jersey State Police, specifically the Canine Response and Training Unit.
Okay. And approximately how long have you been employed by the New Jersey State Police?
A little over 16 years.
Okay, so what year did you start?
2009.
Okay. And can you just talk a little bit about the basic training you received for the purposes of becoming a trooper?
Basic Academy?
Basic Academy, yes.
6 months training, secret training academy, followed by on-the-job training once you get out.
Okay, when you come out of the academy, did you have a specific assignment that's unrelated to what you do now?
Yes, I was on the road for several years. Every trooper starts on the road, learned basic law enforcement, started in Port Nars, transferred to Bridgeton Station, was there ultimately until I got to my present assignment.
Okay, and your present assignment in the canine context started when?
I interviewed and got selected to go to K9 in 2013. Initially went to the K9 South Squad, or you just apprised of regions, North, Central, South, and a training academy.
Okay, you know Luke Wilson or Owen Wilson, the one with the blonde hair that's got the kind of screwy nose? That's who he reminds me of. I just can't remember if it's Luke or Owen Wilson. They're both cutie patooties, so... But I can't remember names to save my life. So the blonde one with the kind of, well, obviously broken nose.
I worked the South Squad for from 2013 to approximately early 2022. I was then transferred to the training academy where my primary assignment is now, training canines.
Now, I just want to, Coach, I want to show you what the mark is, S435. Just going to show you what the mark is, S435. Do you recognize that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a basic outline of my canine career resume for my one specialty of human remains detection, specifically cadaver.
Does that resume, does it delineate dogs that you've had, related to your patrol?
Yes, in the canine unit, many of us have multiple canines. I started with just one canine, one specifically. I have two currently, different disciplines. This resume in particular is for human remains detection or cadaver. I've worked that since I came to K9 in 2013.
Now, does that resume, does it ultimately document some of the uses of the canine for cadaver detection?
Yes, there's a brief history of my experience and background, including what partners I've been assigned, jobs that he's been on, training, successes.
Okay. Now, with respect to this particular incident, can you tell us the name of the dog that, or the canine that you were utilizing at the time?
Canine Creed is my first partner.
Okay. And your first partner was at approximately 2013?
I got him, yes, end of would have been August timeframe, July of 2013. We went through initial training, which was patrol class, and then followed by his scent discipline, which was cadaver. Finished that up in June of 2014.
How long is that scent discipline, the cadaver training?
Cadaver specifically?
Sure.
That was scent class. I went through Bergen County Training Academy. It was 10 weeks, approximately over 400 hours of training. Various different types of environments pertaining to that specific odor. You want to get in detail with that?
Well, you mentioned that part of the training was different environments, correct?
That's correct.
What types of environments are we talking about?
When I say HRD, it's human remains detection. These are my questions. HRD doll specifically could be almost any environment, from outside, indoor building, collapsed structures, fire scenes, individual rooms, vehicles, natural accidents,
boats, water,
boat, basically anywhere where there could be injury or trauma to a human being.
Okay. And can you tell us about, based upon your experience at that academy, how you go about training the canine, in this case Creed, to be able to delineate the odor of human remains?
Yeah.
He's trained on just that, human remains. It starts with the imprinting process. We imprint the dog on the odor.
Okay. Now, again, not trying to ask stupid questions, but where does one get a steady supply of human remains to imprint on a dog?
Teach them how to find that specific odor. Then over the course of the 400 hours and 10 weeks, we do multiple different levels of the odor. Threshold, threshold meaning
all the way down to a small drop of blood to a whole human being in varying environments. Fire scenes, collapsed structures, collapsed under debris, underwater, from drowning victims, you name it. All different levels of that decomp. Could be fresh, could be years old. It just depends on the different scenario that you're presented, but the dog's trained on all facets of that.
And ultimately, is there any sort of certification or testing procedure that happens during that Scent Academy?
At the completion of the class, yes, you're certified, and then we're required to do AG, Attorney General guidelines, determines K9 guidelines in New Jersey. We have to do a minimum of 6 trainings a year, 2 biannual recertifications, so twice a year you're being recertified in that particular odor. Additionally, on here, the USPCA Scent Trials is an outside entity, K9 certification. You go through that trial, you get an outside entity, certify the team as well. Just another way of saying the dog knows the odor.
Now, was there a point in time, specifically in November, particularly November, I think it was the 20th of 2018, where you became aware of an incident in Monmouth County?
Yes.
And was there a point within the coming days when you were contacted by somebody from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office in order to potentially deploy Creed at a particular location?
If I recall, it was the night prior, I was requested to come assist the day that you noted.
Now, did you ultimately, as part of this case, did you ultimately respond to a location in Ocean Township, New Jersey?
Yes.
Did you recall the address?
I'll say if you have my report, I have.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S436.
Look, this officer and K9 Creed have been super de-duper busy. He can't remember all the searches he's been on.
For identification.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir. It's my report that I wrote after the incident.
And if you looked at the top of the report and read it to yourself, would it refresh your recollection as to the address
Yes.
you initially responded to?
27 Tilton Drive.
Okay. Now, to be clear, your response to 27 Tilton Drive, was that the first location that Creed was utilized for purposes of this investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you responded there, did you meet with personnel from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
That's correct.
And was there a point in time when you were specifically asked to deploy Creed in a particular location outside of the home?
Yeah, that day I deployed to multiple locations. That being the first one, it was just all that was related to me was they had a suspicious fire, suspected possible criminal in nature, and just asked me to assist finding any evidence that could assist the case at multiple different locations. Do you want me to go through them?
So specifically, I'm going to ask you about a vehicle that was located in the driveway of 27 Tilton Drive. Do you recall making observations of the vehicle there?
Yes.
Okay. And does your report indicate the actual specifics of the vehicle?
Yes.
Will that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Tilton Drive, that was the first place I went. Ultimately, I was asked to use my partner to search the vehicle, the exterior of the property, and the interior of the property. I started with the vehicle first, which would be a white Porsche, New Jersey registration, Delta Charlie Juliet 3105.
Now,
Probably.
how do you go about or prepare a Creed in order to deploy him in a vehicle like this one on that day?
Day over, you're referencing training.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I should be more specific. You bring the dog to that location.
Oh, for the search.
Yeah, for the search.
Understood.
That white Porsche Macan. How do you actually deploy Creed there?
Yep. First thing I do is I gathered all the information like we spoke. I then do a quick safety walk, mainly just to make sure it's
Okay, usually I'm a fan of K9 officers, but now I have legitimate Creed in my head, and there is only so much, can we go there? Can we make our escape? Look, I just can't have this song in my head anymore.
safe to deploy my partner. He's not going to injure himself. After that, I typically standard 5-foot lead, unless I need a long lead, job specific. I put an orange vest on him. It's just a visible orange vest that he uses just when he's working.
Okay. And ultimately, where does he start with respect to that vehicle on this date? I think it's November 23rd of 2018.
Yep. On this date, I decided to do the exterior first. Exterior sniff is just me detailing the vehicle as I go around. Once I do the exterior, then I proceed to the interior of the vehicle.
Now, did you ultimately run Creed around or let him run himself around the outside of the Macan?
Yes, I did the outside of the vehicle without any changes in behavior, anything from getting from the dog that I noted of importance. Then I opened, reference my report, I believe it was the passenger door.
Okay. Slight demotion on the Silver Fox. He both moves his mouth to read and has to do this with his head. That might not be demotion points for everyone else, but it is for me. Which is really a moot point since I'm married and I don't live in New Jersey.
Passenger side front door. Let him do the interior of the vehicle. I did that off lead. Reason being, obviously, the lead would just prevent him as I'm standing outside from doing his job. Once he finished the passenger compartment of the vehicle, the front seats, back seats, anything he can get to and pull him out. Then we went to the rear of the vehicle. I opened the rear cargo hatch and deployed him inside of there.
Now, just to be clear, it might be obvious, but just to be clear, what's the difference between on lead and off lead?
On lead is controlled. I can, depending on how long lead is, I control where he goes and I detail him. I prefer off lead as much as possible just because it allows the canine to work without me interfering with what he's doing. And ultimately, my job is just to read his behavior and observe what he's doing during the searches. There's a multitude of different things I'm looking for in his behavior when he's doing his job. So that's strictly all it is on lead, off lead.
When you talk about there's a multitude of things that you're looking for, is that based upon your and Creed's training and experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what types of things are you looking for when Creed is actually deployed?
Biggest thing you look for is most commonly that the general public knows is what we call the final train response or final alert. In his case, he was an aggressive alert, meaning he'll scratch. It's the least important thing out of everything he displays to me. Not that it's not important, I don't want to take that out of context, it just means it's the least important in the steps of it. When he's searching the dog as they're trained during his 400 hours and 10 weeks of training, he has multiple days on the odor and being rewarded for finding that particular odor. So when a dog gets an odor of something he knows he's going to be rewarded for, the endorphins, everything in his brain start to drop, and he has physiological changes that he can't hide. And you guys have pets, think about, you get a treat, or your toy is favorite or whatever it is, they get excited, right? It's no different here. He starts getting an odor of what he's trained and imprinted on. There's things he can't hide. His tail starts wagging. First thing dogs do is they close their mouth because they pant when they're working. When they start taking the odor through their nose, the first thing they do is close their mouth because they're taking all available odor through their nose because they're trying to differentiate what they're smelling. That's called they do shallow breaths. It gets real fast, rather than when they get excited. Another thing they do, the tail wag. They start bracketing. Head spin when they go by on odor. All those physiological changes a dog cannot fake. They can't make it up. It's not nothing they can control because the endorphins are now taking over in their mind. They're getting close to their reward. So that's the order of things that I'm looking for as a handler. Dog may be interested in something, he'll move on. If it's an odor he's trained on, he's trained to go to source, and he'll follow all the way as close as he can get to source before you'll ever see that final or trained response. Does that answer your question?
Certainly. Now, you deployed him, I think you said next, into the rear cargo area of the first Macon. And what, if any, behavioral changes did you observe at that point in time?
No, I think we need to get Canine Creed here and he can answer the questions. Do we have a body cam of Canine Creed doing his stuff? I'd really just like to see the puppy work and humans be damned. I'm just kidding. But it would be cool to see a video, of him pointing out Paul's, complete guilt.
We'll reference the report again if that's okay. I put him through the rear cargo door area. Reason being is he just couldn't get to the back cargo area when he was inside on his own. Immediately he began to exhibit behavioral changes indicating the presence of future remains. Specifically, the breathing change, as I just described, open to closed mouth, rapid and shallow breaths with his nose, stopped moving suddenly, and deeply inhaled with his tail wagging profusely. It's indicative of physiological changes he exhibits from the presence of human remains. Creed then began scratching at the cargo floor on the driver's side of the vehicle, a spot in which he had pressed his nose while deeply inhaling. I noted at the crime scene. That in itself just told me the dog was an odor of some form of human remains. It could be anything from fluid, blood, just odor there. My job at that point is to turn it over to crime scene, to just know what the dog looked like.
Now, based upon your training and experience with Creed in particular, can the odor be enough? Like just odor as opposed to something physical like blood or some sort of stain or...
Yes. It's called transfer odor.
Now, based upon Creed's actions and physiological changes in the driveway of 27 Tilton, did you relay those observations or what they meant to you to the other detectives that were there?
Yep.
Now, was there a point...
So I would like to see studies at what point a human body starts giving off the smell of death. I'm not calling BS or anything like that. I just want to know how quickly, because again, this would have been as Paul was leaving the house if he had contact with any of the bodies, which I think he did. We can safely say, it being a knife attack for some of them, that there was close contact. But I would think that the dog would pick up blood, not maybe the scent of death. JKD Buck, he is a canine officer who was dispatched to Paul's house and apparently picked up the scent of death inside Paul's car. They wouldn't arrest criminals. They would negotiate with criminals. Never mind. My cats cannot be trusted. They would allow, people to bribe them.
Point in time that you decided to deploy Creed to a different part of the property outside.
At the conclusion of the vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah, once we finished with the vehicle, we proceeded to the rear yard of the property. I did an off-lead search of the backyard, shed, and back deck area. With the goal being I wanted to finish the exterior of the property before I moved inside.
Were there any physiological changes that you observed from Creed in the rear yard of the property?
Nothing outside, no further negative.
Now, at that point in time, did you proceed to enter the actual structure inside of 27 Tilton?
Yes, sir. We proceeded to the front door of the residence where I was going to start my search of the interior.
Now, searching a house like that, is that something that you would do, you agreed would do the same way every time, or does it depend on a variety of factors?
The environment dictates the layout of the house, damage in this case.
I figured there were probably some chemical changes that happened right away that the dogs could be more sensitive to, and I'm guessing that they could smell those precursor kind of smells or that kind of thing. So I have no doubt I probably would need to research it more, but there you go.
But I do it systematically floor by floor. I'll search a room the same way, but in the order that I do it, based on also debris and change. But each particular floor, no, it doesn't necessarily have to be the same. I come up with a plan where I ensure that I get adequate coverage of everything inside now.
Okay, you referenced damage, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there damage that, even before you went in, that you were made aware of?
I obviously knew it was a fire scene, which changes things a little bit because obviously safety for the dog. In this instance, my goal was I'm going to do everything that was easier for him to traverse and then end where the damaged area.
Had Creed ever been deployed in a home that had suffered fire damage?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, can you just tell us generally, or specifically how, how you deployed Creed at 27 Tilton interior?
Yep, so first thing I did was go to the front door. Prior to even starting, I observed what appeared to be what appeared to be a blood smear on the wood trim of the front door. I noted that to crime scene, let them do their thing. Once we proceeded, I then deployed Creed for an off-lead search of the interior of the residence. Again, preferably off-lead, just because it allowed him to work on his own, unimpeded by me holding him up with a lead. We did the first floor. I just assisted detailing. What I mean by detailing is I let the dog go into a search. If I feel like there's somewhere he didn't get to, I will go in and actually detail, just direct him to areas. I do this to ensure adequate coverage that he didn't miss anything within a particular room and or building. We did the first floor. Then we proceeded to the second floor. I ended up doing all the bedrooms and the bathrooms. I made a note that the master bedroom and bathroom sustained minor damage resulting from the fire. Completed the search of the second floor without any changes in behavior. Then I proceeded to back down the first floor to end at the basement.
Okay, so do you recall how you actually, entered and deployed Creed into the basement?
Yes.
How was that?
Stopped at the top of the basement steps. Obviously knew that there was debris down there just from what I could see. At the top of the steps, set him down off lead on the steps. Reason being, let him go down, do his thing. I can kind of watch, and then I followed him down once he got started.
Okay. Now, do you recall where Creed went upon kind of getting to the bottom of the basement stairs and into the basement?
Yep. Yes, sir. Immediately began searching the rubble in the southeast corner of the basement, which is the heaviest damaged area. He went there on his own first.
Okay. And did you follow him there?
Yeah, yes, sir. I could see him from where I was at, and then I proceeded to him, yes.
Okay. And what, if any, observations did you see within Creed's behavior?
Again, I noted in my report it was what was perceived to be the origin of the fire. He immediately began behavioral changes indicating the presence of human remains. And I'll repeat them for you guys. It was the breathing change, open to closed mouth, rapid and shallow breaths, while there was rapidly bracketing the pile. What I mean by bracketing, when a canine gets an odor, they will work it. And bracketing, like if the wind was blowing in my face here and your odor was coming from that wall, the dog's going to get to the edge of the odor cone, go back to the other edge of the cone, and they're going to keep bracketing back and forth until they get the source. And you should see that get smaller and smaller. He was bracketing the pile of debris. When they're trying to get to source, and you have if there's odor under my hat, you might see a dog kind of circle it. And they're trying to find other avenues in to get all the way to that source. That's another form of bracketing. He did that on the debris. He then buried his head into the debris, pulled it out, and began scratching at the pile. His final trained alert, as I said to you guys earlier, is a scratch. That was indicating to me that he has got as close as he could get to source or was on source of that odor.
Now, for those of you, since we have had a really long day today, if you remember, the debris pile contained clothing and jeans that had suspected blood stain and other fluids on them. So we have seen those items of clothes. We have not had the lab tech person to explain what they tested and what they found yet.
At that final alert, that's his final alert to source of human remains. As a result, me and Detective Catalona started sifting through the debris where he alerting. It was a mess, fire debris mess. It was kind of all melted together, fire debris, if you can imagine, and the water has kind of frozen. You want to keep describing that, sir, before I go?
No, I just want to show you what's been marked as S1. It's A, slide 111. I'll show you. Slide 111.
Yes, sir.
Recognize what that depicts?
Yes, sir. Basement.
Okay. Is that the area that Creed ultimately detected the presence of human remains? Is that depicted in that photograph?
Yes, sir. So specifically, remember all the feathers from a pillow or whatever that had been.
I just published slide 111. The photo that's on the screen, is that the photo I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, could you there's a little pen up there, stylus, should be in front of you.
Okay.
Could you just kind of circle the area based upon your observations of where Creed was ultimately showing those signs of interest?
Yes, sir. I just touched the screen.
Yes, you can.
Sorry, I'm a dull guy. I just know it's this generalized area. I remember the feathers, where exactly in that pile, but I remember the feathers specifically. He was bracketing this whole pile. You can continue.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd like further explain this one.
No, at that point, I noted it's a crime scene detective. We started sifting through, and ultimately what he was alerting, we found a piece of a plastic container. Again, it was all melted together from the heat and frozen with the water from the firefighters putting the fire out. The plastic container, we inserted a piece of plastic with a blanket and clothing within the burned rubble, which had melted and frozen together in the fire. It was determined the clothing appeared to be jeans with possible bloodstains on it. Detective Catalan photographed and documented the area. I directed Creed to search the remainder of the basement, completed the remainder of it without any further changes in behavior. Can you keep going?
No, I think after the dog had indicated to that area, was there a point in time where the pile of debris was actually taken by Detective Catalone, I believe, somewhere else?
Yes, sir. I went back upstairs to the first floor with Creed. The only thing we had left was the garage. We completed that search of the residence. That way it was completely done. Search of the garage was completed without any changes in behavior. When I say without any change in behavior, so you guys understand, the behavior change like I described is what I'm watching. So when the dog doesn't respond at all, it tells me there's no odor available for him to smell in that particular area. We move on from that area. So we finished the garage. Detective Catalana and Trooper Kyle, who was there assisting me, they moved the pile of frozen and the debris in which he had earlier alerted into the garage would be analyzed further. There's two reasons. One, to analyze it further. Two, I wanted to bring Creed back down to the basement after we had that known odor, removed it to see if he would find anything else.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir.
What happened when you brought him down to the basement?
I'm sorry?
What happened once you brought him back down to the basement?
I brought Creed back. We did the garage. I brought Creed back in the garage, released him for another all-fleet search. Creed began searching the garage, clearing exterior walls. Again, we brought that known in. I did the entire room again. He did the walls, brought him back over to, after clearing the exterior walls, he approached the debris on the floor again and provided the same physiological alert as he did when he was downstairs. So at that time, pulled him off, got the same alerts I got before. In order to ensure that nothing of evidentiary value was missed, or we removed the debris, I brought Creed back in the basement and same was searched the second time. He provided the same physiological alert, the same area of the basement that I have circled here. He was secured in my assigned troop car, and crime scene started doing their thing, analyzing the clothing further. In the basement, didn't surprise me, alerted again. So odor travels, especially in a fire scene like this. Odor will travel with water. It's melted. It's that whole area may smell like odor. He's going to alert to it again. It didn't surprise me at all. At that time, crime scene decided they took over to see if there was anything else and any further evidence.
Now, what you just described about the actions at 27 Tilton, did that ultimately culminate after taking him back down to the basement?
I understand.
I'm sorry, once you took Creed back
Yes, sir.
down to the basement, was he done?
Oh, yes, at that specific address?
Yes.
Sir.
Now, I think just for purposes of understanding,
We're going to mark this as S1A, slide 111.1.
Your Honor, this time I have no further questions for the trooper.
Oh, please, let's see what the defense has to say. Come on, ponytail lawyer.
So I thank you for sending Creed's resume. It looks like Creed is actually very good at locating human remains.
Yes, sir.
or I just would be retired now. And I noticed that there were several instances you mentioned in the resume where Creed had alerted during the searches of vehicles. And that specifically, on May 11th of 2018, Creed alerted to the floor mat of a vehicle that he was searching, and that area was later confirmed to contain trace amounts of human blood.
What was that date, sir?
That was May 11th, 2018.
Are we really going through the canine officer's resume? Also, blood does tend to accompany dead bodies.
Referencing the Newark Police Department investigating.
I am, yes.
Okay.
So it looks like that was an event that you referenced in the resume where Creed alerts to the floor mat of part of the carpet area, the driver's.
Yes, sir.
And then it's determined that Creed was actually right to look to that location because trace amounts of human blood were located there.
Yes, sir.
And then in March 20th of 2017, you were involved with the
So Creed did his job?
Missing Persons Unit and the Atlantic County Prosecutor's Office, it looks like. And once again, it was a vehicle search that Creed participated in, right?
Yes, sir.
And again, Creed alerted to a section of the vehicle's interior floor area, and it was determined that Creed was right again in the sense that there was the presence of blood determined to be in that location as well.
Yes,
right? Now, obviously, you testified that there doesn't have to be blood for Creed to have alerted at scenes, and that the odor of the whatever it is that he's smelling can be enough. It doesn't have to be actual biological material, right?
Well, it could be transfer odors. I'm guessing what you're asking.
Maybe. I guess what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be actual biological material on a location for Creed to alert, right?
Well, it doesn't mean that there's not biological material there just because you can't see it.
Sure. I think.
No, witness, I need you to look down your nose more evidently. Did you see that? What the hell is this guy talking about? I am going to physically and literally look down my nose at him.
I think that the last two things we talked about are a great example of that, right? Because in both of those situations, Creed alerted in a vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it was later confirmed that the area where Creed alerted actually contained human blood, right?
Yes, sir.
Defense, where in the foggy, nebulous hell are you going with this? Canine officer's really good at finding dead people smell. So he's really, really good at finding really, really small amounts of dead people smell. And you say he alerted at my client's car? Again, I ask, is the defense a plant from the state? Did Paul's wife get him these lawyers?
And now, when we say it was later confirmed, obviously that's not really your role in an investigation. Creed alerts, other forensic law enforcement personnel come in afterwards, right?
He is legitimately making the argument that this man should not be testifying and get the dog on the scene. I was joking, you guys. I was joking that we should... This bailiff has seen too much. This bailiff is done.
Yes.
And they say, okay, Creed alerted here, we're going to look here, and we're going to see what we can find based on that alert, right?
Right. It's a locating tool.
Right.
Canine is a locating tool.
Now, Creed, it sounds like, was trained to do this by some kind of conditioning, essentially, such that he gets or got a actual physiological response that he interpreted as positive when he smelled human.
Much like I'm trying to train you not to, and we have the perfect, not to be a twat waffle babbling by giving you, positive, negative reinforcement in that I'm not paying attention to most of your arguments. But much like Pavlov and his dogs, You seem to think that people like to hear you talk, so you continue to do it. You obviously aren't a good person at getting, subtle hints.
Human remains. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more to training, but yes, underlyingly, yes, he's rewarded for following the proper and correct.
Okay. So it's like, it's not as if we would imagine Creed sometimes would smell human remains and just not signal to you. Your understanding of the way Creed worked is that anytime he smelled human remains, he would signal or express interest.
Correct. Which was a response he can't control.
Gotcha, because it's conditioned.
Correct.
Now, Creed goes to 27 Tilton with you. You search the entire first floor of 27 Tilton, right?
That's correct.
Creed doesn't alert anywhere on the first floor, right?
Correct.
He's taken everywhere that was available for him to go by yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
He went into the bathroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Creed actually has been able to determine the odor of human remains coming from underwater, right? So Creed, also in your resume.
I like how the defense is completely ignoring that he found the smell of dead people in the basement and in the car. He's like, what about the bathroom? What about the hallway? I can't, you guys. We're going to day 10. This is hurting my soul. But we will probably have a short video of the defense would like to question the dog. So be on the lookout for that. Defense would like to question K9 Officer Creed. Post haste.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Judge.
You can just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. You can move the chair first. I don't want you to fall over.
Yeah, that was hard.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Stephen Vogt, V-O-G-T.
Okay. Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
In what capacity?
I am currently the Detective Sergeant of the Crime Scene Unit.
And how long have you been with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Been with the Prosecutor's Office approximately 9 years, since March of 2017.
Were you in the crime scene unit the whole time?
Yes.
Now, prior to being with the Prosecutor's Office, where did you work?
I worked as a patrol officer with the Atlantic County Police Department for approximately 9 years as well.
Okay, and prior to that, what did you do?
I attended the Cape May County Police Academy, and then shortly after that, obviously, was hired by the Atlantic County Police Department, and then was hired by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, right after that.
Now, in terms of your role as a crime scene unit detective, and we heard a little bit of this through Detective Catalona, but can you just remind us what your role is, specifically what you do in that unit and your responsibilities?
Sure. Crime scene unit, we respond to homicides, any suspicious deaths, suspected arsons, confirmed shootings, sex assaults, aggravated assaults, sometimes robberies, burglaries, and our responsibility.
Is he over the age of 19? I feel like this man is all of 21, maybe 25 at the oldest. And I just feel like we should have a grizzled old 40-year-old. Thank you for putting your tail in my face.
When we respond, is primarily documentation, be photographic documentation or other documentation, as well as evidence identification, collection, and processing.
Now, what kind of training have you had to become a detective and now sergeant in the crime scene unit?
Sure. So obviously at the Cape May County Police Academy, I was trained in all aspects of law enforcement to include crime scene investigations. I attended, ironically, the while I was a patrol officer, I attended the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office Crime Scene Unit Crime Scene Investigation course. But obviously when I was hired by the Prosecutor's Office, I immediately attended the New Jersey State Police Crime Scene Investigation School, which is approximately 7-week-long schooling or teaching that taught us all aspects of crime scene investigations. That included 2 weeks of fingerprint analysis, and the remainder was everything else.
Now, in terms of your role as a detective, now sergeant in the crime scene unit, is there essentially a premium placed on preserving the integrity of evidence and of crime scenes?
Yes.
And have you had training on that?
Yes.
Can you tell us, let's start with a piece of evidence specifically. What, if anything, do you do to ensure the integrity and the preservation of a piece of evidence that you collect?
So the first thing we do, and most important, any crime scene, we put on nitrile gloves.
Those are for two reasons. One is my own personal protection. Obviously, we're potentially dealing with biological material or other dangerous material. And secondly, so we want to be.
Hey, we have all heard Laura Owens, swimmer's gonna swim. Put those gloves on.
Safe. So secondly is contamination, or to avoid cross-contamination between items of evidence. I don't want to put my fingerprints or my DNA on any piece of evidence, and I also don't want to cross-contaminate between items.
And how about a crime scene? Is it the same, or do you do other things to preserve the integrity of a crime scene?
Sure. Well, going back to the evidence portion of it, every piece of evidence is collected and packaged in its individual paper evidence containers. That's envelopes, bags, boxes, and that obviously ensures that there's no cross-contamination. But going to your question of the crime scenes, first thing we do is ensure that the crime scene is secure. In this case, Cold Snake Police and Fire Police did a great job of ensuring the intersections of both Willowbrook Road and 34, as well as Willowbrook and Evergreen Lane, were blocked off, both with their patrol vehicles and with crime scene tape surrounding the scene. And that was done to ensure that there's no vehicular or unauthorized vehicular or pedestrian traffic moving in or out of the scene.
Okay, so let's talk about November 20th of 2018. What, if any, notifications did you receive?
I was notified by, at that time, Sergeant Ryan Muller of the crime scene unit, and advised to respond to 15 Willowbrook Road in Cold Snake.
About what time did you respond?
About
Okay, I have a question. What in the Dynasty/Jackie O is this outfit? Because I kind of like it and kind of hate it. I have this reaction to a lot of clothes. I don't know if I like them or I hate them. I am kind of confused because it seems all wonky. I don't know.
251.
Okay, and who, if anyone else, was already there from the crime scene unit in the prosecutor's office?
So specific to the crime scene unit, Sergeant Muller was on scene, as well as Detectives Cordoma and Flanagan.
Now, were you ultimately assigned as the lead detective from the crime scene unit?
Yes, it was.
And what does it mean to be a lead detective?
So being the lead detective essentially means that, especially in a large-scale investigation like this, there's going to be a lot of detectives involved. I believe every detective in the crime scene unit have had a role one way or the other throughout this investigation. But as the lead, all evidence, all photographs ultimately funnel their way to me. That might be through the evidence as it's being collected, maybe in another scene, because I can't be in two places at once, is going to be brought back to the crime scene unit's temporary evidence vaults, and ultimately it gets put into my custody. And the reason we do that is to ensure that nothing gets missed. We want to bring it in, and then those decisions are made by the lead as to what the next steps are. And again, just so that I'm reviewing and understanding everything that's going on throughout the investigation.
So you're essentially like the point person?
Yes, I'm the evidence custodian, if you will.
Did you write a report?
Okay, why is Stanley Tucci here? Gotta say, I do love that the scarf matches the little pocket handkerchief thingamabob. And or Mr. Magoo.
This particular case?
It did.
Okay, you wrote several reports, right?
Yes, it did.
Did you write your first report in particular on February 1st of 2019?
Yes, it did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as S275. May I correct that?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's marked as S275. Is that your report that you wrote on that date?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you if
Okay, you know who he reminds me of? And this is in no way to be disrespectful, but I sometimes think of people as, like a teenage puppy, like a giant Great Dane who thinks he's a lap puppy and he's all gangly and funny and, doesn't know how big they are. That's kind of what he reminds me of. I don't know why, but that is what my brain is pulling up. God bless Dayquil.
you need to refer to your reports, please let us know.
Okay.
Can you lay out the scene for the jury as to 15 Willowbrook Road when you arrived?
Sure. Upon my arrival, so 15 Willowbrook Road is a large property located on the south side of Willowbrook Road. That's in between the intersections, as I mentioned earlier, of Route 34 and Evergreen Lane.
Oh, we're back to turd color. It is a vibe, or whatever the kids say. It really matches your aura.
Upon my arrival, I ensured again that the crime scene was secured, which it had been by fire police were at those intersections, basically making sure that no unauthorized vehicles came in. There were multiple fire department members and trucks lined up along Willowbrook Road, as well as in the scene to ensure that because there was active and ongoing fire suppression efforts going on. So there was still a very active fire at that time, to include heavy smoke emanating from the interior of the house. It was approximately 47 degrees and cloudy on that day. And I was advised upon my arrival, what I knew right away was that there was one male victim deceased on the front lawn.
Now, you talked about how there were other crime scene unit detectives from your unit on scene already.
Yes.
Were there any other officers or detectives from the prosecutor's office on scene when you arrived?
Yes.
Who was that?
I spoke with Detective Patrick Petrozello, and not from the prosecutor's office, but also Detective Rich Cirillo from the Cold Sands Police Department. But they were on scene from the major crime, or at least Pat was, from the major crimes bureau.
Shortly after you arrived, did you and they and the other officers from your unit?
Isn't an ascot when you tie it around your neck, but it's a handkerchief square when you put it, or a pocket square when you put it in your pocket? Like, I don't even know enough about women's fashion to know anything. But it could be.
Engage in a field briefing?
Yes.
What is that?
So we meet, especially for homicides, but in general, we always want to meet. And two reasons. One is to assign roles. That was really at that time when I was assigned as the lead forensic detective. I was also advised of everyone else's role within the crime scene unit. Sergeant Ryan Mueller was supervising as well as assisting as needed. Detective Flanagan was assisting as needed. He had already taken several photographs prior to my arrival. And Detective Cordoma was assisting from a crime scene standpoint, but was also responsible for the origin cause investigation as well as electrical wiring documentation.
So as a result of that field briefing, did you learn any information that happened or things that occurred prior to your arrival?
Yes.
And was that helpful to you in terms of your job as the lead detective from the crime scene unit in terms of processing the scene?
Yeah, so it's just getting an overall understanding of the scene. Like I said, the fire was still active. Fire suppression efforts were still going on. Detective Flanagan had taken a series of overall photographs of the scene, and we want to do that, especially in a fire, as early as possible. So he was obviously there earlier. So he took those photographs, and it helps with the origin and cause investigation. It showed, heavy flames coming there, specifically from the photographs from the rear of the property showed heavy flames coming from the interior of the residence, and generally speaking, where those flames are. We also, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
It's okay. I was actually going to ask you if you could, along those same lines, if you could tell us who, if any, victims did you learn about? You already mentioned the one, but can you please just describe for us all of the victims and their names and their locations?
Sure. So I was advised that Keith Caneiro was located in the northwest of the property, or northwest of the building. He was deceased and covered with a tarp. That tarp was utilized by fire personnel. Jennifer Caneiro, her body was located inside the foyer. So basically, if you walk through the front door, make an immediate left. There was two sets of stairwells. One's going up and one was descending down to the basement. Jennifer Caneiro's body was located on the floor in the foyer with her head on her back, with her head facing roughly towards those descending stairs. The ascending stairwell directly to the left of that is moving up to a platform, which ultimately leads to the second floor. I was advised that Sophia Caneiro's body was located on that platform area. Firefighters had removed her body from the interior of the scene and brought it out to the front porch area. Detectives, again, prior to my arrival, detectives had placed her body in a transport body bag. And
I do believe that the firefighters had been told, to try to leave the bodies if they were beyond help where they were, because at that point they didn't think that, they thought they would be able to suppress the fire before structural damage. However, I think, and it's just a human reflex, but I believe that one of the firefighters came across little Sophia, and because he couldn't really see there was any hope that he could save this child, he brought her out. And you could tell that it really, really bothered him. So I can imagine that, and when they got her out, unfortunately, they realized that there was very little to nothing that they could do.
Ultimately brought her to a pop-up tent, a temporary pop-up tent area that was created on the driveway. And lastly, Jesse Caneiro's body was located in the kitchen. Detectives had removed his body from the scene and placed it in a transport evidence bag, or transport body bag as well. He was brought out to that same pop-up tent area.
Now, did there come a time when you went inside of the house
We did. So the decision was made because Jennifer Canero's body was still inside the house. They were having difficulty getting in there prior to my arrival, but the decision was made to enter the house again. While we did that through that foyer area, I did capture some photographs of that area as best I could, and then we entered for the purposes of removing Jennifer Canero's body from the scene. She was also placed in a separate transport body bag and brought to that same pop-up tent area.
Okay, so just in terms of the scene now, you have Jennifer and her two children's bodies are under the pop-up tent?
Yes.
And then Keith's body is still where it initially was when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
At about 3:10 p.m., did you begin processing the scene?
Yes.
Okay, and what specifically did you do first?
So I first documented Keith Canero's body under the tent. We were still waiting for investigators from the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office to arrive, but I documented the location of his body as well as what it looked like. His body was covered with a white sheet and then a red tarp. So I wanted to document that location, but also document any evidence that was visible in that area. There was a cellular phone located on the grass to the east of his body. So essentially, where he was located, like I said, was if you're standing on the street looking at the front of the residence, I think going forward, I'm going to explain it this way, it'll be easier, but it was the front right of the property was where his body was located. And his head was facing roughly north towards the street, away from the residence. So east of his body was his cellular phone. So I documented and collected that phone for two reasons. One, I knew that as the medical examiner's office arrives on scene, they're going to obviously do an on-scene examination. I didn't want anything to happen to that cellular phone. But I also wanted to get it into the hands of the computer crime unit as quickly as possible.
Now, overall, on November 20th, did you take photographs of both the inside and outside from T. Milliver Road?
Yes, I did.
And did you also take photographs of the property and the inside of the property on several days thereafter?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as.
And I will say that in complete difference and noticeable polar opposite of the way that Uvalde prosecutors would have dealt with this information, the state prosecutor, both of them, I think, have been very good at maintaining somewhat of an emotional distance, not, calling on the jurors' emotions and the real absolute travesty that is these two innocent children losing their lives. This is a real departure from the last case with Uvalde. Now, there was a little bit in the opening statement where the female state prosecutor got a little bit choked up when she talked about the kids, but she immediately composed herself. So it's very nice and refreshing after Uvalde to see the state prosecutors bringing the facts, being very much like the Darrell Brooks case, in that we would like you to bring the facts. This is horrible. We could all talk about how it's horrible, but our job is to bring you the facts of this case.
S1C in showing Axel. Sir, did you recognize this?
Yes, I did.
And just in there, what are those?
These are the photographs throughout the investigation, but particularly the photographs I took at 15 Wilbur Road.
Are they, let me just ask you, you and I sat down in preparation for trial. We painstakingly went through the numerous photos that you took, is that correct?
Correct.
And we narrowed down the ones for purposes of trial, so we don't have to show every single one of them, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, the photos in there, are they a fair and accurate depiction of what the scene looked like at the time you were photographing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, imagine Uvalde saying, we are not going to look at all the photographs. So it is really refreshing to, again, have a state prosecutor who's bringing facts, because at the bottom line, at the bottom line of every one of these cases is human tragedy. But thank you. But our legal system is to bring, the harsh light of the law, the logic, the rationality, the evidence, so we don't let our emotions, make us rash, which is hard. So I do like the way they are presenting this case. I don't understand the fashion, but maybe it's a New Jersey thing.
Okay, I can take that.
It's just, she's so tiny and it's boxy. It's very boxy. It's not flattering. She's got a nice figure, but it doesn't do any, and it ages her. It's very matronly. I don't know. I really don't like it.
Judge, permission to publish specific photos.
Any objection? No. Okay, sure. We drop the lights.
Please have slide 120. Sergeant, what are we looking at here?
So, as I referenced earlier, if you're walking, stepping through the front door, turn to your immediate left, facing east. There's two sets of stairwells. The ones to the left of this photograph are the ascending stairwell that run along the front of the house, leading up to the second floor. That, it's difficult to tell, but that to the right of that is the descending stairs. Those lead into the basement. There's heavy smoke throughout the residence, but particularly coming up through that basement area. Jennifer Canero's body is located just at the top of those stairs that lead into the basement, and their yellow tarp was placed over her body by fire personnel.
So just to be clear, Jennifer's body is located under that tarp in this picture.
Correct.
Can we please have slide?
I didn't think that they would actually show a picture with. Now, I will let you, and as delicately as possible, her body had been near the area of severe burning, so it is very likely that even if she had been uncovered, we might not process her as a human body as such. She was very badly burned.
Slide 121. Just a little bit of a different angle.
Yeah, so just kind of going forward, the way I take my photographs, especially the overall photographs, is working in a clockwise direction as best I can, and then panning from left to right. It doesn't have to be left to right, just the way I do it, but so I'm taking overlapping photographs. If I were standing in each corner of this courtroom, for example, I'm going to photo this area so that they overlap slightly so I don't essentially miss anything. So that's what we're doing here. I'm standing in the same area, just panning to the right. You can see that yellow tarp to the left of this photograph, and then obviously the smoke.
Sorry, can we please have 122?
This is just a more close-up photograph of those stairs and the tarp where Jennifer Caneiro was located.
And you guys, I know that Court TV is okay showing these, but I know that you guys aren't okay seeing them. So as they go through, if there are more tarps, I'll just take them down, but you should still be able to hear.
Again, her body, she was found to be on her back, facing the stairs, the descending stairs, with a significant amount of debris on top of her body, as well as, again, that tarp.
Did you have the opportunity to make observations of Jennifer's body?
Yes, I did.
And what observations did you make?
She had extensive fire injuries throughout her body, to include charring, skin splitting, soot deposits throughout pretty much the entirety of her body.
And then you guys, I will, I have been scooting through to see if they've gotten to the medical examiner, but it does sound like this particular detective sergeant is going to start getting into more of the injuries that were on the victims. So again, you guys kind of saw how I did that with Uvalde. So if you would rather not listen to this particular testimony, I completely get it. I am only going until 4 our time because I am going to make sure, I'm going to take some more medicine and see if going to bed early will nip this in the bud. I do not know. But that way I will try to condense it for you guys. I agree with Simon Whistler on The Casual Criminalist. We are more CSI, less Saw. It's the same reason I have yet to make and will not make a video about the Koberger autopsy coming out. We know it was horrific. And again, it's not a moral judgment on people that like to know those things. It's just not something that I particularly find helpful.
Please have slide 123.
No worries.
Sergeant, what are we looking at here?
So this is a photograph of that area where Keith Canero's body was located. Again, he's at northwest of the structure. That tree, for reference, you're going to see a lot of different angles of not only Keith Canero's body in this tarp, but also that area in general. So this tree is a good reference to kind of pointing you towards the residence, so you have an idea of, orienting what we're looking at.
Just in terms of your process, is this the next place that you went after you removed Jennifer's body?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if we can have slide 124.
Again, just moving in a clockwise direction around that area and around the tarp.
And 125, please.
Continuing, I'm facing roughly west at this point, just photographing another angle of the tarp in that area.
That tree, was that tree like that when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
And if we could have 126.
The reason we removed part of the tarp at this point, we were still pending or awaiting the medical examiner's office to arrive, but I wanted to document again that cellular phone next to the body prior to collecting it.
Right, and then 127, please.
This is another mid-range photograph of that cellular phone, just to show where it is in relation to everything else.
Okay, and you indicated earlier that you had collected the phone as evidence.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and just can you tell us how you packaged it, what you did?
It got packaged in a individual paper evidence container or an envelope, and it was ultimately turned over into the custody of Sergeant Broccoleri from the computer crimes unit.
Why was it turned over to him?
Because he's ultimately going to be doing the processing of that cellular phone.
Well, I do want to get at least, I kind of told Mr. Moe we would stop at 4, so at least get through some of this, because we are on day 10 now. They are finishing up day 11 as we speak. So we are getting closer to, I do want to kind of be at least as close as we can to closing arguments when we get there. So that's where I'm trying to get this. I know we'll probably have deliberation time, to continue, but getting as close as we can is helpful too.
No, that's his job. Or at least somebody from that unit is.
I'm showing counsel S295 and S300. The phone. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S295 and 300. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's start with S295. What is that?
S295 is the evidence property receipt of items that were collected from the scene on the 20th.
Okay, and is that specific phone that is marked as S300? Let me ask you, what is S300?
S300 is that same phone that we just saw the photograph of. It is, so just quickly going into our label here. So all of our evidence gets put into a computerized system and generates an individual number. So the number for this case, or at least the cold snap aspect of this case, all evidence is 18-0832. So that's going to be consistent throughout. We then move on to the log number, which is log 1, because all items from the scene, we try and separate as best we can log-wise, just to separate scenes. Log 1-1. So ultimately it's 18-0832-1-1 is a black Google Pixel 3 cellular phone and case recovered from the grass next to the body of Keith Canerio.
Okay, and essentially is the reason that, so you have your numbers on there that you generate, right, from your unit?
Yes.
Okay, and that's so you can track things, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then if something gets sent out to another agency, will that agency then put their sticker on it as well with their own number?
Correct.
Okay, and then when it comes back to you, you'll be able to have your tracking number as well as the agency's number, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the evidence property receipt that should correspond with that?
Yeah, so the evidence property receipt is tracking chain of custody. So that's the reason why there's two separate things here. That chain of custody just shows that all the items collected were from the scene to me on the 20th, and from me, or at least for the cellular phone, into the custody of Detective Richard Broccoleri on the 20th, and the remainder of the items, which we'll discuss, went into the crime scene unit's temporary evidence vault. So all aspects of, anytime anything is collected throughout our investigation, we have to show custody of it throughout every step of the investigation. If it goes into our temp vault and then it goes into the main evidence vault, we have our own separate tracking of that. If it goes to another lab, we have another receipt for that, so we're showing all those steps.
Now, on that evidence property receipt, is every item that you collected on November 20th listed on there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take the phone back from you, but I'm going to leave that receipt with you for the next items. Thank you. If we could please have slide 128. Sergeant, what are we looking at on slide 128?
So this is the back right deck, which would be the southwest deck of the property. That cone in the middle of the photograph is a picture, was placed there by Colts Neck Police. It's covering a large unspent cartridge that was at the scene. The reason that they put the cone there is because there was a lot going on, obviously, fire suppression, and a lot of firefighters going in and out. They didn't want anything to happen to that item, so they covered it with the traffic cone.
Now, in terms of the order of your process, tell us when you came over here to this area.
So it was subsequent to documenting the phone near Keith Caneiro's body. I was advised of the location of this live cartridge or unspent cartridge, and the reason that I documented it as quickly as I did, it's the same reason that they put a cone over it, is I wanted to collect it kind of as quickly as possible so nothing happened to it.
And if we could have slide 129.
It's a mid-range photograph of that cone. Just quickly going, I talked about my overall photographs. We're working, all of our photographs are working from outside in. We start with overall photographs to document the scene, all aspects of the scene, moving into mid-range photographs where we're documenting any items that we feel to be of potential evidentiary value or importance in relation to one another, in relation to this table, for example. So we want to capture that location, like I said, to orient what we're looking at.
And finally, 130.
That's a close-up of that live cartridge from the deck.
And was that packaged and labeled by you?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you recall, was there a head stamp on it?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what the head stamp was?
I have to refer to my report.
Is it on the evidence property receipt?
It is, yes.
And what item is this on the evidence property receipt?
Item number 2.
Okay. And is the head stamp listed on there?
So the item is listed as live cartridge, head stamp GFL 10 9x19 from under traffic pill and placed by Colts Neck Police on paved deck southwest of the property. That GFL stands for is the make, which is Fiocchi. 9x19, generally speaking, is just describing it as a 9mm caliber cartridge. And my understanding of the pen is that it's the manufacture date.
And welcome, Nick Raiders. We are going for another about 30 minutes, and we are on day 10. So I will be dividing this video up into whatever day it is. So those will be individual videos. Nick, you missed it. We had the defense attorney legitimately ask if a dog, a canine dog, could come up because the handler had kind of given the dog CV. So they wanted to talk to the dog, not the handler, because the dog actually smelled the cadaver scent. I legitimately, this happened today. Well, not today, but today. So we have reached almost our goal of being within, sprinting distance of on current, time.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S301. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is that live cartridge. It has 2 different envelopes here. This is my envelope, which has the label created as 1-2. This is the envelope that ultimately gets sent to New Jersey State Police Ballistics Lab. They have their own envelope with lab number C as in Charlie 18-10138, number 10. And then this is the cartridge itself.
Now, looking ahead to day 11, as we're currently on day 10, I think all of the witnesses on day 11 have been from the laboratory. So all of this information that keeps being brought in by these various lead detectives from different localities, I think the state is getting ready to wrap up. They are getting all of the kind of lab witnesses to bring it all together and tie it together. Now, that's just what I checked this morning, but I would expect that tomorrow for us, the 11th, or possibly the 12th for them, they will rest their case and we might be starting the defense's case. Now, that's just speculation because I haven't looked through this afternoon, but the way the state has been bringing things in, the last thing that they really need to do is bring the lab witnesses in so they can tie all of the evidence that has been, brought in, but not talked about the lab results.
At about 4:00 p.m., did anyone from the medical examiner's office arrive?
Yes.
And who was that?
Investigators from the medical examiner's office were Elise Parker and Ray Coran.
What specifically did they do?
So they were there specifically to conduct on-scene examinations of the bodies. My photographs at that point were ultimately at their direction.
And if you did join from Nick's stream, fair warning, this has been a funny-ish case. We've made it funny thus far, but at the bottom of this case is a quadruple homicide with 2 children. So we might be hearing about that. Just to forewarn you, I will listen to this testimony, and I have been looking through things futuristically, like Sarah Boone, to let you guys know when the ME is coming up, and we might hear some more testimony that you'd rather not hear. I'll try to, again, I'll listen to the testimony, but I'll try to give you guys a summary as delicately as I can. And if you're with me during Uvalde, or with me and Nick during Uvalde, we're in it for the CSI, not the Saw. It's the same reason that I haven't done a video on the autopsy results of the Koberger 4 or the Idaho 4. It's when I said it was brutal, it's brutal.
But they were doing on-scene examination prior to the bodies being brought to the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office for autopsy or postmortem examination.
Did you accompany them when they went to each victim?
Yes, I did.
If we could have slide 131, please.
So during that on-scene examination, this is a photograph of Keith Canero's body. Again, for reference, his head is...
Okay, they have been actually showing video or photographs of the remains, the victims, covered by tarps, and I've been taking those off the screen. We've been listening to audio, so it does seem that we are now moving to pictures that we can't see. But again, do be mindful of your own mental health. We are probably going for another 30 minutes or so. So as I said, I don't mind if you have to excuse yourself. There is no shame in that. I can, of course, break it down tomorrow if you join up with the stream later, and be delicate about it. There is no point in it. It's monstrous, but it doesn't need to be graphic or sensationalized.
Pointing away, his feet are pointing towards the structure, towards the residence. His head is pointing away from. He's fully clothed, hood over his head. His hands, both hands or arms are under his body, and his legs are crossed.
Was Keith the first victim that was examined?
Yes.
Was he pronounced deceased?
He was pronounced deceased via telemetry by Dr. Toma from the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office. During the examination, I observed what appeared to be several gunshot wounds, particularly to his head, his back, and his torso area.
Those blue gloves in the picture, do you know what those are?
That Court
Those were
TV
by
still has this
medical
up.
personnel on arrival.
We could please have slide 132. What are we looking at here?
There is a bullet specimen. So we talked about the live cartridge, just a very, very basic. As a cartridge is fired from a handgun or from a firearm, the bullet is going to come out of the barrel towards wherever the firearm is being pointed at, and the cartridge is going to be ejected out the side, relatively near the location where the shooter is. This bullet is located under his body, and obviously it's difficult to see, so we pointed to it with a gloved hand.
Can we please have slide 133?
Correct. That is a close-up photograph of that bullet specimen.
And 134, please.
That's just another close-up of the bullet specimen taken out into a gloved hand prior to packaging.
Was that bullet specimen, it was packaged and collected by you?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep the more graphic. That Court TV actually had a picture of a body on, so I was trying to keep it off. So if you just see me and you only hear the court, it's because there's something on there that it seems like the judge is okay with Court TV showing, but I'm not particularly comfortable showing it on my channel. Now, to kind of orient you, this is going to be a bullet that was found in the body of Keith Caneiro, the husband and father of this home. Now, the defendant in this case is Paul Caneiro, his brother. This came from Keith, so this is I think the bullet or fragment went all the way through the body and into the ground. I can't imagine that they would remove a bullet from a body on scene, but so there you go.
I'm going to show council and you what's been marked as S302. Okay, what are we looking at here?
This is the envelope, which is labeled as 1-3, bullet specimen from grass under the body of Keith Caneiro, northwest of the property, as well as my envelope, and this is from the state police lab, C18-10138, number 11, and this is the bullet on top.
If we could please have slide 135.
It's only because
Inside Keith Caneiro's pocket was his wallet.
If we could have slide 136.
This is the outside of that same wallet. It's a plastic flip style wallet.
And slide 137.
The interior of the wallet and the general contents of it belonging to Keith Caneiro.
Was there was some cash inside the wallet?
Yes, it was.
Credit cards?
I could refer to the
Please.
property receipt. So the item, black flip side plastic wallet containing $210 cash, 4 credit cards belonging to Keith Caneiro, 1 Metro card, and 2 gift cards from the left jacket pocket.
So Wallace, can I stop you for 1 second? When we flip on and off the lights, when we go from pictures, let's leave everything dark except just this one light back and forth so everyone's eyes don't have to keep going back and forth to try to help you guys out a little bit. Can we just figure out which one that is so that we know?
we should hear in a little bit. Court TV has actually been better at not constantly focusing on Paul, but they still do a good deal of this. Now, what I will say in recommendation of this state prosecution, they are the polar opposite of the Uvalde state prosecution. They have been extremely measured and have not used what is very, very emotional and heart-wrenching evidence in the way that Uvalde used it. If anything, there have been much more like a normal prosecution, like Sue Opper from Darrell Brooks. So I have been very impressed with how very competent, very professional, and very reserved they have been when they do have a lot of very emotional, points that they could score because of the involvement of children. They have been very measured and very restrained, sticking to facts only, not constantly flashing pictures, not constantly bringing up the children. And it's been very refreshing to go from Uvalde to a trial where we have the state not using the victims as weapons.
No, it's not that one. It's not that one. Nope. So if we turn that one on, and let's turn off everything else real fast. I just want to see how it'll look. Just put that one back on. That's the one we'll put, no, just that one will go on. So then we don't have to continue to do that over and over again to the jurors and everybody else in the room. All right. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. You didn't realize that you were going to become a light specialist, did you, when you went to the... No, sir. All right. Is that a part of the academy? All right. Well, we're going to add it. I'm just kidding. All right. Whenever you're ready. I apologize.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'm showing you.
Also, this judge is extremely competent, extremely thoughtful. He's made 1 or 2 decisions I haven't really agreed on, but for the most part, he's been very aware of the jury either being, needing a break or kind of explaining things to them. He doesn't talk down to the jury. He assumes they have intelligence, and he's got a pretty good sense of humor. So all in all, this has been pretty refreshing to come to this, although the defense is as dumb as a box of rocks. So it swings and roundabouts. You win some, you lose some.
S303.
Or as Meatloaf would say, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
What is this?
This is that black wallet that I just referenced.
Okay. Do you have gloves up here? Can we please open that? Let me ask you, are there markings on there?
Yes, there are.
Okay, there's your number on there.
Yep, my number is 1-4.
Does that correspond with an item on that evidence property receipt?
Yes, it does. It corresponds with item number 4. You said open, right?
Yes, please.
Be careful with a... I am just waiting. I have watched enough trials and I have seen enough of my feral children with scissors that I'm just waiting for someone to lose a finger one day. And now they've introduced box cutters into it. This is going to end in tragedy, New Jersey. Allegedly in Minecraft.
And ask me to open it. Maybe that's going to happen for you.
And are those the contents that were in?
Yes, they are. We had inventoried it and then put it back, so that's why it's out of order from what appears in the photograph.
Thank you. If we could please have slide 138.
Sergeant, what is this that you're pointing to?
There's another bullet specimen that was recovered from that area near Keith Canero's feet.
Can we please have slide 139?
A little difficult to focus, but in the grass, it's just a more close-up photograph of that bullet specimen.
Are you able to circle that on the screen?
Isn't it? Awesome.
If we can please have this preserved.
Sure, this will be 139.1, please.
Now, as much as we all like to bitch about technology, and this is a bit clunky with having to undo it, I really appreciate that the judge does a screen capture every time the witness marks something and adds it to the record. For those of us who have had to read transcripts and try to figure out where in the nebulous hell, the right quarter quadrant of the, item photographed, is. This is amazing, and I really hope that it's a technology that is embraced in other localities. And mics that work. But I'm not asking for miracles.
That also packaged and labeled and preserved.
Yes, it was.
I'm showing counsel S304. I'm showing you what's been marked as S304. Do you recognize that?
This is item number 1-5. Identified as bullet specimen from grass south of Keith Canero's body near his feet on the northwest of the property. Evidence, or it's item number 12 for the New Jersey State Police, and then the item itself.
If we could please have slide 140. Sergeant, what is
this that we're looking at?
So,
Just undo that for us. It's in the corner, the circle.
oh, I see.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. This is a tamper-proof seal. So after the examination, Keith Canero's body was placed into another more heavy-duty transport body bag and sealed with this seal. I photographed it to show that it had been, basically the two zippers had been sealed together to show that the bag had not been tampered with or opened prior to transport to the medical examiner's office. They're also going to photo at the ME's office during the autopsy the same seal to show that nothing had been happened in between the process or during transport.
Thank you. If we could please have slide 141.
So we then moved into, this is Jennifer Canero's body located inside that bag. The time stamp that's written on top of that of 15:22 or 3:22 p.m. is the time when her body was removed.
I don't know if Court TV got different rules of decorum, but they've been very lax at showing. Now, granted, nearly everything they've shown has been covered with a tarp, except for with the very grave exception of one. But maybe the rules are a bit different here because they have been showing more of these pictures than they generally do. Generally, we don't see anything
From the scene and placed into that temporary pop-up tent. Again, during the examination, her body had heavy charring, extensive fire damage throughout the entirety of her body, including skin splitting, soot deposits, and so any further injuries at that time was difficult to see.
Can we please have slide 142?
This is that tamper-proof seal so her body in that white bag was placed into a separate heavy-duty black bag and sealed with seal number 39477727.
You have slide 143, please.
This is again, the photograph of the bag that Jesse Canero's body was placed in. His body was removed from the scene at 14:41 hours or 2:41 p.m. Jesse sustained multiple injuries throughout his body, particularly to his face and his torso and his arm.
Slide 144, please.
That bag was placed into another heavy-duty transport bag, and the tamper-proof seal of 3947722 was secured on the bag.
Can we have slide 145?
Lastly, Sophia Canero, this timestamp of 14:30.
I'm just gonna wrong button. Damn it. I'm gonna forewarn you. What happened to this little girl is heartbreaking. He's being very clinical about it, but you've been told.
Or 2:34 p.m. was the time when Sophia was moved from the porch area and placed into the transport body bag. Sophia sustained multiple stab wounds throughout her body, to include her face, her torso, and her extremities.
Now, was Sophia Canero the only victim who was not photographed where they were found inside of the house?
Yes,
And is that because firefighters took her out pretty quickly?
correct.
146, please.
That is that tamper-proof seal after the bag that Sophia Canero was placed into a more heavy-duty transport body bag, and the seal of 3947721 was secured onto the bag.
I'd like to talk about what you did after you went with the medical examiner's investigators to examine the bodies. If we could have slide 147.
You know what? I think what we're going to do is stop here. This is going to be pretty heavy testimony, so I will kind of give you guys a warning that I would skip maybe the first hour of my stream tomorrow. Like I said, we're not going to go over cross, but that way, if you guys would like to, it does seem like we're going to be moving into autopsy, possibly wound patterns and things like that in more specifics with this particular witness. So that way I can stop it and you guys can know. And then what I'll do is I can I can tweet when we are done with this particular testimony. And then you guys can know, or if you guys pop in at random, I can give you a heads up as to whether, because I do respect that and appreciate that you guys are joining me on this trial. And not many people are covering this. It does involve children, and I know these are incredibly hard cases. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and, getting my humor in all this, because this isn't a particularly easy trial. I can't wait till we go for Bainfield and it's, just regular human dumpster fire people with other adults, which is horrifying, but definitely need a break from any more kiddo shenanigans for a while. Like I said, so thank you guys so very much. Let me see who I can send you guys to, because I did promise Mr. Mo I'd hang out with him like a couple times today. So it is time for real life work and figuring out what is for dinner. I'm going to send you guys over to Squid Pro Quo. She is talking about the Hales, which, hey, you know what? She and Shizzy know all about that. I solemnly swear I know nothing about literally Lauren Matthias and the Hales. So I am not your source for shenanigans with that. But have a wonderful rest of your evening. Stay warm, stay toasty, and prepare if you're on the East Coast, but, not to the, not hysterically. You don't need to buy all the groceries, but hopefully it's, not as cold tomorrow, and a good night's rest will get some of the sneeziness out. I will see you guys in the morning. Have a great day. Bye, you guys.